The unworthy son of the honorary family of the nobles dominated the academy like a king. Due to the abnormal vocabulary under Princess Fiona and other misconduct, he was removed from the book of the family registry. It feels like the god of fate laughs at him. The life of Ed Lost-Styler is over. His things with him were thrown out of the hostel and thanked for hard effort all this time. Students discuss that now you do not need to go to Ida on tiptoe because the family abandoned him. It was not necessary to strangle the results of the entrance exam. A vile nobleman, rightly to him. Honestly, this is unfair. After all, the impudent Ed Lost-Styler, about which everyone is whispering, is not our hero. He launched a game whose actions take place at the Sylvania Academy of Magic. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvia is his favorite game. Usually, when to enter the game based on the webtoon, you play either for the eldest son of a large company, or for a SS rank hunter who goes against all the rules, etc. Of the possible options, the hero went to a third-rate villain who was kicked out of the hostel at the beginning of the game. Ed Lost-Styler is the worst character and now his worst period of his life. The hero screams that this is all dishonest. He always lived a modest and simple life. Greed is not his vice. It is strange for students to hear this after his exit. They simply dismissed him, called a liar, and left. The reason why Ed has the worst indicators, his real stats, even NPS Firmer has more endurance. He visits the Faculty of Magic, but his points of intelligence at the bottom, and endurance is too low even for the nobleman. This is not surprising because Ed was a mediocre dissolved villain found at the beginning of the story. Even the hero himself did not particularly remember him. He thought that in the end he became and abruptly remembered. In the final credits, Ed was a beggar like a stupid tramp. Which is quite logical. This bully knew nothing about the world, and he was suddenly rolled out into the street. He was already lucky that he survived. Why our hero? How did he get this body? The reason is unknown, and it will not work to recognize it. But Ed will not give up. He will cope no matter what it costs. The academy is more like a city, the territory of which is the entire island of Arkan, than an educational institution. This wild forest is located in the northeast. Ed tried to hide from the curious eyes of students. And in the end I stayed on the way for half a day. This time was enough to evaluate their position. The episode when Ed is expelled from the family occurs at the very beginning of history. Fortunately, although relatives renounced him, they have not yet been expelled from school. This is extremely important, since in the current realities the Sylvania Academy is a first-class institution. It is enough to finish her, to secure a reliable future. Since the actions of the game take place at the academy, the hero can use the information received in 5 passes to the full. If you unlearn here to the end, you can lead an amazing life at a comfortable level. Therefore, it is obvious that the purpose of Ed is the end of study. The problem is its huge cost. For this semester, they must have already been paid, and whether Edu will be able to go to the scholarship in the next with his stats is unknown. Lucky if they simply do not expel. Okay, she will think about payment later. Now we need to deal with pressing problems. To survive, Ed needs food, clothes, and housing. He has enough clothes. We must try not to become like a homeless person for the next week. However, there is no food and housing at the moment. Due to the reputation to work, they are unlikely to be taken. To return to the hostel from which they drove away is also not an option. It seems that for some time Ed was stuck in this forest. It's good that there is a stream nearby. Before the start of training is 10 days. During this time, you need to pump up to match the level of other students. It was lucky that the hero knows how to use spells such as a chickenpox. This is quite exciting, by the way. Only the benefits of this were few. Ed was exhausted after cutting only 15 trunks of a tree. If only they were fed before being expelled. It feels like using magic increases appetite. Ed is very hungry. He remembered how in childhood his grandfather told him something. That in his youth, when there was little crop, he ate the cortex of trees in the mountains. Now everything that can be eaten will fit. Ed scored in his cup of water, laid a sliver of wood, and the fire set fire to his spell. If you do not peer, then this really looks like chicken breast. Ed laid a sliver in his mouth, began to chew, and began to cough, trying not to moan. The third day has come. The hero hates his grandfather. A day later, hunger strike and 2 days of nausea, he realized something. Housing must be built from wood. First, we'll install a frame that will support everything. Ed has only 2 hands and 4 supports. It will be difficult. And at that moment, they all fell on him, crushing to the ground. Ed howled in pain. However, gathering his thoughts, he rose, bandaged supports, and ended the foundation. Much more has to be done. Sleeping on bare ground is not an option. Rest statically, of course, to sleep on your expensive things, but you do not have to choose. The night passed, the morning came. It was truly cruel, but Ed somehow could finish the design. The system wrote that the construction of a simple wooden shelter has been completed. Ada has grown up. He had the skill of a novice artisan. It turns out that there is a craft system here. Ed was a nobleman, so he did not know that he was controlled better than magic. Oknovka is now the 4th level. Now it will come in handy to the hero in handy. He created an ordinary harpoon for himself. This is his ceremonial blade tied to a pointed branch. Can be used for fishing or hunting. Ed grabbed at the harpoon and began to get real food. After 2 days of hunger and exhausting physical work, there was no strength to even move. But hopelessness helps to move on, so Ed finally caught 2 fish. He and saliva at his mouth made a fire and began to fry. Before the start of training, a week remained. Ed just needs to continue in the same spirit. If it lasts, then without any problems it will cope with difficulties at the academy. But he was so much busy with survival that he forgot something important. A certain girl prevented his meal. Of all the main characters, Ed least expected to stumble upon her here. Earlier, she shouted that Ed did not regret at all and demanded to leave the academy. She, Princess Fiona, was the one because of whom Styler was kicked out of the hostel, and now she stumbled upon him in the forest, asking why he still has not left. Ed is a villain who beats a childhood girlfriend, McLaurin, using the status of a nobleman, for which he receives a punishment. But its vengeful nature does not stop. Ed is trying to fabricate McLaurin's work in an entrance exam. On this, he is caught by a girl who came to pick up examination. This is the same Fiona Elias Cleel, the 3rd princess of the Empire Cleel. She has an insight skill that allows you to inspect the target for lies and conspiracy. So Ed, who's stuck in a deplorable state, apologizing with his gritted teeth, exposed with her help. And then they drove it out of the hostel. Everyone at the academy must hate him, and now he met the one who was worth avoiding the most. Fiona angrily asks what the hero does here. Ed explains that he is still a student, although he was kicked out of the hostel. Fiona will be brief. It demands to leave. He cannot see how the villain walks around the academy. The princess will talk to the training department and personally require his exceptions to try to substitute another student. Damn, Ed is starving for the 3rd day, and his precious food is on while Fiona is screaming, not silent. She seemed to say that she would be brief. But now there is a more important problem. Princess Fiona really has power to achieve the exclusion of Ed. Since such a thing, he will attack. The sun will sit down soon. Members of the ruling family are usually accompanied by guards armed to the teeth. Who would have thought that the noble princess alone would appear in a secluded forest? Fiona replied that if Ed is trying to intimidate her by the fact that she was unaccompanied, then he would regret it. But what does it mean to intimidate? Ed began to go down. He put his hand to his heart and said that he was only trying to thank the princess. Fiona activated her insight to test the truthfulness of these words, and it turned out that Ed was not lying. The girl looked surprised. Of course, this is not a lie. The family of locusts is famous and influential, but due to the fact that she uses her position for the operation of civilian and conducting experiments on them in search of a way to find an eternal life, McLaurin will consider that it should be destroyed. Someone will be put in jail, someone will be executed, but they expelled. Now he is cold and hungry, but it is better than death, even though the fish burned. And in the future, everything is much better. Edu needs to convince Fiona without lies. Otherwise will be excluded. Although no, the game will just end. Judging by the time that passed after the instructions of Ed, now there are about a week left before the start of training. For what reason could the princess come here? Her appearance unaccompanied in simple clothing may mean that she finishes passing an estimated test. Professor Glaston tests to determine the class. The task is to find hidden magic beads in this forest. Everyone knows that this test is quite severe. Of course, Princess Fiona aims to get to the best A class. The girl thought that Ed was trying to smear her. She said that he had not changed at all. Fiona was not mistaken. We need to ask to exclude it immediately, but the hero stopped her. He said that without looking for her to never get into Class A, if he is lying, he can exclude him. Ed told Fiona to step to the lake in the southeast of the forest. There she will see a small green island, and on it in the middle is a huge tree. He's called the Marilda tree. There, among the roots, the girl will find a gift that the hero left. Fiona knows that 3 days ago Ed Lost Sealer was clearly a liar and charlatan. She still clearly remembers the state of what he was, but now he was replaced. Sometime later, the test for determining the class was officially completed. Professor of the Glaston Academy of Magic ordered to get the beads that the students found. The guys showed him, and he only sent them to start with F class. It is very important to record what the examiner requires. It was necessary to find not just magic-rounded objects like these students. Only those who found beads with magical power will fall into a class. And there are only 3 such people. The first is the guy Zix. Girl Lauratel and Glast showed to the last girl, which found a bead with an unusually high magical force at the Guardian of Marilda. She was Princess Fiona, the best student in class. In the meantime, Ida burned out of Ed. There is no strength to use a spear. Then he made a primitive fishing rod from a cut branch, a silk thread, and nail. It is not clear whether the fish will peck. The third princess of the Empire, Fiona Elias Cleel, has distinguishes the subliming and substitution of concepts since childhood. This honed its intuition and formed the ability Insight. No one can deceive her. There was no other choice but to give her genuine information, which could also lead to the problem. The reason why Fiona will be proved by a Princess of Justice is a failure during the test to determine the class. Failure will change her. However, if now the princess, who has much influence from the beginning of the plot, he will find a gold bead and receives a class. It will not be possible to predict what will happen next. Even by managing ED to avoid an exception, his information will become useless and it will be over. Of course, there is a chance that the future will remain the same. And not the best in the class will refuse Fiona, but Lucy Merrill. Ed did not lie, there really was a bead in that place. And yet the princess understands that this is not a gift. Princess Fiona initially hid her personality, since she was embarrassed by how the public would relate to her if it becomes known who she is. She wanted to prove herself. Of course, the bead would bring Fiona the best result for the test, but she did not take her. Since I did not find it myself, the title Princess of Justice, which she will receive in the future, it is not an ability or start. She will be given her because she went righteously. Ed threw her a bait when he said that without his help, she would never get into Class A. It doesn't matter if he told the truth or lied. The princess will always be able to find out. Ed, the truth, believed that Fiona would fail the test, and she was convinced that he would succeed and wrap his nose. However, he did not lie because the princess could not get into Class A. Now she cannot do anything. From this day, the princess will observe Ed Lostieler. Meanwhile, the hero finally managed to catch the fish on his flimsy fishing rod. Ed lives in a place from which you have to run out early in the morning in order to be in time for classes. But he is studying at the Sylvania Academy. The opening ceremony of the new school year begins. Many students became stronger even before the start of the semester. They will enjoy food while listening to the professor. Ed, the one who survived at the entrance, met a whisper about how he was not ashamed to appear at the ceremony. Students did not expect that he really intends to continue his studies. Tasty food is the winner award. Ed will enjoy her slowly. His goal is to finish training here. It seems to the girls that he, the second one who terribly proved himself during the entrance exam, has changed. Ed has no ambitions, he just wants to get out. A group of girls went to try desserts from the main cook. However, one of them, Yanuka, does not leave the feeling that Ed has become a different person. In truth, our hero wants nothing to happen. Today is the first day of Ed at the Academy of Sylvania. Everything was usually the introductory speech from the professor and so on. However, on the very first day, the hero was almost excluded. I did not expect Fiona will tell the director about him. But judging by how this crazy old man smiled during the conversation, it seems that she did not say anything bad. And yet Ed barely managed to avoid the worst. It is more careful that the story does not deviate from the original. The hero hones vital skills for survival, for example, onions, and he studies magic as he studies at the corresponding faculty. Onions are the best weapon for Ed skills. When he pumps skills and learns to create arrows of good quality, it will be able to call them the spirit or draw magic formulas for them. Although, of course, spiritual formulas outside the sphere of his talent, Ed hunted for a rabbit, when he suddenly noticed something. A girl sitting right next to the tree where Fiona found bead. This is the same Yanuka Fallover, a second-year student, the best in the class. A talented callist of spirits. She looked at Ed and asked if he was the amazing guy whom Marilda spoke of. The girl introduced herself, said to call her just by name. The hero did not understand how she managed to approach so quickly. Yannick decided that Ed was surprised that she knew about him. This forest belongs to Marilda. It is a high-level spirit. The girl from her heard a lot about Ed. The hero was surprised that the mistress of the forest tells her about him. Yanuka replied that Marilda was quite curious and was watching everything, so obviously she knew about the uninvited guest. In general, Ed killed many and cut down a bunch of trees. But the girl told him not to worry about trifles. This is the natural cycle of life to create this forest. They hunt each other to get food. Marilda does not bother this. Ed replied that even a large wild wolf had a tender heart. Yannick laughed, saying that for the hero this is probably unexpected. Suddenly I remembered that she wanted to show something. Yannick held out her hands, saying that yesterday she had concluded a contract with him as soon as she saw. The girl invited Ed to touch. She seems to be talking about the contract with the spirit. To make friends with Yanuka, just guess the right moment. Ed does not know what she is talking about. He does not see any spirit. Or more correctly, it cannot see. Yannick has changed in the face, and the hero said that he was busy with the prey of food, so he should go. Only adhering to the plot, Ed can benefit from his knowledge. Yanuka Failover is a very important character. She is the one with whom he should never get closer. She looked after the hero and told Marilda that she said correctly, Ed is an amazing guy. And he thinks he really did not see to Marilda the huge spirit of the wolf. Yanuka is interesting who Ed is. And also she tried so hard to be good with him, and in response, she simply received aha. Well, probably they will meet. Now Yannick cannot know this. The distance from the shelter Ed to the hostel is not a short. He barely manages, running out at dawn at full speed. The road forces to do strange things that increase stats. To go to the scholarship, you will have to learn more diligent. Ed stares on a stone slab with a charred stick and takes books from the library. On the way home, he was erasing sweaty everyday clothes. You might think that by the end of the day he has no strength, but this is not so. We must not forget to check whether wood is enough for a fire, drinking water and dried meat for dinner. Because of this, only 4 hours remain for sleep. But most of all, Ed is concerned about something else. He finally asked Yanuka about how much she was going to follow him. She is shocked that she was noticed, but it would be strange not to see. Ed recalled that he is the worst violator of the existing ones, so do not continue to pursue him. But Yanuka said that only others think so, and she still does not know him. That's right, she's just such a character. It looks naive and stupid, but has an independent disposition. However, knowing that Yanuka is destined in the future, it is better to just smile back, since she is the last boss of the first episode. Yanuka is the only character who smiles at the Lost Royaler. I would not want to go so far, but in this case, since fate brought them down, Ed asked if she could provide him with a service. The girl was inspired. As Yannick sees, there is a complete chaos. The family abandoned him, and in the ears in the problems. Ed asked if she would lend him money, but he will definitely return it soon. So friends act. The hero asked how much she has. Every year, Yanuka receives a scholarship for remaining the best in the class. But this is not just an indicator of its superiority. She is from such a poor family that she would not have acted without a scholarship, and I could not go to the next course. She was born on a small ranch, and her weakness is money. Therefore, Yanuka apologized and immediately evaporated. Finally, she disappeared. 3 days have passed. Because of this, it is not at ease, but I no longer want to interact with important characters. He needs to be careful that the story does not depart from the original. He went to his hut but was stunned, seeing some sleeping inside. In terms of importance, this person is even higher than Yanuka, the subject of admiration for classmates and even professors. The owner of the rarest talent and the strongest character of the failed swordsman Sylvia, Lucy Merrill. But what the hell is she sleeping here? What did she even need in a mountain valley? The initial plot and caution does not smell. Lucy said he was so noisy that it was impossible to sleep. Ed thought she was not about, but no. Lucy pointed to a wolf the size of a house. And he speaks with our hero. Lucy reports that now he asks once at all costs to save the Yannick. This, of course, is good, but Ed himself does not see him. He thought it would be finished with Yanuka. Will there really be difficult times? And why is Lucy sleeping here? The girl said she went to bed further. Ed, naturally outraged. But stop, he remembered something. Due to miniature and the ability to overcome the space with jumping, Lucy is compared with a wild cat. Whether it is the top of the tower with a clock or a roof, she will always find a beautiful place in the sun to take a nap. And Ed Camp is located in the thickness of the forest in the north of Arkan, where no one goes. However, for Lucy, this did not become a problem. A cool breeze, the noise of a stream. There is an ideal place for sleeping. Ed is to blame. The next day, there is no patience left. You need to come up with something. Lucy uses 5 to 6 spells, soaring in the air and sleeping. If you leave it here, then changing the plot is a matter of time. Ed built a lasso trap. This is a rope tied to a flexible tree that serves to catch small animals. Lucy asked if it was possible to eat a dried place. The hero did not allow her, but she still bit off. Clearly, they will not find a common language. She is here for the second time, which means she will continue to come. You need to quickly come up with something. Ed remembers exactly how I saw information about Lucy in many guidelines for the game. It certainly will not succeed in winning it, but there is something else. Ed said he noticed how she was looking for the Maid of Ophelis. Lucy immediately changed in her face and replied that she remembered one urgent case and after evaporates. The leadership did not describe the way of victory over it. Usually players miss the text part at the beginning of the game, but something said that it worked instantly. Lucy every day runs away from the maid who takes care of her like a mother. She stayed in the camp for only 2 days, and now she disappeared. Ed thought that this would not affect the plot, but very soon realized that he had reassured himself in vain. A new task is a joint combat training. A training battle is one-on-one. Basically use fake weapons. The order of fighting between people with different performance is defined randomly. The point is that the student is able to deal with a person from another class. All important characters will take part. Princess Fiona, Golden Daughter Lauretel, Zix from the Northern Plains, the spiritual magician Yanuka, Lazy Lucy, Evil Clevius. You can't list everyone, but even the main character remains so important. The failed swordsman Taylor. Ida has his eyes further, most likely, the battle of the protagonist. He already knows the results, so he did not particularly follow the battles. After all, those first year-olds and the main character Taylor will win, but behind the last Ed will watch. He will not believe that Yanuka joyfully ran to him after he humiliated, asking for money. Unlike Lucy, who is if from a cat's family, Yanuka definitely has dog habits. She wanted to show the turn of the fighting, but Ed dismissed. Yanuka was surprised that he does not want to know who he would fight. It only now dawned on him something to fight. End in history has already been excluded by this moment. And who will be his opponent? He fell into a stupor when he saw that his opponent was Princess Fiona. However, Ed scored for this because the battle of Taylor McLaurin and Lucy will take place now. The guy will give it to the maximum. Now it doesn't matter who Ed will fight against. He needs to follow Taylor. Let in the world outside the screen, but the hero played for it for a very long time. Starting with miserable and ineffective endings, ending with real aftertaste for a long time. He took this trip to a dishonest number of times. Among the many ways, there was not a single simple one. Ed has already decided that he would establish his own life, but he would also follow Taylor. The guy is already on the site, and Lucy Merrill was again called to the loudspeaker. She is asked to go to the arena when she is ready for battle. Where did she go? It turned out that she was sleeping on the platform. Ed quickly woke her up and sent her to the stage. A freshman, the best in the group, Lucy Merrill against Taylor McLaurin. He will first pick up a sword. This is a very important point. The main character of this world born to become a swordsman, which never in his life before that did not hold a sword in his hands. From the first wave, they will break through Lucy's lightning magic. The spell, which, as she thought, will stop the blow, will be blocked. Lucy will remain defenseless when Taylor approaches. In surprise, she will hit him with lightning, which belongs to medium-level spells. She will do it unconsciously and overpower Taylor, but it is disqualified for the use of magic of inappropriate level. Taylor will earn honor for being the first to overcome Lucy. This is a legendary scene. So the judge began the countdown, and the battle finally began. Taylor began to advance first. However, Lucy easily stopped him with a powerful magical flash. The guy flew into the wall and looked completely exhausted, and Lucy only yawned lazily. Is it all? It seems that it is impossible to defeat the best student of the class. But for people, this is not surprising. What is the point of trying to defeat such a magician? Taylor's life has always been a series of tests. He is a village guy and a lagging student, a loser who has not received a single worthy assessment from the moment of entering the academy. No recognized mediocrity. While students draw conclusions based on the outcome of the battle, in a clearly losing situation where everyone pity him and hopelessness, Taylor is not going to lose hope. The guy grabbed a new weapon for himself, a sword, and, without giving the pain, stood up. Ed believes that Taylor can handle it and with all his soul is rooting for him. The guy instantly began to fly to Lucy. In theory, now it should use lightning. However, her spell completely blocked Taylor's sword. The mouth of the wolf growled, provoking the whirlwind which took the guy far away, and Taylor was printed into the wall, right under the ceiling. Ed in shock. It was not lightning, but the wind. Ultimately, Lucy won this battle. The hero cannot believe that Taylor lost. The guy with a depressed look left. This is a big problem. Taylor now definitely cannot be left alone. During the fight, Lucy worked wind protection. The strength of the spirit automatically protects it from sudden attacks. This magic works non-stop. You can find by concluding a contract with a high-level spirit of the wind, Marilda. In the history of Lucy and Marilda, they were separate. But due to the fact that she came to Ed, she signed a contract with Marilda and became stronger. The next battle will be held between our hero and respected Princess Fiona Elias Clare. However, Ed, everything fled after Taylor. He had to win. I had to gain confidence, raising the sword. Fiona does not understand what is happening. Where can the enemy run at such a moment? Ed thinks Taylor lost because of him, due to the fact that he remained at the academy. The hero does not know if there is a point in this, but it is better than to inactive. Ed caught up with the guy and shouted after his efforts to pay off. Tyler asks not to fall into despondency. There is nothing to be shy. If the guy's spirit is broken, then the chance is great that at the end of Adu, you will have to sweat himself. The hero tells the guy to walk with his head raised. Taylor held well, just the opponent did not suit him. The academy will have a lot of difficult things, and Taylor will have to cope with this, not Ed. The first person who discovered the innate insight of Fiona was Emperor Clare, but the ability itself was not given by God. The life of a member of the ruling family is full of endless intrigues. Due to the darkness of this abyss, the princess had to develop this ability for self-defense. That is why she can be sure of her effectiveness. Relatives always looked at Fiona with darkness in the eyes. She saw them through but pretended to be ignorant. She has no other choice but to peer inside a person. Ed asked to be softer with him. Fiona repeated the same thing. Students whisper that Ed's stubborn. Everyone heard him shouted at Taylor. They thought he wanted to put on the laughingstock one who could not answer in any way. He was so from the very beginning. I probably decided to pretend to be kind, so he encouraged him. The princess thinks they are right. Ed Taylor used his title to disgrace Taylor's girlfriend, and when everything went wrong as he wanted, he decided to replace the test results. Ed has always been just such a person, but judging by what was, Fiona does not know if he remained them. After all, the cry of despair in relation to Taylor and his loss was sincere. However, there is no time to think about it now. The judge began the battle. Ed completely confused Fiona. She wants their fight to clarify everything. The princess is coming, starts with a water spell. She knows that Ed can use the magic of wind and fire. I wonder what he will answer. Changing by blows, you can throw out on the enemy everything that has accumulated. This dramatic battle will help Fiona throw this mysterious guy out of his head. However, Ed did not defend himself in any way or attack in response. He took a blow and flew back without strength, and then he generally admitted that he had lost. Fiona cannot believe it. From a stupor, she does not even know what to say. Ed, after all, saw the trajectory of the water ball. They began to mock the hero, saying that he was worse than Taylor. He behaves cool and did not survive even after the first blow. And the princess for the crowd is like a sip of fresh air. Ed said that it was a good battle and he endured a lot for himself. What is he talking about at all, Fiona began to think. Having ascended to the arena, Ed never met her gaze. It seems that he was initially not interested in this battle. The judge announced the victory of Fiona. In fact, he was not at all to a duel at that moment. When communicating with the princess, it is worth behaving carefully so as not to influence the course of events, because she is an important character. But for Ed, now the main character of history was much more important. Therefore, he rushed to search for him immediately. However, Taylor seemed to fail through the ground. Suddenly, Ed called the breathless Fiona. He asked what she was doing here unaccompanied. She screams and asks how to understand this. Ed replied that if she was about a duel, then she taught him a lot. Fiona is beside himself with anger that he did not even hope to win, but he was only interested in how to leave as soon as possible. The princess is already difficult to cope with the class. A cunning merchant only thinks about how to take hold of a school. Professor Glass does not become less irritated, and servants always ask questions. Fiona is enough of his worries. Who is Ed to complicate even more? The hero did not expect that there were so many accumulated despair in her. He put his hands on her shoulders. He said to take a deep breath and calm down. The princess does not need to be so torn so. Fiona crawled and finally calmed down. She did not even understand what it was. The girl with tears in her eyes asked to forget. Ed decided that it was time to leave, but Fiona said he was right. After all, you can directly ask, and not try to guess and predict what is happening in the other person in the head. This is probably because of a long life in the palace. Ed asked to let him go. He must still find Taylor. However, Fiona wanted to ask him directly. Ed tried to break off the connection with his family because he knew about her cramped side, and he tried to interfere with Taylor to be kicked out of the house. The princess asked if this is so. What a sharp statement. Although it is incorrect, a family of Lusters really has a dark side. However, this information will become known only in the future. It is early to discuss it now. Pretended not to understand. Fiona screamed, asking why Ed was then cheat and support the one whom she wanted to substitute. What exact questions? The hero replied that he just wanted to mock him. The princess knows that he is lying. Nevertheless, they hate Ed, and if he supports Taylor, then this may change. However, this also turned out to be a lie. The princess is furious from this lie, but nothing can do anything. She has no evidence yet. In addition, the whole hope that the plot will not change. It feels like she will soon be ignited by anger. Okay, Fiona cooled. She has no evidence, so they will finish on this. She showed Ed the door and said to go. He looked at the door from the very beginning. Apparently he has some kind of urgent business. Ed thanked and headed for the exit. Fiona first showed herself from such a party. From the very beginning, it affects the course of events, interaction with many people and events, from which the hero would have a headache. Ed himself is to blame that he remained where he should not have been. Suddenly he said that his burden could not be compared with Fiona. Perhaps he goes a little feature, but she looks very exhausted. It is important to pay attention to difficulties, but she should relax a bit. Here is not the place where you need to worry about every little thing. Here is the Academy of Sylvania. Fiona tried throughout her life to see people through, but now for the first time someone else understood her herself. Nevertheless, things are bad. Ed lost a lot of time. If Taylor surrenders, his calm life... No, the whole world can come to an end. The hero finally found this guy and thought what to tell him. However, at that moment, the girl blocked the road, saying to EDU not to come closer. Isla Triss, the main character, demands no longer to bother Taylor to bother. She says that there is no need to get him even stronger. Suddenly, Taylor got up, clenched his fists, and asked if Ed is still at the academy. The spirit of struggle, which never fails, whatever the enemy has returned to him. The willpower is visible into his eyes. Ed understood. While they were going on with the princess, a childhood friend, Taylor, and his ardent supporter, Isla Triss, she ran after him immediately without even looking back. She supported him, being all this time nearby. While Isla is nearby, Taylor will get to his feet from time to time. The guy asked why Ed came in Lee. The hero said that Taylor is well controlled by a sword. He is a video. The guy irritably asks what Ed needs. The hero went with him a lot to the very end. Ed replied that nothing began to leave. To be honest, the hero thought since Taylor would save the world, he enough to take care of his survival. Therefore he was worried, because he is the protagonist of the game who will have to do difficult work instead. But now Ed feels relief. Not because the story that moved away from the original returned to its circles, and because with Taylor, for which he played for so long, everything is in order. The hero does not need anything else. Taylor and Ayla do not understand what the hell ED's clench from herself cool. Well, without it, nowhere. The hero began to leave the yard as an explosion occurred in the distance. It seems that time has already come. In the original, everyone was in the arena when this battle occurred. The battle between the golden daughter of Lauretel and the spiritual magician Yanina Faleover. The plot goes on as usual. Ed is sure that Taylor and Ayla saw them. Taylor should look at both. After all, one of many tests for him will be the first final boss, Yanuka Faleover. After the battle, everyone congratulates her on the victory. Yanuka is the only one from her course who defeated the beginner. She is not only a good person, also a great spiritual magician. Yanuka thanks everyone with a happy smile. But suddenly the crowd was asked to disperse. They carry the patient. This is deprived of the forces lying in the tanned clothes of Lauratel. Yanuka became the pride of Sabatons, but inside her something is wrong. Unlike the original, Lucy defeated Taylor. And the joint combat training ended with the fact that Yanuka Failover became the defender of the honor of Sabrils. She has so many friends, and now her life will go at an even more crazy pace. But maybe for the better. Ed will not meet her in the camp anymore. As soon as he contacts the main characters, how the head begins to go around. So 2 weeks passed with joint combat training. The main characters did not bother. Ed completely concentrated on study and survival. I created a fishing to sit down, so the food is now not a problem. He began to feel better, most likely due to the fact that the stats of endurance and willpower grew. Although the stat is considered high above 10 points, it's too early to relax. Suddenly, Yanuka, closing her eyes with her hands, asked if Edu liked to walk naked. What kind of nonsense, she says, after she suddenly appeared. Ed actually went swimming. He asked what was in this place since she continues to come. For Yanuka, it is like a secret base. She feels like an adventurer when she comes here. She wanted to talk a little with Ed, and also ask for advice. He was surprised because there are a lot of options to whom one could contact. Ed then left and could not see it. But in a joint training, Yanuka wounded someone. However, Lauretel used a medium-level spell, although this is prohibited. Good Yanuka anyway. She tried to forget, but still believes that they overdid it during the battle. So Yanuka thinks if she should apologize to Lauretel. Friends are trying to dissuade her. Ed briefly replied that if she believes that it is so, then let her do. Sweet and playful Yanuka, for everyone like a jewel. Therefore, when she feels guilty or criticizes herself, people try to encourage her. Yanuka knows that it is good to have associates, but this will not be shy that she did. This is probably why she came to Ed. She said that she expected this from him. He will never just take her side. If Ed offended her, then he cannot help. Yanuka said he understood incorrectly. She is not offended at all. Ed is different from who was last year. Yanuka is a smiling and living girl, but also observant. She noticed that when he asked for money last time, he did not behave desperately, like people in his position. It became clear to her that in reality he thus wanted to keep her at a distance. He cheated on the Yanuka. She said how she would like everyone in the world to be like Ed. Surprisingly, comfortable with him. Morning came. Bad business. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvia is a masterpiece, but only a few saw his ending. Beginners going out for a couple of bad finals through the game. For example, if when conducting a test you save a girl during the attack of kobolds, you will become a witness to the secret of the Golden Daughter. After she will send someone to kidnap Taylor, and he will be killed. In an episode with the murder of a monster, if you skip Isla and unite with a Golden Daughter, then Isla will fall from a cliff. Taylor must save the falling Isla. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fiery spirit of Tarkin, then he will burn. Ed remembers this perfectly and wanted to run away when Lauratel began to call him. Of course, he would do that. However, it is too persistent. The girl did not think that he would ignore her with his teeth. The fourth heroine of the Failed Swordsman Sylvia, the only daughter of the business magnate Elta Kachelna Lauretel, also known as the Fighter of Beginners. She said that she would like to buy 2 hours of time, Ed. Lauratel Kekeln is a hidden heroine. Unlike Fiona, to her from the very beginning there was an attitude as a villain, but her true face seemed only in the second half of the story. When the players began to realize the reality of loneliness and suffering Lauratel, they were at a crossroads between her and Fiona. She called Ed but only passed by. He should not be led to her words. If Lauratel will dance under the pipe, he will lose the initiative. She asks at least to listen to her, saying that she wants to help a little. Ed said not to invent. Lauratel is shocked that he says so. She respects him. She stopped Ed. The girl sees that he is annoyed. This is not surprising. In such difficult circumstances, he still manages to continue to study. Of course, Lauratel has heard about his ignorance and concentration on himself, but is it important? She asks first to listen to her offer. She will give Edu 3 coins as an advance. Lauratel knows that recently he and Janina are quite close and asks to help make friends with her. For some, 3 coins are a salary per month, but Ed asked if the Golden Daughter and the connection established with the help of money. Just Lauretel understands that the more people are on her side, the better. She laid the coin to Ed in the inner pocket, and this girl feels that she has to join the fight against Princess Fiona for control over the academy. And what should be started now by allies? Ed agreed, but offered to at least exchange handshakes. Lauretel smiled and held out her hand in response. A person who has lived all his life in abundance, falling into poverty, breaks his heart. Surprisingly, people who are faced with such difficulties, a stupid opportunity usually leads to collapse. They eventually sell their families, pride, and even themselves for the sake of a gold coin. The easiest to hunt desperate. At least it should be so. Ed returned to Lauretel her coins and left. If I took them, it would be easier for him, but he cannot even imagine which nightmare you will have to go through. If it gets stuck between the fighter of newcomers and Yanuka, Ed's refusal did not insult Lauretel. It is a pity, of course, but at all costs you need to avoid everything that can change the course of the plot. Realizing all the pros and cons, the benefit and personal interest, the perfect businessman will not miss a single opportunity, to which he is able to reach. That same night, Lauretel returned to his hostel, as I saw the Yannick there. She did not expect to see her here. Yanuka said that Lauretel, with her hair loose, looks different. That refusal of Ed aroused in the Golden Daughter an insurmountable desire to make Yannick Faliover one of his people. Around everyone says that Lauretel used the forbidden magic of the middle level during combat training. A lot of time passed, but she would like to apologize, since the case introduced himself. Let's see how good Yannick is, although I had to pay a high price for this. The girl saw that the wounds of Lauretel had not yet healed. She said not to worry hard, he will heal soon. Yannick is like the main characters of fairy tales. She just manipulates if you press on guilt. But suddenly the Yanuka asked if the Lauretel was talking to Ed. The girl asks them to restrain them when it comes to personal. But perfumes love to communicate. It so happened that Yanuka heard most of the conversation Lauretel and Ed near the northern part of the forest. It turns out that she knows that the Golden Daughter wanted to buy friendship with her. Yanuka is even touched by her desire to invest gold for her. But the Lauretel must understand that sincerity for money cannot be bought. It seems to her that Ed's behavior is much more touching. Yanuka thought about whether she was too high. For the first time, she had a chance to talk to the junior, so she could not resist. It turned out awkwardly. Yannick is time. The conclusion of a contract with a high-ranking spirit takes a lot of time. Yannick supports a lot of people. Does she look like the main character of fairy tales? Well, no. Whether it ignores how the real world works, definitely not. By the way, Yanuka apologized for that day. The Lauretel suffered greatly because of her, hopes she will become stronger. Yanuka is known for the dark side of the world, but it has not lost its cheerfulness. The girl left, slamming the door loudly. Lauretel admitted that it was difficult, but Yannick was just as if on the verge. She herself came into the room and fell to the floor. It is necessary to work more hard, because the truth is great when people expect good from you. Ed has just hung his things to dry out in the bright sun, but then Lucy said that she stinks and scattered them. When the hero went to outweigh them, he noticed someone. This is the eldest maid of the best hostel in Sylvia Ophelis Belle Maya. It was she who threw Ada then. The hero began to make excuses, but she knows that he lives here. Madame Yannick tells a lot about him. But Belle did not imagine that everything was so. She said that for Ed. This is a good chance, although he did not particularly understand what she was talking about. The words Belle passed by his ears, while his gaze continued to squint there. The Maids of Ophelis is an elite group of women. They perfectly perform all types of homework, including cooking for students. This basket of her can have excellent ingredients that she collected in the forest. There is no such information about the extraction of food from books. We must remember if there was an event in which Belle Maya could affect the main plot. She asked not to be so formal. Ed can speak arrogantly as before, but he replied that he was not worth it. Is a maid who always works a lot deserves such an attitude towards herself? Belle Maya never directly influenced the main plot. Then Ed believes there will be no problems if they, secondary characters, make friends. Therefore, with a smile, he began to ask about this basket. So the hero heard from Belle Maya a story about various edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs. He later created a fishing network so that production could live there for several days. Ed is full of meat and fish. The problem with food is almost completely solved. He put his cup with liquid on fire. The hero still owns only 2 basic spells, but used so many times. What reached the 10th level of skill without even noticing? Ed cooked tea from herbs, about which Belmaya told. If you drink it during wood or cooking, then endurance increases significantly. This proves the fact that he completed the work, and the sun has not yet sat down. To be honest, Ed admits that it was even fun. Until this moment. The star on which he stared fell and blew up everything around. Ed threw back, and his precious camp was destroyed. And then Lucy, in the middle of the epicenter of the explosion, woke up saying that she had almost died. Ed, with frantic eyes, looked at her. "She is the strongest magician in the world, how is it?" Lucy said she almost died at Belmaya's hands. The hero was surprised. She's good. She, as always, walked classes. But Belle, for some reason, was not in the spirit, and her fist clenched stronger than usual. Everything happened so suddenly that Lucy quickly teleported here. It would be painful to fall under Belmaya. Ed, somehow, is not very interested in. Only a hole remained from the camp. Lucy asked if there would be dried meat. Ed shouted at her. She destroyed everything. What is Belle for life? The hero was given by Lucy Sickle, but she did not use the protective spell. The girl spent all the magic. If so, then Ed will give her a branded slogan for his just-destroyed house. And then another for Mrs. Belmaya, who is baking about Lucy as a mother. Ed needs a stronger house. It will build it from wood, with such a loaded graph, very good, that he can get any knowledge from the library. He reads books about the material and other necessary things. It remains to find out about grinding wood and the creation of the roof. Suddenly, an employee of the library said that they were closing, already late evening. Ed studied so hard that he did not even notice how so much time passed. But nothing. At the sight of the one who is so diligent, its motivation to follow his example only intensifies. The girl's name is Elka Islan, the first year from the Faculty of Magic. It is as if with her eyes that makes Ada call her name. Therefore he, timidly turning away, introduced himself. Hearing the name Ed lost Styler, a familiar reaction of shock followed. Bad fame does not go so quickly, although Ed has been living recently according to conscience. But suddenly Elka said that he was completely different from how it is described. Ed read all books on the study of elements, but she could not even understand them in a couple of days. And today he mastered about 6 technical texts while sitting here. People say that Ed is arrogant, but they obviously do not know him. Elka thought that rumors should not be trusted. She is sure that he is an honest person, and even said that she would root for him. Elka wished a good road, and she still needs to go in a hostel. But they did not have time to do anything, as a strong earthquake began. This is the last chapter of the first episode, the confrontation of Glaston. Thanks to Taylor and the efforts of his friends, many students gathered in a temporary camp in front of the student center. 2 hours have passed since the beginning of an unprecedented disaster. Isla saw this in a book on spiritual magic. In the sky, this is a rune of a high, ranking spirit of darkness, a public. Then Fiona says that the matter is bad. There is only one person whose level would be enough to call for such a number of spirits. It is very likely that the enemy is the one who was furious due to the spirit of darkness. The best second-year student, Yanuka. Taylor intervened. He says that this, of course, is sad, but now it's not up to it. If Isla is right, then the barrier that students hide is hardly lasting. And now, when Glaston has appeared, there will be even more losses. Guys need to hurry to the student center. Clare, the captain of the Imperial Guard, said that people behind the barrier are quickly orienting. And a local boar, Elvira, said that since this is the spirit of darkness, then his barrier is durable. It is necessary to unite to defeat. The gloomy of the academy, the first year old from the military faculty, Clevius Northendale, replied that he was against. They will overcome middle-level spirits and win the boss. Elvira is going to enter the building and catch the Yannick. But this is not all. Inside there are high-ranking perfumes. 2 of them are a fiery spirit, Berserker Tarkin, the spirit of darkness, Bellosphere. Clevius shouts that he will not go because it is akin to suicide. Elvira asks if she really called them all. Yanuka is the best student on the course, but she has a lot of effort too much since the public and other spirits at the same time have called. Isla says that in most of her, this is the result of the forces of the Bellosphere, and Yannicki has hardly average. The perfumes of darkness are enemies of spiritual magicians who simply did not have the strength to manage them. And demons, on the contrary, can take control of such a magician who will be strange to behave, being prey. Now Yanuka, the most outstanding spiritual magician at the academy, is in the power of Belosphere. Suddenly Six intervened. He says that another thing is important so far. We need to decide what to do, and only one person can do this. He asks Princess Fiona to say what to do. At the moment when everyone was waiting for her decision, she remembered the words of one guy. Whatever the burden ED has carried, she cannot compare with her. He advised her to relax a bit. It would be wonderful if everything is so simple. Fiona said they would come in an hour later, but only she, her guard Clare, and the best students of each class. Only those who proved their abilities will go. The princess ordered to prepare and tune. She takes on responsibility. Later, students reported to her how things were with the employees living in the teacher's zone. The Audrey Hall and the archives are under the blow. It is unlikely that someone from there will join the rest. The princess says that they will have to take measures alone. However, there are still some. A girl ran up in Fiona. She walked from the library, and in her friend, the apprentice of the librarian and the sortone. And when she said that that friend was Elka's name, Zix grabbed the girl, asking if she was mistaken. But she is sure that this is she. Then Zix hastened to save her because Elka would not have the strength to protect himself. Alvira tells him to calm down. The library is far from here. Now the main problem is Yanuka. Moreover, she has a sort one. Why don't Zix rely on him? Fiona specified whether someone was with Elka. The girl hesitated, began to mumble. Zix shook her, demanding to tell what she was hiding. The guy's face darkened when he heard the name of Ed Lostyler. The girl apologizes, saying that he was sitting until the very closure. She was tired of waiting, and she left him on Elka. After all, everyone knows what kind of man, but Elka didn't worry about him. The guys are in shock. This shameless guy and apprentice got stuck in the library together. Zix barely restrains himself from rage. Fiona, seeing all this, stops him. Even so, she asks why not to trust Ed. Zix stood for a few seconds, thought, and immediately broke off. He says that if Ed Lostyler at least Elky's hair touches on his head, then he will erase him into powder. The expression, "from the mud to the riches," does not even closely describe the amazing life of Zix Herbal Spear. Let's get back to the past. Judging by the size, he found an adult male deer. And given the condition of the tree's cortex nearby, he was here recently. Zix, waiting for animals in the bushes, was ready to attack. The steppes in the north are wild lands. The voice of the Empire does not reach the document. The world where at the end of the day you need to check whether your head is still on your shoulders. Zix attacked the beast and killed. He was born in a family of nomads who traveled around these lands. Even before adulthood, the guy separated from them. But he did not even suspect when he was kicked out, for what they did it and whether he will be able to return to his family. He learned to decapitate deer before reading. He mastered the freshness of corpses faster than the sale of goods. It is unnecessary to say that he lived like a beast. Looking at him, there were rumors that he was a child of the barbarians who even eat human. And on that wonderful day in the bazaar, Elka met him and asked what her name was. She said with a smile that Zix looks like a wolf that walks on two paws. He saw his life from the side. Life in eternal wanderings along the expanses of the northern steppe, eating corpses on the side of the road, and sleep under the moon. Zix like a puppy of a wolf abandoned by its flock. All this time he was so lonely. Then for the first time someone asked him if he was in order. On the day of the first meeting, Zix suddenly felt loneliness. Elka and her father accepted him at home. Trying to keep up with the fast pace of the civilized world, he almost forgot his wildlife. The wolf puppy became a guy, and all thanks to her. But when it comes to Elka's safety, Zix is ready to become a beast again. He heard what they were talking about Lostrian. Ed Mukovrev was on the test, insulted the princess and harassed to one first year. Zix ran into the library and found a disinfected Ed. The guy grabbed the hero, asking where Elka is and why he was here. Ed replied that she was in the reading room on the 3rd floor, and Zix immediately rushed there. He ran, worrying if everything was fine with her. And Elka, covered with a jacket, slept peacefully. Zix thanks the Lord for being in order. By the way, he noticed something. These bookcases are difficult to raise even an adult man, but they are located around Elka as a protection. And the curtains are hung out so that perfumes do not look here. Zix noticed that the text was written on the board. He is dedicated to Elka. The author told her not to panic and stay here when he wakes up. Everything will be resolved even before sunset, so there is no need to worry. She was ordered to close the door and not provoke spirits, and also think about your safety and not act recklessly. Six realized that someone defended Elka, and the blood on the jacket with which she is sheltered is not her. It was he who tried to protect her, despite his own wounds. The jacket belongs to Edu Lostilork, but Zix, damn it, does not understand why. Meanwhile, the hero thinks how close he was. Let's get back 3 hours ago. There was a disaster, but it is good that Ed was constantly trained. The plot is moving faster than it expected. He grabbed Elka and carried it to the reading room. Judging by the rune, it was clear that the confrontation of the Glaston would begin soon. Ed closed the curtains. He was sure Taylor would cope. And he was not even worth looking towards the direction where the main characters were not worth it. Because you cannot allow changes in the course of events. But even so, it was better not to sit back. A swarm of low-ranking spirits would have appeared. Ed began to close the doors and windows rather so that they did not enter. He decided to eat dried meat and look for information all night. The power of Yanuka does special. The presence of her understanding of the spirit and connection with the spirit. These two characteristics are seeped through contracts with spirits, since a meeting with spirits is its field of activity for Ed, who does not even see them. Increasing spiritual characteristics close to the impossible. However, Yannick kills materialized spirits. What a damn sweet coincidence. Ed thanked for food. But their speed is simply crazy. It was exhausted. In flame at the 12th level and even spiritual magic at the 7th. Ed was so close. Interestingly, it is a total of 15 levels of connection with the spirit and understanding of the spirit. Could you also conclude contracts with them? Well, Ed already brought himself to the limit. A little more and trouble can happen. Zix came and asked what he was doing here. It seems that the guy could not ignore the hero when he saw that he was resting in bruises here. Well, there is no reason to lie. Ed replied that he had trained. Zix was taken aback. Only the naive person in the world will believe in this. It seems that Six finally realized what Ed and what he was always. The guy leaned and said that he was really a big debtor of Ed. When the time comes, at all costs will return the debt. Exactly. Ed remembered that Elka was his lover. But for the plot it was not important, so it did not appear in it, so the hero forgot it. However, this guy is a friend of Taylor, to whom he believed from the very beginning of history. Six is incredibly important. Therefore, it should not be here. It seems that Ed left the student center and ran here. Since Six was convinced that everything was fine with Elka, the hero told him to go and do what he should. Let him come back, Ed said to help Taylor. If he does what he says, then everything will be resolved. Taylor is always in the balance of failure. However, Six said that he did not understand why ED's of such a good opinion about him. After all, he did not even mention him. But the point is not in good opinion, but in compatibility. The shell of the high-ranking spirit of fire, Tarkin, can be broken only by a cut of the element of Taylor. He studied this technique in the first act of the 9th scene. It was needed to pass this episode. If Ed forces Taylor to use it, he will be able to win. The hero even gave Zix instruction. So everything should go along the plot, but stop. Why didn't Six still make friends with Taylor? Act 1, Scene 9, certification at the end of the semester. Taylor suffered in a duel but studied the section of the element. With the help of him, he made his way through the magic of Zix. He appreciated his perseverance and admitted. As a result, they both became friends. However, the last scene of the first act occurred a month earlier than in the original plot, and the 9th scene of Act 1 is not yet. As a result, I did not make friends with him, and Taylor could not study the section of the element. And now no one in the attack detachment can cause damage to Tarkin. ED used to refuse to understand that the plot had already completely gone the wrong way. Zix arrived at the attack of the attack detachment and apologized for the delay. He will definitely repay for his act. But Fiona said to forget. Even with him they would lose. The first attempt to attack. Clare says it is better to take reinforcements. He will join as soon as the pain subsides, but Fiona says to rest. If she really takes care of him, Clare asks to cancel her order. However, she also has a heart. Fortunately, they managed to retreat, but Clare dropped out of the detachment. Also, Clevius, the best student of his course, was injured. Fiona thinks how to figure it out with everything. She decides to try to kill the Tarkin with the forces of the remaining people. But suddenly someone declares that they do not have time to deal with them. The princess is shocked to see him. Judging by the call stage, it will end very soon. This is the last thing Ed wanted to do. But there is no choice. He offered to divide. He will take the other side. From now on, he will have to intervene in the plot. Clevius shouts at the hero, saying that for him this is probably a joke. But Zik stopped him, first to hear Ida. The hero says that they should go through the fire spirit of the Tarkin, whom the Yannick called, and deal with the spirit of darkness, the Belosphere that subjugated it. As the guys have already noticed in a battle against Tarkin, because of the armor, it is impossible for him to cause damage. But it is not necessary to oppose him. As soon as one team distracts him, the other will enter the training sites and pacify the Yannick. You just have to go through Tarkin. But Lauretel says that they did not encounter anyone like a Tarkan in battle training. What if the luring team fails and he will begin to pursue a team of pacification? Or generally, a team of lure will be destroyed. This is a big risk. But the risk can be weighed when there are options. The main goal of the guys is to defeat Yannick. After all, then Tarkan will lose strength. Six says the problem is whether anyone wants to be in the lunging team. Lauretel suggested choosing from those who are not tolerated to kill himself. Taylor raised his hand and said that he would go. But no. Ed asks to stop himself so. The guy will definitely be in the team of pacification. Taylor runs quickly. So he says that if anyone is chosen, then he is definitely him. However, he is mistaken. They are not looking for scapegoats. It is not necessary to share equally. Ed said Clevius and Lauretel will be enough. The three of them will distract Tarkin. The hero asks to trust him. There is a way to win. Clevius in a panic. He screams that it is better to death than to fight with a Tarkin with Ed. The hero has little patience, like time. And suddenly Fiona said that Ed is right. She still does not understand his intentions. But all the same, she, the third Princess Fiona alias Cleel, orders to divide into two teams. Taylor, Zix, Ayla, and she will be in the team of pacification Yannicky. Clevius, Lauretel, and Ed in the team of luring. And the last. Fiona will say briefly because the guys have little time. They must survive at all costs. So everyone started their job. The luring team is already in the Neil Pavilion. Lauretel asks how Ed is going to pull time against this fiery lizard. He said just to do what he was saying. If everything goes according to plan, then they will definitely win. The sullen Clevius is very cowardly and is not confident in himself, despite his abilities. However, he is the best student among the first year at the Faculty of Military. Ed told him not to worry, he will cope. Clevius sees that this bastard is full of confidence and thought that he really had a plan. Behind that door is Yanuka failover from behind. The guys just need to distract Tarkin. The determination of the princess convinced Clevius, so he came here. However, since he is not alone, he will be able to develop his courage. The guy ran closer. Now the battle will begin and he asks where to lure Tarkin. But turning back, Clevius saw that Lauretel and Ed and the Trace had caught a cold. The monster focused on the guy. Clevius shouts that the guys had conducted him and he hates them. Prior to this, Ed said Lauretel to leave here. They managed to bring Clevius, that's all. He will cope. The girl thought he was going to sacrifice them, a good idea, but Ed cannot avoid moral criticism. But firstly, this is not a victim. Despite the appearance of Clevius, he is the best student and very persistent. Lauretel will get a more important task. It is outside the pavilion, outside the training sites. The girl will protect the passage for the pacing group and inflict a critical blow to Tarkin. Lauretel says that it was not worth making a hasty conclusion to Ed's account, just having heard his gossip. He is sure that all the guys in themselves doubt and hesitate, but she controls emotions well. Ed ordered her to simply blow up the passage, which she did. The pacing team is in shock, ask what Lauretel is doing, and she told them to pass with a smile. During a joint combat training, Lauretel undermined the ceiling of the Pavilion Forbidden Magic medium rank. It seems that is why Ed entered this business to her. The girl admitted that he was an amazing guy. The passage is open. Only one thing remains. Clevius ran out, leaving the Tarkin. He screams Lauretel that she will not get away with her. She recalls Ed. Even if the plan worked and the team passed without encountering Tarkin, Clevius and he will have to deal with him. Since they went against the Tarkin, there is no other way out. Ed invited Lauretel to try to kill him. They still will not be able to escape. The only way out is to detain him. But she remembers that it is useless because of the armor. Ed saw that they had lost once, not to mention the fact that no one could even leave a scratch on the Tarkin. But he took out a bag, saying that he was using it against his armor, and Lauretel ordered to prepare and accumulate mana. She was right. None of their team will break the armor of Tarkin. They need a huge fiery force, and then Ed found the right person. The final battle is so heavy. Only very few tried to fulfill all additional conditions. For example, find for 100% of Lucy. Ed grabbed her. The girl was indignant that everything was shaking. She wants to sleep. He does not understand how you can sleep now. Lucy had nowhere to sleep because the shelter was destroyed. She climbed onto the roof and slept all this time. Since the plot was supposed to be absent, Yanuka was in bad shape, which angered Belmaya. Therefore, Lucy ran away using all her magic and fell asleep. Thus, the game removed a too-strong character from the plot. Suddenly, she saw jerky meat in a bag. Ed stuffed him in her mouth, saying to eat, but more. Now Lucy has no privilege to be selective. The goal of the heroes is the fiery lizard. Ed hopes that he will be able to overcome the distance. But there is nothing to worry about. He often did this in the army. Ed told the guys to bend and threw Lucy right into Tarkin. Under her curses, Ed, an electrician of high-level divine Kara, was activated. The explosion was so strong and blinded that the guys could hardly put a barrier for themselves. Ed tried to resist his feet, holding on to the handrail. In a sense, this is now the most important point. Tarkin is a high-ranking fiery spirit with solid armor through which you can't break through, even if you attack together. But Lucy had enough high-level magic to crush her. Now the guys will be able to cause him damage and get a lot of experience points when he dies. Since Edu had to go through so much, he must take his own. The last blow will be behind him. Mom was very proud of her beloved Yanuka. Like friends, they were proud of friendship with her. She was called the Hope of Sabers. No one else in joint combat training showed worthy possession of abilities. Professors trusted her with responsible affairs, and people as a whole felt good with her. The pacing team got close to her. Yannick decided to greet their smile as usual. A huge creature of gigantic sizes flew over the guys. Ed realized that they had already begun. I am sure they will succeed. Fortunately, he also arrived in time. Ed asked where Lucy. Lauretel replied that she was looking for somewhere nearby in the corners. It would be good. Bring it to the end, but she did not have energy left for this. The guys planned to put an end to Belospar, but Lauretel spent all the magic to throw 2 punitive ice spears into him, and he is still on his feet. It is necessary to cut his throat. The magic of Lauretel is not very suitable for this, so Ed himself. However, he also studies at the Faculty of Magic. The girl suggested that Clevius make it with her sword. No, he cannot. Ed will take responsibility and put an end to this. So Lauretel just needs to immobilize the monster. He trusts her his life. We must try properly. I will take responsibility, trust you with my life. Ed speaks so easily, and in fact plays the scapegoat. But he replied that this was not a game. The price of a person's life is not so small. This investment, but Lauretel understands such things. Ed she likes more than the princess, which behaves as a ruler because the blood of the emperor flows in it. Since Ed entrusted Lauretel his life, she also risks for his sake. Clevius shouts to the guys that he will no longer stand to run away from Tarkin. He and Ed are both in a hopeless position, but the hero understands Clevius, who is scared to death. Ed runs towards the monster. But even early, you need to get a little closer. And then something red appeared in front of Clevius, covering the entire space. Ed knows this is the right hand of the public, so the Taylor group passed to the last phase. Everything goes according to plan, but the moment is unsuccessful. It can take her away. Now Ed will face a Tarkin face. Even during a serious shock, Lauretel did not make a single mistake. The same applies to Ed, because he used this spell hundreds and thousands of times, a chicken blade. Finally, the high-ranking spirit of Fire Tarkin was defeated with common efforts and absolute coordination. The connection with the spirit and understanding of the spirit improved greatly. The spot is unlocked for the contract with the spirit. Now Ed can conclude a contract with the spirit. Taylor, a real protagonist, defeated the Belosphere, who was paraboled Yannick. The sky caught fire with red lights and lightning. Now it's over. Finally, the sky cleared and gained its usual colors. During her life, Lauretel met many people who said that they really risked their lives. But the majority turned out to be cowards. She was surprised that they overcame the deadly crisis together, and Ed was so calm. The girl asked to be allowed to officially introduce herself again. Lauratel Kekelm. Ed shook her hand in surprise and greeted, and he again saw 3 coins in his hand. This time Lauretel won. I took him by surprise. Now Ed should not turn her away, still see. It seems that she is going to continue in the same spirit, but the hero does not want to have things to do with her. Suddenly Taylor ran to Ed. He said that he was offended, for all clear reasons. Judging by the appearance, his shape of the swordsman itself manifested itself. The game also looked cool, but despite its resentment, there is a duty. Taylor bowed and thanked. Clevius shouts to him not to show respect for such a person, because no one knows when he attacks stealthily. The guy almost died because of him, but he was immediately shut up for excess chatter. Ed did a lot for the guys this time. Fiona can recommend him to the student council, but he refused. Lucy made the greatest contribution, and Taylor killed Bellosphere and Glaston. Therefore, they are worthy of attention. It is clear that they did a great job. But the guys say what happened in addition to their contribution. Elvira laughs that he refuses recognition. Zix pulled her, all the same Ed. He kept a distance from the main characters so as not to influence the plot. However, looking at them all, he felt warm. After all, he watched them for so much time and constantly solved their problems. Taylor, with each training session, is becoming stronger, and Ayla does not lag behind. Fiona accepted her fate to become a ruler and gradually grows up. Zix found his place in civilization. Clevius gains confidence. Elvira realized that life is not only fun and entertainment. Lauretel, bathing all her life in money, revised her principles. Each of them is the main character playing a role. At the end, a trophy called Success awaits them. And knowing this, Ed turned away from them. He ran to the site for matches, a place where it was impossible to get following the game plot, seen after the end of the story. Spare podium. Here Lucy usually dozed during joint training, no matter how much Ed thinks about it. But something is wrong. He had to come here to cover the success of the main characters. Someone is obliged to stay behind the scenes. He opened the catwalks and met a giggling Yannick. A little earlier, Ed asked Lauratel why Yanuka became furious. He has no idea. But once she accidentally saw her room. Each item there was a wonderful symbol of sincerity and gratitude shown to it. But there was no room left on the huge table to even open the textbook. Stickers with words of support attached over the table like a stone pressed on it. The solution was very simple. It was worth taking the stickers and rearranging the mountain of gifts into the corner of the room. The troubles of the Yanuka grow out of her inability to do as the main character of the fairy tale would do. She was obsessed with the obligation to read all the good wishes and sincerity that she received from the world. There is no need to explain how reckless it was. Bellosphere took the darkness in her soul and Yannick was distraught. But why did everything happen a month earlier? In the original, the hero of the training was Taylor, but Lucy knocked him and all the students became her fans. The reason for his defeat was the contract of Marilda and Lucy. She concluded it, as she often visited the northern part of the forest, because there was an ideal place to sleep. And those who built this place became a character who was supposed to leave at the beginning of the first act. Yannick realized why Lucy was sleeping here. In this platform, it is very comfortable. She did not think that Ed would find her so easily. The rest seems to have forgotten about her against the backdrop of what is happening of chaos. She caused damage to this scale in front of everyone, and now he is sitting on the sidelines. It seemed to her to begin to look for her. Now it's clear why she hid. But she did not expect Ed immediately to find her. She wanted to stay here longer. He asked why, and the girl answered with a smile because she was about to burst out. Once he was asked to save her. The she-wolf wanted to prevent Yanuka to be in such a situation. But this is impossible. Ed alone knows the future. She must have thought that everyone crushes on the Yanuka, and only a person who is holding at a distance could become her support. As a result, Yannick failed. She tried to conclude a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but she hurried and became a victim of the spirit of darkness, which destroyed the building of the faculty. Every day, Yanuka until late at night studied and practiced spells, always smiled at everyone, and everyone sincerely encouraged her. But despite the metering expectations of others, she must have had a hard time in private. Until now, she was beautiful, and oddly enough, the failure did not make her worse. Ed, of course, does not know how much his words will help her, but he still told Yannick that she had tried well. Proud main characters entered the stage and applause broke out. Behind the scene, it remained dark and quiet. The villain of the first act left, giving way to the main character. Ed infinitely observed the end of the first act, but only now he feels that he has completely passed him. Now he finally sees this huge set of spirits around Yanuka. The connection and understanding of the spirit reached level 10. Several low-ranking spirits of fire and wind became interested in Ed. But most importantly, the high-ranking spirit of Marilda's wind shows extreme interest in him. 10 days have passed since the court of the disciplinary committee. Yanuka confessed to her mistakes and stated that she would willingly accept the punishment. However, during the first meeting, all professors and her friends provided her with great support. At the second meeting, Fiona said that he will not put against her charges of attempts for a member of the ruling family. Lauratel dealt with the issue of compensation for damage caused. The merchant board completely compensated for the recovery funds, not demanding anything in return. But to the contract, they added a condition for reducing twice customs duties on training supplies for the academy. As a result of all this, the seizure of benefits issued annually to the best students began. The seizure of all prizes and orders of glory, and the ban on visiting the Ophilis Pavilion during the next semester. 10 days of the trial period, temporary removal for 20 days. The proposal for the exclusion of Yanuka is rejected. There was a feeling as if they had finished shooting a touching drama about growing up. But friends noticed that Yanuka's shoulders were lowered more than usual. Surely worries a lot. In this case, from the exit, a whole table of sweets. Girls agree not to even hint about what happened. Do not disturb Yanuka, do not ask how she feels the like. Only talk about personal affairs. Anis and Clara agreed to play along with her. They waited for Yanuka to begin to discuss. And then she spoke of love and love. She asks her girlfriends why, in their opinion, these are different things. Clara was surprised that she suddenly started talking about it. Yanuka hesitated and said that she asked her friend, and this other girlfriend had a dream. She collected a wreath of flowers in the garden. Suddenly the prince called her on a white horse, Ed. The girl made this wreath for him and put it on his head. And they were happy running around the divine garden. This dream does not cease to dream of Yanuka, more precisely to her friend. The girls know that she was serving a test period for 10 days, and she did not have the opportunity to meet her friend. Anis, in confusion, asked what else. Friend Yanuka said that once, sitting in her room, and staring somewhere, his face surfaced in her imagination. Annie remembered that she had an important matter and ran away. Clara understands that Yanuka should urgently, carefully explain everything so as not to hurt her very tender heart. Otherwise, all students will become aware of the love story of Yanuka Foliover. Clara asked, shouldn't she relate to this easier? Love and hatred are quite mysterious things. It is better to be honest with your emotions. Only with their friends, of course. Yanuka consonant, Clara got directly to the point. She told Yanuka to be careful, affecting the scrupulous topics. Otherwise, this will poorly affect the reputation of her girlfriend. So far, the spread of rumors does not threaten them. Yanuka thanked for the brilliant advice. She needs to return to Ophelia to report on temporary detachment, so she quickly ran away. Clara waved her goodbye and then laid her head on the table. She told Anis to herself that she coped. ED has stubbornly saved money, but thanks to the Finnish petition, he was freed from the fee for the next semester. He bought the tools on the available gold. He noticed Yanuka in the forest. He used to avoid her, but now the first act where she was the main character has ended. It would be nice to take the first step and say hello. Ed approached her and asked whether her trial period had come already by the end. The girl bounced and timidly replied that yes. Yanuka hid behind a tree and mumbled something. She remembered that I had to be honest with your feelings. The girl said that she had business and ran away. The level of complexity of this task for her was too high. Ed Lost Stylor managed to confuse even a good Yanuka. In a sense, this is an amazing skill. But do not be imposed. He has a lot of things. Finally, it's time to make a hut. For construction, Ed chose a spacious, not very remarkable territory in the shade and peacefully set to work. On 3 days, he began to collect a tree. Thanks to the skillful use of a windy blade, this stage was smooth. He stopped on the 6th day because the results appeared for the semester. Assessments for theory are quite high, and the results for practice are higher than on average in the first year. It is strange that Yanuka continues to avoid Ed. Her friends, Clara and Anis, look at him as if they want to say that he should not catch her eye. On the 18th day, the collection of the tree is almost completed. I wonder if anyone developed a chickenpox to the same level. On the 20th day, vacation began. Now you can spend all the time on construction. When Ed checked the trap, then I found in it only peacefully sleeping Lucy. It is necessary to stop using dried meat as a bait. A week later, Belmaya brought a little greenery and mushrooms and also asked how Ada had Yanuka. From the answer to his words that she must hates, Belle shook her head. On the 30th day, one support in the center did not help to hold the walls. It was not enough only to make and fit the joints. To make the design stable enough, the mood is filthy. In the bakery, Ed stumbled upon Yanuka. She ran away immediately as their views met, and from her friends he again received those irritated faces. On the 37th day, Zix came to the rescue. He confirmed the words of Edu earlier that Taylor is a pretty good guy. Great. Everything became like in the original. The hero said not to clash with one side. There will be a chimney. On the 45th day, the result is the bare floor, walls, and no furniture. This hut is made of uncouth logs alone. But there is a roof over your head. If you close the door passage, then insects will not fly. The new project Wooden Hut is completed. The complexity of the creation is 4 stars. Ed is now definitely peaceful. He has a house. And at that moment, when he enjoyed this moment, Yannick watched him. Walls, floor, and hearth are ready. It would be nice to put a hedge, a barn for firewood, and a couple of 3 other things. Suddenly, Ed heard a roar. He told Lucy, who slept on the roof, that this was not a dream tower. But then Yanuka approached him and greeted him. Ed asked how she found herself here. A little earlier, Belmaya said something. When she was in the forest last time, she looked into the camp of young Mr. Ed and saw something amazing. Yannick realized that she was about the hut. The girl saw her when she passed by. Ed said that he was building it. But it turned out to be more impressive and coordinated than you could expect. Yanuka was a pleasant impression, and Belmaya wanted to look there. Well, Yannick understands. Look around and understand whether the house is stable. The girl was surprised that Belle was interested in this. The maid replied that, of course, she was an ordinary person. Anyone, if you saw such a hut, became interested in those who built it and what it is inside. This is completely natural. Therefore, Yanuka said exactly the same. Ed met with Marilda, and as I saw a hut, I decided to look. She said the house is excellent. Ed recently finished building it. He asked, didn't the perfume tell her? Yanuka replied that a little, only mentioned casually something like, but we still have a hut, trifles. In fact, she was told that when Ed without clothes, you can see his pumped muscles, and the muscles on the hands are a little denser. Expressive veins next to the collarbone are similar to those on their hands. But Ed, of course, did not tell this. She pretended that she doesn't chat with the perfume, and like she was not even aware of where exactly he lives. Then Ed invited her to go to look around. The house is very simple, consists of wood. Yannick agreed with pleasure. She was shocked that he did all alone. When they sat by the fire and drank tea, the girl admitted that she owed the guys this time. The princess and Lauretel helped her a lot. Some friends will even lend money so that she will pay for training. Yanuka racks his head how to pay with them, but Ed told her that if he could not, then it is not necessary. Debts are not necessary to return from the principal. Yannick never thought about it. Still, she is such a person. She does not understand that the case occurred due to the cargo of the hopes that others laid on her. Despite the fact that she was helped with paying for her training, she decided to move from Ophelis to the old hostel decks, if only to be less proper. Each has its own room, and in Jack the room falls on 8. For Yanuka, all day to be under the envious glances will be akin to staying in prison. As a result, this will not solve its main problems, and it will not leave the vicious circle. Ed said that if she wants to be alone, she could look at any time. He is not opposed. Yanuka smiled and replied that it would be wonderful. And in response, he hopes that if he is suppressed or cannot cope with something alone, he will share with her. And then she will try to help. Suppressed. The second semester will begin soon, and with it the second act. The Sealed Grimoire of the Sage is a magic book where the great sage of Sylvia made notes. Aspect magic is a section of magic with high complexity. She, as you know, is able to influence the principles of nature. This little battered book will cause a storm that will absorb the entire academy. Lauretel carefully looks at her. I knew that it smells of money from her. At least this will not happen with Ed. He thanked the Yannick for the offer, but this will not happen. Taylor is waiting for difficult time. They have nothing to do with Ed, but he will root for his friend. Episode 2. The Capture of the Ophelis Hostel. Ophelis excellent students are guaranteed a decent life. They are the first to choose places in the classroom. Free during eating, they have maids and a lot of other benefits. and it was on this basis that the problem arose. In the southwest of the Valor District, the downpour began approximately during the time when everyone returned to the academy after the holidays. The academy provided carriages and ships only to the inhabitants of Ophelis. After all, if they managed to return on time, they would be allowed to use the benefit of the recreation front door. Downstream students from decks who returned on foot in the rain were afraid to be late out of fear of losing points. The restrained dissatisfaction eventually escaped to freedom before the hostile Ophelis. And all this was planned by the hands of the merchant Lauratel. She contacted a representative of lower students in advance, and he was only worried about how to annoy the academy and Ophelis. Dissatisfaction has already been offset, and it was enough for them to provide a simple occasion to lower an ordinary students. Villain lowered the trigger, giving them this reason through the story about the obviously discriminatory handling with ordinary students through the proposal to conduct preventive changes in the deadline for returning, and the requirement to admit that Ophelis students are in a special way. The main maid off Lisa and part of the Academy Administration Analysis Department were already on the side of Lauretel. In such a situation, the Academy would not even have to accept her offer. Students would have enough statements that he was taken for consideration. But the conflict flared up more and more. Ophelis is decorated with works of arts donated by nobility and rich families. Their even walls, carpets, and wooden furniture made a master to order. Therefore, the more damage, the better. The most ideal of all is to completely destroy part of Ophelis. The riot will greatly hit the software and so weak after the incident with the public finances of the Academy. Since negotiations were held at this time about the sealed grimoire of the sage, the elite merchant college gained a clear advantage. The grimoire is like a heart of Sylvia, but in the times of despair people are ready to part with their own heart. There is no ray in the gloomy sky. It resembles the sky that Lauratel saw in the slums when she wore rags. She cannot ridicule herself for feeling relief. There is too much light on this romantic land. The picture of how she lives in pitch darkness is completely covered with mud, is much more realistic for her. Plan of the conspiracy on her table is evidence. He is the work of a person in whose life there was not a drop of sincerity, but there were eternal betrayal and suspicion. Desperate attempts to survive turned her into the one she is, but the essence of her vile nature remained the same. Therefore, Lauretel is desperately looking for his own. Even in Sylvia, where there is a lot of light and brilliant people, there should be the one who is familiar with the vile life of the garbage rat. The endless searches for their own kind have never ended. Despite the hopeful hope in the heart, how lonely, you can't change your nature. To break through a miserable reality, Lauretel has always adhered to the same approach. She was a dark screen hiding the gloomy reality behind the scenes. The players called her a black veil. Students shout that they can no longer endure such an attitude. This is a land of knowledge, even if at least there will be equality in assessments. In the original plot, the case of the capture of Ophelis is a story about how the main character stopped enraged students provoked by Lauretel. From the 1st to the 5th floor in Oplisa, there are middle bosses that interfere with the hero and help lower students. The middle boss of the 1st floor is the Bag Trim. Once he ridiculed Taylor, calling a loser, but he got a thrashing from his friends, after which he hid the resentment of them and Lauretel was bribed. His role was to defeat the brand new maid, protecting the 1st floor, open the door to Ophelis, and let the students. When they went to the 1st floor, the first stage of the 2nd act began, in which the average boss plays a certain role. This role is to interfere with the main character and his friends who will come to stop them. Villain is surprised to finally see the one whom Lauretel bribed. This person was instructed to check the 1st floor and remain on his guard. Initially, those who played this role should be Edlaw Styler. He became the average boss of the 2nd act. To explain the cause of such a turn of events, you will have to rewind 2 days ago. Ed has reached the 6th level of skill in shooting, feels in a new way. He completely had no talent for combat skills. Ed forced himself to use the bow every time he hunted. But the semester has already passed, and the good half of the holidays passed, and his skills of handling onions are still left to be desired. However, this is not the most important. It is much more important that recently these or another guests have become very frequent in his camp. How to express better? It seems that the number of people who know that Ed lives in the northern forest is growing exponentially. One way or another, among guests often visiting him, 3 should certainly be allocated. Guest A is a magician with a rare talent, visits are random in nature within a week. Lucy saw that Ed had a door, so she offered to do the back door at the same time. She also offered to put a chimney, but the hero drove her away. And then, the next time, she also offered to glaze the windows and even break through the window in the roof. The guest but does not manage to achieve his own. For the guest, the hut door, on the contrary, are always open. A Sorton, year student, who is a brilliant calling for spirits, brought different treats. Yanuka almost every day visited to just chat with spirits or help with something. Therefore, the words that Ed allows him to visit his home has lost any meaning, because he was immensely grateful to her. He said that she was the best. She knows the smallest things of life. However, she simply turned away to the praise. It seems that it is easy to understand the Yanuka, but sometimes the unknown faces of her soul are revealed, which Ed is not able to understand. For example, when she asked if that girl of Lucy often visits here. One way or another, this man is a guest B. And we are slowly moving to the main thing, and this is a guest S, Lauratel, known in the world as a golden daughter. She was waiting for Ed, and all because she needed his help. Lauratel is a black veil of the second act. She probably collects useful people to capture the Ophelis building. But this time, Ed is not eager to interfere in the plot. Therefore, he refused all her suggestions. Lauretel said that I also did not want to contact him with a similar request. If only Toy, that ladder, was not disabled. Why are events not developing according to the script? Ed, furious, demanded Lauretel to tell everything, without missing the slightest detail, why Toy was disabled. Initially, he made a bike with Taylor on the basis of his loss Lucy. Tay intended to pour him properly. How did the vocal A that won the loser? And the next replica was that Taylor was even more wretched Bukashka than Ed. At that moment, the guy was smeared with all his might in the face, and it was a Zix. Lauretel does not know whether it happened because of Taylor or because of Ed. But Elvira first saw Zix so angry. Lauretel cannot trust such emotional people. She says that the businessman is not so complicated. Having received the keys to Ellis, Ed should enter the Ophelis building and just open the doors to the crowd of students. And so there will be a lot of people who will cope with this. But even if Lauretel promises to pay a round sum, there is no guarantee that they will not tell investigators after the incident. What will happen if they find out who is behind it? And he addresses Ed because he already has a worse reputation. After all, he was kicked out of Ophelis. Lauretel thought that he would like to wipe their nose with these clever men once, but he was not eager to. Nevertheless, her proposal agreed to listen. You can act in moderation. Lauretel offered him 20 gold coins and they agreed. Before the story is even more distorted, Ed wanted to carefully return the plot to the original direction. The occupation of Ophelis occurred before the start of the battle for the Seal of the Sage. This is the trick to drive the finances of the Academy to a dead end. This episode looks like a step. According to the scenario, Lauretel succeeds in a conspiracy and creates an independent group of interests at the Academy, a guild. Thus, confrontation with the student council of Fiona enters, the idealistic studs council and the realistic guild. It is important that in the end, the winner will be only the side that Taylor will choose. And all that is required of Ed is simply observe and then join the power that is about to prevail. After all, he also needs to live with a piece of bread in the bosom. The day before, Yannick came to him again. She knows how hard he has to. Although she can sometimes come, he remains here even on such rainy days. Yannick needs to be thrown away a lot due to the move. She offers Eda additional blankets, pillows, lamps. In addition, there are many other essentials and supplies. Throwing such things is wasteful, and attributing everything to the trash is also a dreary lesson. Ed smiled and replied that he was only better. Yannick will be transferred to Dex with the beginning of the semester, and then everything will bring. She again asked about Lucy, how often she stands on the roof. Ed replied that sometimes. The powerful power of Lucy, going beyond common sense, is not what was given for free. This is a life from which it is trying to escape, using laziness as an excuse. Sometimes she thinks about her life. She only behaves so when it rains. Ed says not to hide, he has long ceased to pay attention. Yanuka calmed down that he was indifferent to Lucy. Now it came to Ed that she was still in the Ophelis building. If it refuses the occupied, a large-scale spell of space protection will be activated. All students will be forbidden to leave their rooms. Although if we talk about the Yannick, it will not be difficult for her to escape. but Ed anyway asked the next day about 9 p.m. to go to Rosary in front of the Office building. He said that he would tell the reason for such a request, all because now nothing really comes to his mind. Yannick blushed and blossomed. It is better to let her enter the Ophelis building just in case. Let it remain in a place that is not too far, and where she does not have to get wet in the rain. Yanuka said that she would come to Rosary, timidly said goodbye and ran away. It must be in the morning on the day of the opening ceremony of the new school year. The rain will stop. At this time, Ed for the first time in a long time will be able to see a clear sky, and then the forest will be filled with the aroma of autumn. So the end of these long holidays came. The capture of Ophelis has begun, now 9 o'clock in the evening. Six is engaged, but he has not enough training. He needs to learn how to keep emotions under control. He did not think that Elka would be so angry. Looking out the window, Zik saw a strange man in a mantle. It was Ed. He entered and asked where the rest of the maids. The girl said that with the exception of the main staff, most people gathered in a conference hall. The housekeeper collected everyone for some important information. She plans to drive everyone into one place and block the entrance. Since the highest leadership is bought, the plan is going smoothly, and the maid prepared an object that was previously mentioned. She took him to his place and left the bucket aside. So all preparations are completed. The occupation of the Ophelis building has begun. The lower students gathered at the door, screaming that they were no longer able to endure such an appeal. From a representative, Villain demands to answer their voice. The door opened and they ran inside to occupy the building. Villain finally saw who Lauretel bribed and thanked Ed. They went inside and the hero said that to the core, I agree that Villain always spoke. Ed lived in Oplisa well, but when he was kicked out he realized how privileged his position was. The man was shaking, saying what an idiot he is. Just hearing rumors he made hasty conclusions. Villain did not know that Ed was so correct. Such a guy really played a huge role in business. The hero told him not to fade a fool and rather go to the top floor. Villain will have to take full responsibility for what happened. Ed even wants to apologize. There is no need to find a runaway maid. All her authorities are probably locked. Ellis, the housekeeper, which controls protective barriers, is valid at Lauratel. And the protective force that should protect the students, in turn, will become a force that will restrain them. The rooms of the guys are locked. Everything goes according to the script. The beginning turned out to be even more grandiose than Lauratel expected, which should be expected from Ed Kyler. She is glad that she trusted him. And now the Black Veil, which planned all this, has risen on stage, so she watched everything outside. As soon as the teachers intervene, the riots will be depressed immediately. Therefore, we must act extremely quickly. Lauretel said her question may seem unexpected, and then she asked if Ed had ever killed a man. He did not happen, like her. But she did something similar many times because she had to survive. For the sake of survival, she melted other people's lives. The first knife stuck in the back to avoid such a fate. She always lived, taking out with herself a verdict of innocence, with the words that it was impossible to do otherwise. But if you think carefully, it was about banal self-justification. This is how the name Golden Daughter arose. Lauretel is better than anyone else knows that she does not deserve sympathy. But despite this, she wanders like crazy in search of those who will be close to her in spirit. Lauretel asked, ED could show sympathy for such a person. Loneliness is visited by both good and bad people. She is trying to escape from this loneliness. Therefore, she has no other choice except to find someone smeared in the mud as she herself. Salvation will only be if she finds one who can sink to the bottom of this swamp with her. And, of course, this person is not Ed. He answered not. For her choice, she must be responsible. Lauretel was silent, and after that she said that she began to carry all nonsense, that she was not at all to her face. Well, then she will go to do what she should. She does not have much time. Ed sat down and sighed heavily. Now Lauretel will talk with Ellis about his plans for the future. History will develop in the direction of exacerbation of the situation due to the decommissioning of the protective magic of Ophelis, and the transfer of leadership by the magic circle to Villain, a representative of lower students. Thus he, protected by all types of protective magic used in Ophelis, becomes a boss of the fourth floor. This is a scenario where you need to quickly subjugate Villain, which cannot recover in the whirlpool of an endless surge of mana of a magic circle. From that moment on, all that Ed needs to do is sit and wait for Taylor to fly here. If the time pulls a little, and he will lose, then Taylor will quickly rise to the second floor. During the battle, you can get a blow or even injury, but this is a necessary victim. Meanwhile, Yanuka is in Rosaria. At such a late hour, the carriage forgot something here. It seems that some prominent person has arrived. The girl does not know if she can be here at all. Ed left a note that an urgent business suddenly appeared, and he asked to wait a bit while he finishes. Maybe he is preparing something special? Whatever the golden carriage is, Yannick will never leave the gazebo. And all because the last 3 days in a row she could not close her eyes, thinking about what Ed wants to tell her. Although she suffered from remorse, she continued to carefully listen to Marilda about each of his movements. Not only Lucy, but also Fiona, Belmaya, and Six. Moreover, even Lauretel appeared in Ed Camp. And the fact that most of the visitors were students was even stronger, forced the heart to burst with pain. Therefore, even if eternity goes to it, Yannick firmly decided to wait for the young man. Then she thought maybe in vain she put on her head this hairpin with a persimmon flower. Cosmia would look better. Yannick thought that nothing was terrible if she quickly goes to the hostel and return. She just decided to quickly change the hairpin and continue to wait. The girl headed towards the building of Ophelis. Meanwhile, Taylor's teams are already there. They think whether it will be correct to enter there. Aila thinks it is better to wait until the teachers figure it out. But Elvira will not leave its expensive medicinal herbs. If they cannot be collected and preserved in time, their properties will change. Taylor asks Ailey to stop her, as she is going to enter the Ophelis building alone. Elvira is dangerous, but students from the lower class. As soon as she is distracted, they will immediately spray all the reagents. Guys stop her, but instead of idle talk, she asks to better help get to her room on the 4th floor. It turns out that they just need to get to her room. The most important thing for her is that everything is in order with herbs. If along the way someone will insert Elvira sticks into the wheels, then she will demolish them all to hell with dog. She opened the door from her foot. The guys entered inside and saw only Ed quietly sitting on a chair. Taylor closed the girls and asked why he was in the Ophelis building. Elvira noticed traces of a crowd of students, also lying around like decorative cabinets, and the one who sits with his back to the stairs. Interestingly, such Elvira could not even suggest. She asked if Ed was trying to stop them. The hero asked for forgiveness, but they will not be able to go further. Elvira said she could not be stopped. She heard from Zix that Ed has a high level of magic ownership, but this is nothing more than that owned the basic magic as a single sabotage attendant. And on her part, a talented swordsman, a good magician, and an alchemist who has the best skills in his class. The difference in strength is huge. Taylor asked about Ed's intentions and demanded vividly answer what was happening upstairs. However, our hero also continued to calmly sit and be silent. Then Taylor will have to force the answer from him. Ed stood up and threw a chair into the guy on which he was sitting. Judging by the stream of mana, we are talking about the basic magical spell. Since Ed the mage, he must have aimed at Taylor, who is the most unfavorable enemy for him. But Elvira was shocked when the hero with a wind blade removed a huge chandelier from the ceiling. She fell with a strong roar and Taylor flew back. Poor Clevius, in a panic, is trying to understand what is happening outside. Ayla fell from shock. She was seriously configured from Elvira. She said not to worry about her. And at that moment the windy blade cut off her hair with a bag. All her flasks with potions scattered on the floor. Now it is clear that Ed intends to fight seriously. It seems that something is clearly brewing upstairs. The hero was silent at the time. Elvira began to reach for one of the potions, and then Ed set fire to everything around. The battlefield was created where everything flows naturally, like water, and the judgments of Ed are fast and accurate. Elvira understands that the alignment is not the most rosy. He asks, shouldn't the Zix tell them everything from and to? After all, it is not only about the high possession of magic. Elvira, a student of the Faculty of Alchemy, the core of the forces of the guise. However, the fatal drawback of the student of the Faculty of Alchemy is that without magical tools or reagents, you have almost no combat power. Usually, just in case, emergency tools are put on in the form of rings or necklaces. But Elvira seemed that such a genius like her, such things were not needed. Yes, and wearing them is inconvenient. It is difficult for her to believe that that boy took into account even that. He broke the chandelier, and taking advantage of the hitch, he created a fiery wall to strike at her bag. But no, in this case, he should have aimed at the bag of the bag and not in the belt. And besides, Elvira understands that this is just Ed Lost's day. She still has an ace in her sleeve, a rabbit familiar. Increase the resistance of fire and aggressive attacks, and then strengthen the body. The rabbit grew to huge sizes and aimed at Ed. In the meantime, Ayla reads a spell that can extinguish the flame, but she does not have enough strength. Taylor protected it from a windy blade and ordered to get together. Ayla is confident in her knowledge in magic, but its combat power is average even among freshmen who only comprehend the basics of magic. Ed is clearly aiming only at her, so Taylor cannot approach. Rather, both him and the file are also difficult to even move. Elvira asks, "If you reduce the distance a little, then Taylor will be able to suppress Ida." Then she set a rabbit on our hero. Taylor replies that there is no place for such questions, maybe or not, he just must do it. Yes, Elvira appears. She rushed towards her potions. The kids missed their mom. They broke up for a moment, but Elvira directly bolted them. Until the rabbit attacked Ed, he tried to have time to hit Elvira. He prepared properly, but the discharge spell has already been launched. Ed was late. She threw the potion on the wave of a windblade. This is a reagent made from crushed chestnut flowers and brown mushrooms, a special reagent with a magic discharge formula. Its effect consists in suppressing the release of magical power, and temporarily suppressed by the products created by magical power. Ed must understand what this means. Now he is not able to use magic, but he cut the rabbit with a calm face. Elvira tells him not hoping that they buy for his relaxed look because they have a warrior. Now Taylor's exit. However, Ed sharply began to run away. Everything was planned. Taylor ran closer, and the hero threw a bucket of oil, provoking an even stronger fire. Elvira shouts that he was crazy. Here is the building of Ophelis. If the fire spreads to the corridor, there may be victims. Whether it is a magic flame or fire-lined fire, Taylor will be able to cut everything with his cut of the element. In any case, the effect of that reagent lasts only a few minutes. So before someone suffers, Taylor will deal with Ed. Elvira is trying to stop him. The windows were open enough so that all the smoke could go outside. Carpets that could light up were removed. The same applies to all the rapidly flammable objects. Elvira realized that Ed planned everything, even taking into account these small details. She screamed Taylor to stop, and at that moment, Ed directed his bow to him, which quietly hid behind him. Taylor thought he wants to show that he knows how to use onions, but he will be able to block such an attack. However, the arrow flew past him. In fact, Ed was aimed at Ayla. At the moment, she is not able to use even basic protective magic. The girl was already ready for her fate. The arrow stopped centimeters from her. Elvira breathed a sigh of relief. She succeeded, but it was on the verge, all thanks to the clawed hand. This is a tool that generates power that allows you to attract small objects from a large distance is still visible. But what kind of arrow is this? Not instead of the tip, a bundle of fabric. Ed also succumbed to them here. Elvira tells Taylor to be careful. Ed clearly has something else. The guys were already fought in close combat, and suddenly the sound was heard from the second floor. Act 2. Final scene, capture of the Ophelis building. The boss of the second floor is Clevius, a gloomy exit. The guy screams that he will kill everyone if they are inactive. And now when this happened, Ed allowed Taylor to hit and throw back. It all ended, but Elvira can't understand in any way that damn it is happening. Taylor grabbed Ed, asking whether there was at least one reason to go so far, something Elvira doesn't like at all. She has the feeling that she had played the hand of this man. If he was really going to subordinate them, he would not reveal his presence, but simply suddenly attacked. But Ed opened in front of the stairs, overtaking their way, and in the subsequent battle, everything was thought out like that none of his actions can be called stupid. As Elvira thought, something is clearly wrong here. It all ended. Ed told them to go upstairs and not crowd here. Guy's in a stupor. Until now, he did not allow them to go upstairs, and now such a trick. Elvira angrily asks why he succumbed. Taylor only now comes to what happened. She cannot close her eyes to what happened. Requires to answer why Ed succumbed. The door from the street opened. A hairpin with a persimmon flower was chosen by a girl after a whole night of thought and doubt. But can someone afford to say a sharp word by calling her sincere love stupid? Even if this is just a delusion, she is free to fantasize about happiness as much as she wants. However, the gap between imagination and reality sometimes hurts its cruelty. The young man who in her dreams had to appear in all his glory in front of her in Rosaria. For some reason he lay all in the blood, surrounded by a group of attackers. Yanuka asked with a terrible look what they were doing. It will be a lie to say that there was no dissonance in her soul. Perhaps Ed really found something unexpected by surprise. But starting with his simple life in the forest and ending with actions during the enslavement of the public, Ed Lostyler always creates a certain expectation that the problem, regardless of difficulty, will be resolved in any way. And only when a bargain flew into these smug thoughts, you begin to look at what happened in a new way. However, Ed did not seek help. He was convinced that Yanuka was outside of Ophelis and leaving an absurd letter. He went to fight alone, shedding blood because he wanted to take her as far as possible from the battlefield, especially after the harsh punishment for the incident with the Glasgow. Yanuka does not know what is happening here, but Ed took care that she was not drawn into it, while she was spending time choosing insignificant trinkets. Yanuka once again asked what was happening here. Taylor says that fortunately she is not connected by hand and feet due to the situation. At present, Ophelis is busy with other students, but he does not think that this is still the end. The fact that ED so stubbornly blocked the path suggests that there are others above. Elvira tells him to come to his senses, screaming that Yanuka is an enemy, and herself, in fact, is not particularly interested in what they are doing here. Yanuka showed all her power, calling for all her spirits. She asked Ed with a smile to wait only a minute. Species of the middle level of 4 attributes, plus ghostly perfumes and low-ranking spirits, it's like an entire army. Elvira says they should run. We must admit that they do not break through here. They hardly coped with Ed, and now their opponent is the best second-year student at the Faculty of Magic. Yanuka attacks. Elvira tells Taylor to look into the face of reality. All windows are broken, so let it move there. But already because of Ed, Taylor felt that something was wrong in the Ophelis building. Other students can also suffer, and he never grazes in the face of danger. The obvious fact is that it is Taylor who will live the life of the protagonist. But suddenly Ed grabbed him and threw him back. When they say to go, the guy must blame. Ed said to listen carefully. He will put the Yanuka in order, and the guys, as they were going, will rise to the 2nd floor. Ayla was indignant because he blocked the path with all his might. The hero only replied that he changed his mind. So he says to go upstairs soon. Elvira does not know. It is somehow doubtful that Ed will be able to stop all these spirits, especially when the hole is covered with wounds. But then he hit her with a bag on the head. Ed said to take all the reagents with him and apologized for ruining the bag. Elvira is in shock, then he is an enemy, then he is like a chamomile. But still, the guys gathered and ran away as soon as possible. Ed began to approach Yanuka. She told him not to overstrain and step aside while she dealt with the rest herself. And detailed explanations can be left for later. It is necessary to deal with everything as soon as possible and provide him with treatment. Ed understands that she can consider it for rudeness, but put her hands on her shoulders. And he said that he was really in order, so let him act in moderation. Yanuka blushed. Ed told her first of all to withdraw the spirits back. The wind is so strong that it is hard to keep on his feet. Yanuka was nervous. How stupid she was. After all, it is difficult for him to stand, and here are also these wind spirits. In 1 second, all the spirits disappeared. The guys are shocked that Edu really managed to calm the Yanuka. He gestured for them to climb up more. Probably they did not have much time. And then he fell to the ground from powerlessness. Yanuka planted him and began to ask why he continues to receive wounds without saying a word. Ed says this time there were reasons. However, she does not see a single reason to such an extent to beat him. In any case, the Yanuka asked to promise to try not to get enough of it, wherever he went. Ed nodded. Although everything deviated a little from the plan, he somehow fulfilled his role as the boss of the 1st floor. Now he can go to the camp with a calm soul. But Yanuka talked about a huge carriage in Rosaria. She rushed so quickly that she did not have time to consider her. But the depicted symbol had the shape of a golden crown. The golden crown is a symbol of the Elta Trading Guild, the adoptive father of Lauretel and the enemy who killed her own father. Disappearing in the final episode of the 2nd act, the battle for the Seal of the Sage after the defeat from Lauretel. Fake boss, Golden King Elta. Something else is obvious. Since he arrived at the academy earlier, this is what is beyond the limits of Ed. Lauretel watched everything from the window of the 5th floor of Ophelis. She says Miss Ellis that she was rejected. She also knows him. The person who at first glance looks like a villain and a scoundrel. Lauretel speaks of the young Mr. Ed, who Ellis had a chance to see in the camp. So what is her taste for the Golden Daughter? Lauretel agrees that he is attractive, but this is not the main thing. It seemed to her that the same smell came from him as from Ellis. To her question about sympathy, he sighed a bunch of too emotional comments which does not look like him. And then he without hesitation rejected her hand, saying that she should be responsible for her choice. Lauretel says Ellis that people like them have to listen to such words all their lives. A man named Ellis is an economy in the Office building, and a senior maid with work experience for more than 20 years. She began a minor student at the age of 15 and eventually gained recognition for her abilities, becoming an economical of Office at a fairly young age. Therefore, it was precisely to break its intransigence that the largest amount of money has gone. This left a large hole in the accounting book. But Lauretel did not regret these expenses. After all, she found another person close to her in spirit, only faced with the strong life beliefs and values casting before the ringing of gold coins. Confused souls, which leave no other choice, the girl is able to get rid of loneliness. He thinks, this happens because she lived all her life, the first to strike someone in the back with a knife. Since being caught red-handed, she could pay her life from a single coin. But regardless of how joyless her past or circumstances were, this girl is a clear villain. Lauretel says that be that as it may, to control the magical circle on the 4th floor will be allowed for villain, and when Alice at the right moment will give him control of protective magic, he will destroy the Office building, not even realizing it. Events develop according to plan, so Lauretel will simply remain in the pantry, playing the role of a good student. Alice sighs. What a miserable person she is. At such a young age, unable to love anyone or open a heart as a family member, she will die alone. Alice exposed her sword. Since the conversation came about this, he wants to say that he is not a kindred soul of Lauretel. The girl put her sharp, long sword to the head of a black veil. Meanwhile, Taylor caught the escaping Clevius on the 2nd floor, subjugated him, and forced him to join the group. The maid Kelly, the boss of the 3rd floors, blocked the path to them. But without her twin sister could not be compared with their power. Of course, the Taylor group could not comprehend why the twin sister was alone. But in the end, they reached the 4th floor faster. Just initially, the obstacles on the 1st floor had too high difficulty. And there the students ran away to meet Taylor from the boss villain, who is under the control of the protective magic circle. The plan of Ellis and Lauretel was to leave a crystal ball in the center of the control room with a spell on it, which activates the control system. Self-defense techniques engraved everywhere on the Office building were originally intended to protect students from external invaders, but now this spectacle resembles a child holding a gun in his hands, charged with combat cartridges. Students locked in the room shout that something happened outside. At such a pace, the building will collapse. Students of the Office building who retained self-control began to use their abilities to escape in various ways when the situation went too far. They jump out of the windows and explosions occur behind them. Everything is gradually moving towards disaster. Taylor asks if Elvira has a night butterfly flower, but he does not have any effect on this. She says that in such a close space, the reagent of the sea line will be the best solution. In this corridor, Elvira at least blocks basic magic. She says these are all auxiliary spells. There are simply a lot of them, but the power is quite controlled. She grabbed Clevius, said not to pay attention to them and just cut down Villain. The boss of the 4th floor began shelling with bombs. And then, finally waiting for this, he provoked a huge explosion on the entire floor. Ed and Yanuka are observed from the bushes. She asks what they are doing here. If she is overwhelmed, then the wound will open. For the hero, this is a mere trifle. For the most part, blood is not his. Yet Ed thinks that it is somehow modest. Seeing the luxurious appearance of the carriage, you can wonder what it carries. But knowing who is inside, we can safely say that a carriage of this size is really an economical option. Golden King Elta. Usually he was accompanied by a more dozen carriages. This appearance means that he acted hastily and hidden. Elta is Lauretel's squat father and a fake boss. He later leaves after she inflicted a knife wound to him. He is not the great person who should be at the academy now. It seems that the carriage has been there for a long time, but he waited until the Office building was destroyed. And he is not alone. With him, the boss 3 floors, the maid twin Shenny. Shenny is one of the orphans brought up by Ellis. Ellis is completely bribed by Lauretel. And this girl was supposed to be a boss of the 3rd floor, but it is extremely strange that she is with her enemy, Elta. Shenny will never betray Ellis. But what if Ellis betrayed Lauratel and sided with Elta? There is only one future that can be predicted: the collapse of Lauratel, a person who will conduct a political struggle with Fiona in the third act. A person who will become the largest assistant to the protagonist in the fight against the Laustrian family in the fourth act is Lauretel. Edu, with such difficulty, was given the role of the middle boss, and now they also offer the role of Lauretel to take on him. There can be no question of such crazy things. Ed told Yannick that he would like to ask her about something. This is urgent, but he is not sure that he will cope alone. The hero did not know how to explain what was happening to him at all, but Yanuka asked what was required of her without unnecessary words. Hello, the dear Golden King and the head of the trading company, Elta, Mr. Elta Kecheln. Despite the fact that Lauratel fulfills Elta's orders, actually thinks to give him and seize the company. She knows that Elta killed her biological parents and is trying to convince the magnates and leaders of Elta to expel him. In addition, the status of the acquisition of the Seal of the Sage is a bait to attract the bait Elta to the Academy and prevent him from reacting in time to what is happening at the company's headquarters. Ellis found out about everything for some reason, and also stole and retained a secret letter that Lauratel's conspiracy can prove. But this is not free. Since Lauratel promised Elta a huge number of coins, then if Ellis does not receive any more, then it may ultimately take the side of the mistress. She is the only one knows the truth about what is happening. Depending on its choice, the situation can become more confusing or, on the contrary, simplify. The content written on a piece of paper under this letter is a list of organizations to which Ellis regularly and secretly leads. The number of gold coins delivered to these institutions determine its further actions. Ellis told Lauratel not to move. Soon Mr. Elta will arrive in the Ophelis building. The housekeeper did not expect that the lady could have such a surprised look. I thought Lauratel is more cold. After all, she said that to take revenge on Elta, the Golden King, but Ellis is very sorry. From her point of view, they do not look so different. Ellis thinks the same applies to her. At that moment, the team of Taylor burst into the corridor along with the connected villain. As Alvira thought, the real culprit of this incident is Ellis, the housekeeper of the Ophelis building. The guys saw that Lauratel was hostage and immediately released her, asking if he was in order. Everything is in order. Look there. Here is a person who initiated all this. It is necessary to quickly pacify that woman. Lauratel must say this and thereby put all the guilt on Ellis. And then Alvira asked what was with her face. The girl does not know what to do with her face. Lauratel closed and ran away. The Golden King is coming here. He is a person who does not trust his minions, so he came here himself. The plan to overthrow Elta is almost completed. Responsibility for large manipulations of accounting balances and maximizing losses will fall on it. Now that Elta is not in place, all that Lauratel needs to do is to contact the leadership of the main office. It is necessary to send a mail pigeon hidden in the room, and then it remains only to hide somewhere. Lauratel, as the compiler of the plan, just needs not to be captured. She calmed down and slowed down. Everything will work out. Do not despair. There is simply no one who would understand it. Lauratel was ready for betrayal because she came across something like countless times. So now, having traveled such a path, a heart that breaks into fragments does not at all to face. Therefore, it will simply do what can. Now she should run. She needs to get to the room before Elta. If you send a mail pigeon, then all problems will be resolved. At the same time, on the ground floor, the Golden King entered the main entrance. He was surprised when he saw the student and told him to be more to evacuate from the building. The guy replied that since there is a risk of collapse, for security reasons, they do not let anyone here. Until the teachers come here, Ed can allow anyone to go inside. Elta thought the Academy gave special instructions, but the hero acts based on his own judgment. There are 3 people who control the course of history. Lauratel seeks to overthrow Elta, avenge his childhood, and dismiss the position of head of a trading company. Elta is trying to prevent her plan and succeed with the idea of acquiring the Seal of the Sage. And going through the rope between these 2 characters, Ellis, the main reason for the turn in history. Ed does not know why she betrayed Lauratel, but now they are together on the 5th floor. Should he stop her? No. Even if she comes forward, according to the script, she will meet with Taylor and the rest. Ed will simply entrust Taylu and the rest of the solution to this problem. He can believe in their success, because the characteristics of the protagonist have already been confirmed. In this case, Ed must take this side. Whatever Elta plans in the Ophelis building, while he is not allowed to enter the Ophelis building, events here will unfold according to the plot. Ed pretended not to recognize Elta Kakelna, the head of the trading company. If such an important person came here, the hero will immediately contact the leadership of the academy and achieve his appropriate reception. Elta realized that the guy standing in front of him was on the side of Lauratel. 10 minutes earlier, Ed and Yanina looked at Zix, breaking the door. The hero asked what he was doing at all, without even thinking of leaving the room when he was going on from the outside with such a madhouse. Zix replied that he did not intend to act in a glance. In any case, even if the building collapses, he will not die. Here it is, the calm of a strong player. Who would have thought that this guy is a magician? He also greeted Yanuka. This is the first meeting after the incident. She apologized for that case with a vocabulary. Ed told her not to kill her because of what happened, because the disciplinary punishment has already been completed. Looking at them, Zix asked if they were accidentally found. Yannick immediately began to scream that everything is not so. Seeing a calm Ed, she thought that his mood had deteriorated. The hero replied that he was in order, just as Zix's question was tactless. The guy asked for forgiveness. But Zix asked why they visited him, breaking the door. Ed replied that they have one request for him. Later, he will certainly pay off for the debt. So when Elta came, the hero said that he would immediately contact the leadership of the academy and achieve the reception. Then the man realized that Ed on the side of Lauretel. He suggested that he was seduced by her beautiful appearance. Instead of storing loyalty to the gold coins that Ed can receive, or maybe not, Elta advises to use the obvious advantages right in front of him. Then the child inherited the fox of blood. Seeing someone else's back open, she immediately hit with a knife. He knows this better than anyone. Right now, Elta will give twice as many coins than promise that girl to leave the road. Ed thanked, but there was no persuasion that he would receive coins. So what's the point of doubling the amount? Elta realized that words do not work with him. He told his servants quietly to get rid of the hero. Ed began to run away, but he immediately blocked the path. And at this very moment, Yanuka and Zix appeared, fencing him off. Ed will go, explore the situation, and return. And the guys are still pulling time here. Later, he will return the debt. Yannick called for spirits. Zix is ready because he initially owed the hero. Although they are students, Elta sees that they are not as simple as they seem. He ordered the servants to attack with all their might. Meanwhile, Ed ran. From this moment, you need to find Lauratel and transmit information about the current situation. He stopped when he saw her in the corner of the corridor. Ed asked if she was not able to go out. The girl muttered something, as the hero said first to go to the rear entrance to leave here. Ed asked if she had the strength to run. He said to Lauratel not to wander barely, but to follow a step in step after him. Sharo, the secretary of Elta, dazzles in front of Lauratel, hoping that she will lift valuable information. Carden, an ordinary store employee, especially generously for smiles to her, because she often gives him tips. Teeny, a pet at the academy, clings to Lauratel because she pushes the highest quality food for him. Each manifestation of kindness, like some kind of label, has a reason. At least in her world, everything was so. Now there is no time to go into details. Ed realized that Ellis betrayed Lauratel. She knows that this is her fault. What an idiotic miscalculation, despite the fact that she grew up receiving a lot of favor and love. Lauratel differs from Yanuka, who relates to the world only with favor and love. She saw it that day, when I made an offer to Ed. The passionate gaze of Yanukoff in his direction, looking at the one who does not want anything in return and does not feel greed. Lauratel thought maybe she may also have such a relationship, so she told Alice about all plans. Not knowing that her attitude to life, which she does not fully trust anyone, will become so insignificant. Seeing that gloomy and dirty appearance, Lauratel should never forget him. She should not have illusions. That she can be such a romantic person, 5 people whom she bribed to occupy Ophelis. The housekeeper Ellis, the twin sisters Shenny and Kelly, the representative of Villain and the fallen aristocrat Ed. Ellis, Shenny, and Kelly cross the side of Elta. Villain also wants to join him, so he will not remain on the side of Lauratel. She thinks that Ed too. She stopped and apologized. The girl herself does not know why she pronounces this. Why say this to an ally? Right now, Lauratel cannot guarantee that he will be able to pay EDA the promised 20 gold coins. as he sees the current situation is unstable, but he only said that he did not ask about it. He had a throat. Ed grabbed Lauratel by the hand and asked how long he would still stand and cool. If Elta grabs her, then life will come to an end. To plan the future or something like that, you first need to escape from here. They ran. But Lauratel knew that for favor and trust, a good reason was necessarily needed. If you do not see the reason, then you should not trust. Ed said it was better to try to explain the situation. There is a plan for manipulating a market whole that was planned by the main office of the company. This is probably Elta's plan. After a large-scale conquest of the Monsters tribe in the Eastern Mountains last summer, weapons prices fell sharply. After the purchase of all weapons and its monopolization, the internal transactions repeated. This is the correctional transaction. To implement this plan, the father urgently needed money. He found a man ready to buy a seal of a sage at a high price. Then he sent Lauretel to Sylvia so that she would find a way to steal her. Correctional trade is a classic method when three merchants monopolize cheap goods in the market. Then they trade with each other to artificially raise the market price. Prices are rising, and the deficit of goods on the face. Only one thought arises. You need to buy this thing now. At this time, if you sell all the collected items, you can get an unthinkable profit. But when concluding such a deal, trust plays an important role. If two secretly sell the goods, the market price will instantly fall. The third, who spent bonds and accumulated equipment to monopolize the most problematic product, will only tolerate huge losses and will be on the verge of ruin. To implement this plan, Lauratel bought dozens of companies over the past years, including the same two. However, only when Elta leaves the main office, 6 large merchants whom she bribed will be able to get the right to approve the sale. Lauretel drove the financial position of the Academy into the corner, and then negotiations on the purchase of the press will become more real. And also use this situation as a bait to pull Elta out of the main office to buy weapons there. She needs to do one thing: send a dove to the main office with a message so that all the weapons were sold immediately. There is a mail pigeon in Lauratel's room. If it sends it and hides until the sales plan is implemented, it will win. But the father, to some extent, guessed about the plan. They probably plan to grab Lauratel tonight and force to reveal your entire plan and name of the traitor within the company. Ed said to listen to him carefully. From this moment, she needs to hide in her shelter as long as possible, remaining unnoticed. If he were Elta, he would make people wait on both bridges leading from the island, and then 100% would be able to step on her tail. Ed told her to talk with the coachman in a living room and just send an empty carriage from the island. Also, let him order him to leave the carriage in a suitable place and run away. In the northern forest, Ed built a hut. Lauratel needs to hold out there for only 3 days. He will go to her room and send a dove. He asked if you write "sell now" and deliver it, whether all this confusing situation will come to nothing. Everything is so. Ed sharply grabbed Lauratel. Someone protects the back door. He will go out and figure it out. And then he will run to her room. And so far, she must carefully watch the situation and run away towards the forest. There is absolutely no wastefulness in their movements. They are like comrades who have long been working together. Lauratel in his heart even crept in the thought that perhaps she could really trust him. Ed asked if she had been going with her thoughts and why she was in prostration, even though it does not look at her at all. Lauratel said she heard and understood. Perhaps this time everything will work out and you can rely on it. She asked why Ed helps her so. Why does she suddenly ask a similar question? The hero replied that just like that. For some reason it seems that he should help her. Ed set to work, and Lauratel sat on the floor, plunged into thought. Light noise is heard. This is probably the last battle between Ellis and the Taylor group. No, the sound is heard from a closer distance. So the battle on the ground floor, even closer. Although Lauratel cannot believe in this fact at all, but this heartbeat cannot deceive. The maid responsible for washing immediately at the exit was waiting for her. But Shenny did not think that Ed would leave this door, very unexpected. Although this is the last obstacle, but too weak. Now this damn occupation is coming to an end. All protective magic circles protecting the Ophelis building are striving to intercept the initiative. Owning fencing skills at the level of a military type with magic, which barely reaches an average level. But with all this harmoniously fit into the situation, the housekeeper Ellis. Nevertheless, she is not able to defeat Taylor McLaurin because he is the main character. Act 2, Scene 3, Economic Strategy Ellis. The final battle begins. Ed has the amount of mana below the baseboard. As for the basic spells, he will be able to reproduce them in the future 2 or 3 times. But the first attack of Shenny was a blow that was always directed down. Ed already knows this scheme. Association is more important than the reaction rate. Under the skirt, Shenny had a set of daggers. Yud grabbed her hand and threw the daggers to the side. The privilege of twins blessed by the same star from birth is a low-level telekinetic magic. With the help of the skill of exchange of abilities once a day, sisters are divided by skills that cannot be used. Shenny threw daggers from the floor in Ed and somewhat pierced his chest. However, for him it seemed to be nothing special. He twisted the housekeeper even more. Borrowed abilities have many flaws, so the wound from a flying blade was shallow. Ed pulled daggers from his chest and threw it away. He crushed Shenny's hands and told her to lie quietly. Exactly a minute passed to this point. The girl screams that Miss Ellis cannot disappoint and demands to dump. The hero says Ellis will lose. Shenny shouts that he knows nothing about her at all, how much pain she experienced, for what struggle she came here. Ed does not even imagine how many orphans saved Miss Ellis, and Shenny is also one of them. Honestly, none of this is unknown. Indeed, in the game The Phalius Mosque Sylvia, the backstory of Ellis is not told to details. If Mrs. Ellis had not, Shenny would not be able to get a decent job. Although she is able to earn money on her own, but she will not be able to live as she lived initially. Taylor killed Ellis. This is understandable by the explosion on the 5th floor. Despite the fact that Ed heard everything that Shenny said, his emotions have not changed at all. This is not his dog business and crushing it to the ground more and more. The last words of Shenny was that Idu there was no forgiveness. He sided with Lauratel. Now the enemies are over. Unfortunately, the hero does not know the history of statists. And what does Shenny want from him who does not know Netero? To begin with, there are still many stories in the world that have not been lit. People who weigh all this damage and work on providing assistance, which Ellis secretly performed, discussing good and evil and reasoning in philosophical in order to decide on further actions, they are those who at least now can provide themselves with a well-fed and full-fledged life. However, the method of action and the ultimate goal of Ed never changed since it ended up in this body. It acts in order to survive. Ed overwhelmed Shenny and received a new skill, Prozol of Pain. Pain and physical fatigue are temporarily not felt and deposited for later, with your own right now. In the room of Lauretel, luxurious wooden furniture and various jewelry placed to the best of need. The table is littered with documents. Books are built without errors, very similar to her. And in the locker there was a cage with a mail pigeon. Ed wrote on paper that Elta is in Sylvia. Returning to the main office will take at least 3 days. He said to sell all the available weapons. The pigeon, floating in the night sky in the rain, will return, holding the head of Elta in his claws. Ed returns to the forest. It is only a stab wound to the flesh of the flesh, and it will quickly heal, so he hopes everything will be in order with him. If it were not for the help of Zix and Yanuka and other improvisations, then Lauratel would have already been captured and would follow the path of falling. At this point, the carriage ordered by Lauratel, rushing outside the island, and Elta will not have a choice, except to chase her. Even if he caught a coachman and makes me admit that Lauratel did not leave the island, by that time the sended pigeon will already arrive at the destination, and the defeat of the Elta will end. If everything goes according to plan, Lauratel will wait in the camp. Ed was surprised when he saw that she came to meet him, but he changed his face when she took out a dagger. Yes, he should admit it, he was too carefree. After all, the opponent is none other than the Golden Daughter. There are 5 people who knew that she was standing behind the scenes. If Elta is suspended from power, then Ellis will have to rely only on Lauratel. Gemini will follow the Ellis, you can bribe item. But Ed is a variable that cannot be bought for money. As soon as Lauratel gets rid of him in this wilderness where there is no one, her ideal crime will end in success. The essence of Lauratel Kekeln is a black veil that uses and throws people, evil itself in the flesh. If Ed wants to survive, then the brain should turn on. But his body is very weak. Lauratel came close to him with a dagger. It looks like this is the end. But then she began to cut the sleeve of her mantle. She bandaged Ida's hand with a piece of fabric and asked how he could suffer so much. Lauratel grabbed him to help get to the camp. Since the rain was over, she sprouted the bonfire. First they need to warm up, so Ed asked if everything went according to plan. Lauretel received firm communication from the coachman that he will try to focus all his attention on himself and win as much time as possible, putting yourself in jeopardy. Ed asked how she managed to achieve such devotion. He really does not want to believe that we are talking about taking his family or something like that. Lauratel said that if the plan is successfully implemented, it will replenish the ranks of those in power in the company Elta. And to leave in debt such an important person as she is a very profitable businessman. Lauratel asked how Ed felt. Does he feel what power is concentrated in her hands? The Duke simply said nothing. The most important reaction. She will never forget the help provided to Ed. He may be calm that he will receive his promised 20 coins. Lauratel would like to ask something. Ed thought this applies to Ellis, but no, her question concerns Yanuka. The girl sees that Ed is very close to Yanuka. The hero nodded, saying that she was a good person. Lauratel respects her with all his heart because she is kind and good, and is also always attentive to others. Clearly, Ed asked why she was asking about Yannick, and all because Lauratel is not as kind as she. At the same time, in the Ophilis building during the battle, Elta received a report from the subordinate and quickly left the building, after throwing it in the end that the Ophilis building no longer interests him. Even for Zix, the confrontation of several mercenaries was a difficult task. But in this situation, he rather tried to keep his ally from the radical actions and not fight. At first, Yanuka had a concerned expression on his face, but during the battle, the strength of the spirits suddenly increased. It was necessary to stop her before the first victims appeared. Zix asked what happened. Maybe Yannick was angry. She replied with a terrible smile that no, she was not at all angry. Ed had difficulties with visiting classes, since his academic form was strongly obtained. Zix lent his own, and at the same time spoke about the situation in Ophilis. Villain took the blame for committing destruction in the Ophilis building, and Ellis, it seems, did not utter a word. Ed did not let Lauratel leave the stage. Since there was still no significant reaction from Elta, we can conclude that the operation worked to some extent. Therefore, there is no other choice but to wait. Wait until the situation stabilizes and arrives news about victory. Because of this incident, Ed lost a lot of time, which could be used for self-improvement. His physical condition also leaves much to be desired. Either in one place is stolen, then in another. Therefore, Ed is not able to do anything energetically. So he understands everyday matters more slowly than a turtle. His rank is a middle-level artisan. Now that the slot for high-ranking skills is open, the acquisition of these technologies is a priority. He decided to start studying spiritual infusion, which has good compatibility with the magic of spirits, as well as magical engineering, which is ideal for the manufacture of everyday items and other types of combat equipment. Infusion can be studied automatically if you conclude a contract with the spirit and create at least one product containing spiritual energy. And engineering is unlocked if it is possible to at least once successfully disassemble and assemble a magical engineering product of a certain level. Ed does not want to spend in vain slots for spirits, but still thinks it is better to catch at least one low level. After yesterday's rain, cool weather is on the street. Yannick did not go to class and came to Ed. She has a headache, so she feels a slight weakness throughout her body. She is going to relax a bit in the forest and breathe fresh air. Ed asked if she was not injured, responding to his request for help. Yanuka said she was in perfect order. By the way, she asked if everything was fine with Lauratel. Yannick did not like it when Ed said that she was resting in the hut. Although the incident with the capture of the Ophilis building came to an end, Lauratel still had a lot of work. You need to lure the Ellis to your side and lay the basis for negotiations on the purchase of the seal of the sage. However, she will have to stay in this hut with anxiety for the next 3 days, waiting for an answer from the main office of Elta. Although the cats are scraped in the soul, the mood is not spoiled from this. Since Lauratel is next to Ed, her heart is frantically knocking with joy. After all, his kind will without any conditions makes him feel immersed in a soft bed. For living all his life on a cold street, Ed turned out to be more expensive than gold. Lauratel will never give him to someone. And if someone is Yannick, then even more so. Indeed, for Yanuka, in the case of her family, what with her friends, relations, where there is goodwill without setting conditions and trust, is something commonplace and natural. So if you have absolutely everyone, then roll back from at least one thing. If Yannick refuses to give in, then it remains only to start a dirty fight. and this is a specialty in Lauratel. To live together for 3 days in this situation is an undeniable advantage for her. To begin with, Lauratel, using his favorite tactics, will bury this hut under a pile of gold. But no, it will not work. Yes, and she has no money in her hands now. Maybe it is worth helping Ed with paying for training. At the same time, it is natural to tell him not to be mistaken, because she does it at all for him. But even Lauratel, who had 0 relations, understands that this phrase is very cringe. Suddenly someone entered the hut and asked her to leave here. Lucy, yawning, said that this is her resting place. Lauratel asked what she forgot here. The girl replied that this is the best place because it was on the sunny side. Suddenly, Ed grabbed Lucy and threw her into his old hut. He apologized that Lauratel woke up and said that Lucy was coming here to hide inside. Ed removed her, so that the girl may then rest. Lauratel said that Lucy seemed to be a frequent guest in his camp. What is there to say? Ed simply considers her as a natural disaster from which he cannot be hidden, so Lauratel has another competitor. But there is still a lot of time. In 3 days she plans to win. The morning of the second day of Lauratel's life in the hut of Ed came. She greeted him with a bright smile. But unfortunately, her desire regarding to stay with Ed in private was not destined to come true. Yannick came to visit right in the morning, and Lucy, as usual, fell asleep in the house. Meanwhile, the hero finally finished handmade brick. He made clay dried and burned with fire. Ed mastered the skill of the mason. Now, the fireplace, which was not able to build due to the incident in Oplisa, was completed. Although it does not differ in special strength, but the stove can perform its role. It is also necessary to equip it with a chimney. At the stake, Ed prepared fragrant barbecue. Last time, Belle gave the basil, so he added him. Seeing that in the morning there were no special movements, Lauratel may assume that everything is going according to plan. Nevertheless, you need to take care of the remuneration of Ed. She asked, maybe besides money, he wants some more object. The only thing that comes to mind now is building materials. And then he asked about something like the remnants of materials for magical engineering. Lauratel will now think as she remembers everything that she has in stock. By the way, Ed told Yannick that he has one request for her. Now he is engaged in the development of the magic of spirits. The hero would like to conclude a contract with a low-level spirit and thought maybe she could help with this. Yanuka said she would become his teacher. She will make ED more likely to conclude a contract with the middle spirit. To begin with, they will check his connection with the spirit. Yannick told Ed to concentrate and Karis, a bird, tell him something. The hero hears her, but somehow by excerpts. In order to hear, the connection with the spirit must be increased. Ed shows stunning growth. And then Karis shouted that he devotes so much time to the practice of magic. Who doesn't know about it as a clearing? She quickly chopped the spirit and nervously asked if Ed had just heard it. He heard about the weekly reporting meeting, where his entire daily routine and business were discussed. Yanuka reigned and was embarrassed. Lauratel carefully asked if they had finished the conversation. Then she wants to continue the discussion regarding the material for magical engineering. There are more reserves in Lauratel than expected, so he thinks that they can provide them to Ed. He said to take the promised 20 coins as an experience and give as much as enough this money. But Lauratel asked not to offend her. The amount is not large, so it will not be difficult to give materials for free. But if in return ED will come to the company about once every 3 days, then it will be able to sell the remains at the minimum price. Yanuka was indignant and said that she could have given all Ed for free. He helped her like that. They began to argue. Ed thinks now he will be able to begin magical engineering and magic of spirits. Suddenly, someone was looking for Lauratel and finally found... Belle Maya, a new housekeeper, apologized for a sudden interference in her hot argument. She is sorry to tell her gloomy news, but she has a message from the former housekeeper for Lauratel. Clare asked Belle only not to tease. This is a really big secret. Information should not leak in any case. Belle should not even show surprise with his appearance. In general, Clare said that Yannick liked Ed. Should Belle out of politeness depict surprise? Clare does not know how Yannick could fall in love with such a villain, but it seems that his reputation is slowly improving. In any case, as a friend of Yannick, Clare fully supports her. But this is not the main thing. There is one name that Yanuka mentioned the other day, Lauratel Kekeln. Clare does not particularly know what's the matter, but they say that she, along with Ed, participated in the ceremony of the beginning of the semester, And there were no of them at a general lecture either. Clara is worried that Yanuka has no chance of winning, and Ed himself does not inspire confidence. He does not at all understand her feelings. Either he is a moron or a cunning fox. Belle does not think so. Ed is just a man who is now not up to a relationship. Clara does not believe. She says that Ed revels in its popularity, surrounding herself with a crowd of girls. Lauretel is an evil, thoughtless cat that sits in front of a fish shop. Yanuka is an innocent kitten trembling with fear of the tiger. Well, Lucy, just a cat. Belle came to the camp. Ed asked what was with her. She replied that nothing, just spinning his head when she saw them all here. It is much more important that she was going to say, Belle here to convey something to Madame Lauratel. She has a message from the former housekeeper. The burning fire dispersed the night darkness. Since it was already too late, Yannick went into the hostel. Belle also returned back, taking Lucy. Since Lauratel is hiding, it was unpleasant to realize that its location became known to the instructors of the Ophelis building. But the postal pigeon has already arrived. The removal of Elta is inevitable. So now it was necessary to start preparing to attend classes. Since the situation has reached this point, it means that Father Flor Taurus can only give the last battle in the main office. But this person is insidious, so it cannot be argued that he has no cards. However, Lauretel helps. He seeks to become the following general director. Lauretel has no other choice but to trust him. Although Ellis bothered more, it seems that all the problems have been resolved. She cannot hand over Lauretel. This is the concept of prepayment. She probably decided to join the side that would win. Parchment, transmitted by Belle, contained a list of orphanages that Ellis sponsored all his life with all the details. From hard work, her health worsened greatly, but the school pretended to hear nothing. As a result, she became someone who is not able to work and those who cannot take responsibility for orphanages. In the end, she put her whole life on this plan. Of course, those who followed Ellis understood her situation. Since the victory of Lauretel was obvious, she simply tries to adhere to her side. Of course, it will be difficult to return the lost trust. Instead of threats, she sent only that. There is no such thing in the world of merchants as sympathy. If you make such a mistake, most likely will be considered an idiot. Lauretel knows it better than anyone. If it turns out that she is behind everything, then there will be nothing good in it. Well, she will take Ellis back because there are no permanent enemies or permanent allies. Although she said so, her face was clearly red on her face. Lauretel is time to slowly return. Ed promised to come to the company's branch to sign the contract by cutting the time next week. He gave her a torch. This is enough to light the path for some time. Ed asked Lauretel what she thought about. The girl replied that he was just higher than she thought. She too thinks that such a step is somewhat hurried, but still she wants to snatch the initiative. Lauretel seems to be necessary to go to something more radical. The essence of human relations is attracting and repulsive, like Ada Tai. Lauretel corrected him. Nobody sees here anyway, but she is so unpleasant that his clothes are not put in order. Lauretel says there is nothing bad to always be dressed from a needle. They are students of Sylvia. At that moment, she pulled Ed to her and kissed her. A moment later, Lauretel went away and said that the raspberries they ate for dinner were definitely tasty. How nice to recall this taste again. Ed said that she should adhere to the framework of the permitted. Such words are upset. If it overdo it with attracting and repulsive, then it will lose all popularity. The next time, Lauretel will wait for Ed will attract her. She will practice repulsive. The girl left. Ed tried, if possible, to avoid interaction with the main characters of the main script. But as expected, in this world it does not always work out as he wants. The stars in the sky, visible from the forest, are still beautiful, and the moon is striking in brightness. Insects are also buzzing in the grass. The crackle of logs in the stake has not changed either. But it seems that the path of the script continues to be distorted. He experiences a feeling of discomfort, as if he is addictive to the center of history against his will, despite the fact that Ed's policy is only to take care of what he needs to take care of. Watching the smooth conclusion of the script on the very edge of the story never changed. All he needs to do is get a diploma and take care of his qualifications. This plan looks simple, but Ed begins to understand how reckless and complex the task is too. And it must be implemented in the near future, so the summer flew by. And autumn has come. Spirits told Yannick that that red fox kissed the young Mr. Ed on the lips. The bird says that in such a situation you can't sit back. At first, Yannick did not even understand what they were talking about. The dragon also saw it. The scene was hot. Oh, this youth. This red fox knows how to play with human hearts. Yannick Fury asked about Ed's reaction, and she definitely knows how to ask questions on the merits. As the dragon thinks, Ed clearly tried to maintain a distance. Although there was a kiss a second ago, not a single muscle trembled on his face. Incredible resistance and endurance. Ed reacted to what happened too cold. Even the dragon cringed while watching this scene. There are only two options. Either Ed was originally impotent, or he does not see a woman in the opponent. Based on his experience, the dragon says that the more Lauretel repulses, the more obsessed it becomes. Tarkin says that Yanuka should act, but another spirit said that it is most attractive in itself. Tarkin says that it will be good to adhere to an innocent and soft image. The spirit asked if Yannick had ever imagined what to do something exciting and breathtaking with Ed. Well, she replied that, for example, to feed each other. At the same time, Ed fed Sleep Lucy, and as soon as he put her spoon in her mouth, she spat out everything. As expected, it is difficult to get any tolerant taste without a variety of spices, and Lucy is a car for tasting. Apparently, it is worth postponing the development of culinary skills until the ingredients become more diverse. The status of dexterity, the main characteristics, is largely affected by the sum of all vital skills. Therefore, it is necessary to increase the stats evenly. Only Ed has too many things. Now the study has begun at the academy. If we exclude student life, the time that can be spent on survival classes is about 5 or 6 hours a day. It was easy to get used to such a rhythm of life, but he is very worried about the effectiveness of survival actions, because it takes time to check whether the script is good. Usually, Ed carefully monitors the main characters. Taylor and 4 heroines of the game. Taylor specializes in combat training. Because of this, it is difficult to cross with him, but it grows stably, and his companion Ayla provides proper support. Fiona seems to be doing well, no problem, but she should already slowly break the conflict with Lauratel. Clarissa will enter the academy only next year, so do not focus on it too much. Lauretel seems to walk on thin ice. It is not clear what changes will occur in the actions of Elt due to its early fall. Nevertheless, it seems that there are no changes in the seal capture, and Ed needed more time, because he should also now check the professor cores. Because the final boss of the second act is Professor Glaston. He knows that there is one who stood behind the capture of Ophilis's buildings. Since his assistant, Clare Elfin, thinks so, then such a layout is possible. She has a surprisingly good intuition, but still do not lose sight of the most important. For example, Glaston asked what about the dissertation about the divine science that he asked the Clare to find. Annis collected materials related to the incident with the capture of the Ophilis building and transferred Clare to the office. The girl thanked and began to study them. She was brought a dossier about Ed, Zix, and Yannick, but he does not know if she should really worry about the case, which is already more or less completed. Clare is already exhausted to the devils, but no matter how you look, doubts do not leave her. She especially focused on our hero, Ed Lostyler. Meanwhile, he came to the office of Lauratel in Sylvania. She shook so much that she completely forgot about the contract. It seems he will have to come next week. And as an apology, she prepared tea and sweets. Employees Lauratel prepared materials for magical engineering, so ED can take them in a warehouse. He did not notice that she dressed so beautifully to work. Lauratel replied that today she has an important meeting. Therefore, he paid special attention to his appearance and asked if Edu liked it. The hero asked for, she was embarrassed, saying that this happens. Lauratel asked if Ed had finished the arrangement of the hut. It is at the final stage. Then the girl thought he needs furniture. However, the goods sold in the Elta trading house are too expensive so that Ed can afford to buy them. Of course, Lauratel cannot provide them for free because this contradicts the labor ethics of the merchant. But Ed is good in woodworking. She broke off the leg of the chair, saying that the item became unsuitable for sale. So Lauratel will send him to the hero tomorrow. Ed is a little in shock. This is a too luxurious product. But in any case, he thanked Lauratel. She sat down on his table, asking how it could be that his facial expression did not change at all. After all, Lauratel clearly made a win move. Ed initially did not see a woman in her, and she just sees a man in him. It is in that very direct meaning. Even this help is carried out by her hidden motives. Ed understands what answer to Lauratel is waiting, but she interrupted. She said that she was not waiting for an answer at all. As he knows, she does not enter the battle in which she cannot win. Although Ed is now behaving strangely, One day Lauretel will not be the only one who is not able to restrain himself. Always the same enchanting smile on the face, regardless of whether you have every chance of victory, or you are in a difficult position. This is the nature of the merchant to never reveal true feelings. Later, in the courtyard of the academy, Yanuka proposed starting a lesson. She called on the spirit, told Ed to try to focus her mana and form a connection. The bat appeared and greeted the young master. It could, the low-ranking spirit of fire. For him, the honor to conclude a contract with Ed. In accordance with the next reporting meeting of the choice of spirit for him, Moga passed 4 stages of the interview. He received the highest score in the exercise on the effectiveness of magic. And with pride, he can say that he has the best communication skills among the spirits of the lower rank of his class. The body of the Moga is already burning from anticipation, but swears that he will burn his heart only with the intention of serving Ed. During the game, the hero once received a spiritual type skill. They laughed together, joked, supported each other, and they created a solid connection. Ed asked about this tough discipline. He asked Yanuka to introduce a good spirit. Therefore, she decided to make a choice in favor of the spirit with a good coefficient of magical energy. Well, the selection process itself is completely a bit. In general, it was a little complicated. When asked by Ed about who even planned this selection process, Yanuka said that Tarkin. She changed her subject and said to accept Moga. The hero feels his heat. When you interact with the contractual spirit, you can feel his physical or magical power. If the spirit reacts too much, then it becomes hot. It turns out that depending on how the ED regulates the connection, the firepower also changes. Yanuka said that this firepower is a little strange. He says as if in front of him are some kind of car. Yes, this is a portable heater. A unique granted skill is recovery protection. This is an incredibly useful survival tool. You don't even have to spend firewood on it. Yanuka is glad that Ed is happy. She will talk about the power of communication and sensitivity. The hero will learn everything much faster with her. And if he wants to reach a level at which you can conclude a contract with the spirits of the average rank, then you also need to do the practice of spiritual battle. Yanuka will free up the time and boil the training room. But then she came to her senses and said that actually, people line up, asking them to teach them this. Spirits and Clare said to be able to sometimes push Ed. Is it too much to teach his spiritual connection for free? Suddenly he said she was right. Ed accepted her kindness for granted, as if it were his personal law. He should pay for the service at least a coin, even if he cannot give a decent amount. Immediately, Yanuka said that you can't scatter it like that. Ed must spend them wisely, so she will not accept. And in general, it is too cold to give money for what she did for him. They have not such a relationship. Yanuka demands not to tell her such upsetting things. But this was the first to talk about the board. Ed asked why she suddenly behaves like that. Clare said that the Yanuka is too generous and open, so she needs to learn to say no. Ed agrees with her, but the girl clarified that she was not like that with everyone. In any case, he will explain more in more detail the next time. They will meet in a training place. Yanuka will boot it and inform the exact time. If EDU will need any materials for communication training, let him know. Well, Yanuka said goodbye and left. The morning lecture will begin soon. In the evening, Ed acquired the skill of magical engineering. The materials received from Lauratel had a simpler structure than he thought. I managed to quickly analyze them. Finally, Ed mastered the proper high-ranking skill. When the firewood ends, he uses the Moga, and when mana is depleted, he resorts to the fireplace, so he can stably warm the air in the room. Now a stable residential environment, along with furniture, is guaranteed. Just awareness of this tiny fact makes Ed feels that a huge load was sleeping from his shoulders. All ready for such a late hour, he first needs to check something. Clare also came to the forest after work. Although it is already very dark, she cannot stop thinking that that situation with Ophelis has a hidden figure. She believes that this is Ed. The only ones who were at the scene were students or employees of the building. But Taylor and Ed are in no way connected with Ophelis. Apart from Taylor, who opened the case, only Ed remains. Clare heard that he often appears in the northern forest, so she came in person. But she thinks that Ed is not one of those who would eat and sleep in the forest, so it is unlikely to appear here in the middle of the night. Suddenly she saw someone dragging the carcass of a deer. Clare hid behind a tree. Ed dragged the carcass of the animal and carried Lucy on his shoulder. Clare's eyes have 5 cents. What the hell? The director of the Obel is large enough to compare it with the Archmage Glocht or the Great Sage of Sylvia. But even he will have to give up the full against Lucy Merrill. As expected, intuition Clare never deceives her. Now she is sure that those who stood behind the capture of Ophelis was Ed Lostroyer. Clare followed them to the camp, not realizing that this was all that. Ed put Lucy in his little hut. If you think about it, he has a meeting tomorrow morning, matters above the roof, so you should lie early. Clare decided that she had to save Lucy and quietly crept up to the hut. She reached for her as she was blinded by the blue light. Lucy quickly jumped up and asked her who she was. Clare says that this year he serves as an assistant professor. The girl was in shock when Lucy returned to the hut. She took a piece of jerky from the bag and took off. Clare came running to the eyes of the eye with shouts that it was Ed, the student who was crossed out of the family registry. The professor does not seem to go down to remember the names of the discharged that are deprived of talents. Glass is rude again. Then Clare asked if he remembered Lucy. She says that this student was suppressed by Ed to such an extent that was not able to use his strength. Clare began to talk about her investigation of the case of capture. In general, she previously used the recording spell on the ground floor of Ophelis. Glass asked who allowed her and said to write an explanatory. Clare knew that he would say so I wrote in advance. However, perhaps this will become a mitigating circumstance. Let the professor look. On the record, the very day when Ed guarded the first floor. He is a spilled hidden figure. His whole appearance shouts about it. As Clare said earlier, Ed carried on the back of Lucy, who is unconscious. Glaston suggested that he simply transferred to a safe place, a sleeping Lucy. The professor told Clare to leave and is also waiting for an explanatory. Yes, this is recorded even in the investigation files. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his companions, but they quickly broke his defense. Taylor was born to follow the path of the sword. Elvira was granted from birth with a natural instinct of alchemist. Therefore, no means would help someone as ordinary as Ed to stop those two. Glass with curiosity examined the record. The hero completed the creation of a ceremonial dagger with a spiritual formula and a sealed spell of the expulsion. The spell can be activated at a distance. The speed is very fast and the effectiveness is impeccable. This dagger was with Ed from the first day of his survival. Now that there are spells on it, he is proud. The spiritual formula Moga lay down very smoothly. The more often the caster uses equipment, the higher the effectiveness. This is another step forward. A burning wick could now choose a song to express his joy. So, a shepherd's song conveyed from lips in the mouth in the Pulin region. Ed grabbed Moga by the wing. The spirit said that he was wrong and was ready to bear any punishment. He is very ashamed, but he does not know what is wrong. He could ask the owner to tell about his sin in order to sincerely repent. Ed demanded to set aside this formal tone. Spirits bursting out of the physical body and embarking on the path of low-ranking spirits receive magical power through contracts with masters of spirits to increase their status. But Ed is not Yannick. It was strange from the very beginning that he could fuss so much because of the conclusion of a contract with someone like him. Ed asked if he was trying to keep some promise and demands to tell everything as it is. He could shout that he had nothing to hide, and this respect was born because of the desire for success sealed in his body. When concluding a contract with Ed, he could receive an advanced magical force from Yanuka, so he can grow almost twice as much as other low-ranking spirits. Even after collecting rumors about Ida, it became clear that he had a strong temperament and could do everything to please. Now everything is clear. I could hardly. The perfumes that were born before him build themselves from themselves. Ed advises to be easier for everything. He could say that he would continue to use good speech for convenience. Ed, combat skills are still weak, but endurance has increased. And it has increased so much that now it is in no way inferior to an average adult man. The pantry is filled with meat, vegetables, spices, and all sorts of things, so you no longer have to sleep hungry. Classes where you need memorization and theory can be easily performed if you spend a little time and effort. If Ed will sleep less and constantly consolidate the acquired knowledge using this method, over time this will become a separate topic for talent. Every day for him is a forced march. Because of this, they cannot be called very calm, but compared to the start of the path, they are pretty good. Suddenly, in the morning, Ed woke Yannick, speaking to come to her senses. He thought about his own, so he lost touch with reality. Yannick asks not to overstrain. Ease of efforts is good, but health should be in the first place. We must focus. Today, Ed received 3 letters. The first of the Academic Council, the second of the trading company. The content of both is nothing special. But the third letter must be read very carefully, because this is evidence that the course of history is already much distortion, the main event of the second act. Negotiations on buying a seal of the Sage are currently in full swing. Initially, they were a tug-of-war between the Academic Council and the trading company. However, due to the fall of Elta, the original client sent a request for the acquisition of the seal, Creepin Lostroyalor. The head of the Ed family intervened, which ultimately led to a tripartite conflict, including his family. Creepin Lostroyer planned to use the seal of the Sage to study eternal life, and when the situation acquired a serious scale, he personally joined in negotiations. He is a boss already of the fourth act, and Stepan is so strong now that there is no way to suppress it. From this episode, it must certainly be crossed out. If he receives the seal of the Sage, he will just go coldly, but in the original he was strong enough to fight the final boss 4 acts even without it, and if he takes possession of it, then perhaps it will become so strong that it will not be possible to deal with him even despite all the advantages of information related to the information. This letter discusses the actions of Creepin and doubts about them. An invitation for Ed is also attached, and it was sent to Fiona. Director Obel said that the financial situation of Sylvia is in a difficult situation. Since this is a private institution, it cannot hold the Academy of Sylvia the way she wants. But if this continues further, then the trading company will ultimately take the seal of the Sage to the hands. It is extremely shameful that the heart of the Academy is sold for money. Therefore, the Obel secretly asked Fiona for help. A strange thing. How did Creepin Lostroyer learn about everything and showed a desire to take part in the purchase negotiations? Clark, who delivered the letter, said that Ed could report to Rotepin about the progress of affairs. He live inside the Academy. Therefore, perhaps rumors have reached him. If Clark was in the place of that young man, he would have done everything possible to get recognition and return to the family. Suddenly, someone said that he did not even know. He does not think that this is so, and it was Lauratel. She asked if a modest person could be honored to share a cup of tea with the princess. Fiona said that this is somewhat unexpected. She thought that Lauratel could not stand her. God for upset words. If it were so, then why will Lauratel come here to give advice? She says that the participation of Lokelor, the participation of Lostelor in the negotiations, is most likely the hands of her father Elta, not Ed. It seems that Creepin from the very beginning asked Elta to buy a seal of the Sage. Lauretel was not known about this, but despite the fact that his father was overthrown, his plan for the purchase of the seal of the Sage has not changed. In the end, the Elta Trading Company has invested in this matter a lot of time and effort. This seems strange to Fiona. Does a trading company finally not plan to sell Lost Styler to the family after acquiring? The interests of the two families coincide. So why do they show with all kinds that they are competing for the purchase of printing? All because Lauratel does not intend to sell the Lost Styler family, given her current position. She prefers to stay in the distance with business partners associated with her father, and he talks about all this because the enemy of her enemy is her ally. This is beneficial for both Lauratel and Fiona. The princess will be able to keep the Losteler family under control, and Lauratel will be able to pick up the seal of the Sage. She also stepped forward, believing that this situation could harm Ed, so she looks after him. He is already separated and lives a new life, so it would be extremely unfair if he had been misunderstood. After all, he is not connected with the family of Lostroyalor. For Fiona, it is suspicious that Lauratel is worried about someone. What is really on her mind? Nevertheless, the princess says that that young man can clearly be useful. You can turn to a person with a personal request. You can resort to power, giving an order. But if, despite all this, the opponent continues to remain silent, then Lauratel asked what then. Fiona replied that then she had no other choice except to put it into expenses. To deceive and operate, Lauratel put her cup in place. She laughed and asked who would use whom then. Clark was indignant that she dared to talk with the princess in a similar tone. This time they are allies. Therefore, Lauratel wants to give a sincere advice. She does not dare to use Ed on the way to her goal, because there is a high probability that they will use it on the contrary. Clark shouts to Fiona that Lauratel should be responsible for tactlessness, but the princess stops. She is confused. Ed, whose intentions are not clear to her. Now also Creepin, who expressed a desire to participate in the auction. But perhaps you should really be afraid of an arrogant Lauratel, which is not inclined even in front of the princess. I wonder if Fiona can see her in a situation where she is confused, or has no idea what to do. Ada came to the trading company with Yanuka. In general, it happened. Lauretel did not know that she would come. I prepared only 2 cups of tea, and Yannick offered at least cold water. Ed said he would drink water, and Yannick handed over tea. Lauretel recalled that he came to pick up materials for magical engineering. Yanuka is in shock. Anyone can say that these are new items on which there is no dust. They say that distributing things for free is a violation of trade ethics. Lauretel replied that her eyes were not scheduled at all. If you look carefully, it will see that these items have many defects. For example, a tiny scratch. Yanuka is outraged. But for Lauretel, it will be more important whether these things will be useful to Ed. How can she sell them? He thanked, but it is somehow embarrassed to receive all this. Ed, for the past visits, did not pay, and this is the 4th. Yannick says that it is more profitable for both parties to deal with payment as soon as possible and terminate the contract. The dispute began. Ed feels how a familiar sensation again covers his body. The feeling that you are plunging into the water. He has a lot of work, but recently he has been hanging too often in a similar state. But Ed needs to be kept under the control of Creepin. In stock 2 weeks, urgently need to make the necessary preparations. You also need to make a mattress for the bed. Probably you can try to weave fabric for lining and fill it with feathers. And you also need to cut and prepare a deer caught the day before yesterday and put cleaning inside the hut. By the way, dried meat for Lucy should also be cooked. All this presses very much on Ed. Girls are trying with all their might to blur him. Fiona thinks she still must admit that Ed behaved resolutely during fishing in the camp, and also calmly and clearly gave orders during the battle against Glaston. Among students, he has a reputation as a diligent student, and Lauratel said not to dare to treat him casually. It feels like Ed is outside the insight of Fiona. It is better to conduct another check, to make sure for sure. Therefore, she sent an order to pay a visit to her to the royal residence. Fiona asked at what hour Ed would come, but Clark does not think that in the near future he will be able to pay her a visit. The princess asked why, after all, we are talking about the royal order. And then Clark said that Ed fell off without feelings from overwork. He has an abnormal status, exhaustion. This causes migraine, shortness of breathing, visual impairment, mana circulation failure, muscle relaxation, etc. Ed is difficult to breathe. He feels heaviness in his whole body and unbearable heat in the lower stomach. A good rest will get rid of this abnormal status. Ed noticed that Lucy was sleeping on him. This linen is also chatting in a dream. Lucy is light like a feather. No, even easier. Therefore, Ed sometimes wonders if she is really a person, but now he is not even able to move. And since Lucy is the same as always, it means most likely something is wrong with his body. The forces completely left. It seems Ed in his hut. The blanket looks new. This seems to be one of the goods of the Elta Trading Company. Lucy mutters what wants to eat. Ed said that she really only eats, sleeps, and nothing more. At that moment, she congratulated him on the fact that she came to her senses. Streams of mana in his body were very distorted. Ed gave excessively a lot of effort to train magic and even studied the magic of spirits, without giving the body for several months. And Lucy all this time helped to stabilize. But she became bored, so she bored a couple of times. Moreover, she walked along the blade of a knife all the time because of something else. This is really annoying. Well, in any case, they could not say anything to Lucy because it was necessary to do it. She told him not to get sick. It's hard to get sick, and you can die from the disease. Ed is grateful to her. Lucy had a chance to see how Glock, whom she considered her grandfather, died in bed from illness. Zix came to Ed immediately. He was not sure whether it was possible to use the stove in the hut, so he spread the fire outside. The picture how Lucy sits on the hero, of course, is not very good, so she got up and flew through the chimney. Zix asked Ed what kind of girl it was already. Although, if we are talking about a strong female, then there is nothing special. Six asked if it was the so-called openness of this civilization. Perhaps he examined civilization from the too conservative side. Ed asked why the guy is here. The Yannick had to leave for his studies, and Lauretel left because she could no longer postpone things. And Zix's hair has grown so because now it is very, Six cooked soup and began to feed Ed. The hero is not picky, but this is horror. There is nothing to be done here. Clara or Yannick would have coped better than Zix. But Lauretel said that there were no women. Ed decided to check the script as always. Students of the Faculty of Alchemy secretly launched the mass production of mandragore, which resulted in a serious problem. Six said that Elvira and Taylor and Clevius quickly figured out this issue. Great, so far everything is fine. And with monsters in the underground system of the Six Academy with Taylor, they also successfully finished. Super. So now the only major incident remained the battle for the seal. Ed asked how much he failed. Six said that today will be the 10th day. Everyone will be happy to hear that he finally woke up. However, today no one can visit. Yanuka is in the classroom and Lauratel is preparing for important negotiations. Ed thought that only 2 or 3 days passed, but his dream lasted 10 days. So there is little time. Ed, in a weak voice, called Zix. The guy should immediately convey the words of Lauratel. The day after his awakening, the battle for the Seal of the Sage began. Act 2, Scene 10, filled to the edges with variables. Trade participants are Princess Fiona, Lauratel, and the one who should not be here according to the original scenario. The head of the ducal family of Lost Sealer, Creepin Lostyler, the final boss of the 4th act. He is glad to see Fiona in good health. Although quite a lot of time has passed, he would like to apologize. Creepin heard because of one immature and stupid youth of his family, the princess was extremely difficult. As Fiona ordered, he excluded it from the family registry, but once again he apologizes. The princess says that everything is in order and does not need to worry about this. Creepin Blood, relative of Ed Loststyler. Previously, he was full of nobility, dignity, goodness, and wisdom. The head of the ducal family, which possessed the highest power. In each gesture of those who serve him, you can feel respect. But the eyes of Fiona see his true essence. This man is a real devil. Creepin asked for a second girl, a representative of Elta's trading company. Lauratel introduced herself. So she is the only daughter of the Golden King Elta Kekeln. Creepin has heard about her insight and adventurism. If an item is put up for the sale which can bring more profit, then at all costs they should buy. Lauratel and her company go to where they smell money. Negotiations on buying a seal of the sage begin. Everyone writes his offers and price. The seal will be bought by those who offer the highest price. After all, this is the treasure of the Sylvania Academy, but the Academy does not want to publicly declare that they are selling such a valuable item, especially because of financial difficulties, so the director of the expelled Forsberg was proposed a wise plan. As an observer, Fiona with the status of the princess gives a guarantee to maintain confidentiality, and the deputy director of Rachel, as a representative of the director, calmly opens tenders. And the method is as simple as possible. Right here at this moment, the one who introduces a large amount will receive the seal of the sage. Fiona was reported in advance about the selected bidding method, and she studied all similar cases of concluding transactions. It is for the sale of this kind of books, the value of each subject of magic, the value of an academic subject, and finally just the value of the lot as the subject of luxury. Lauretel probably knows by heart the price and records of transactions of a much larger number of books. However, Stepin Lostyler will be the one in whose hands the Sage of the Sage refuses. The proposals are received. Auction without the upper limit, the decision according to which one bet is made. In this situation, it is important to know the upper limit of the amount that the other side can pay. Lauratel revealed her goal to make a profit. If so, then she will never spend more than 8,100 coins. This is the highest amount of the sales transaction of such books. If you offer more, then resale will bring some losses. If Crepin simply offers a little more than the highest possible Lauratel bet, then the seal of his sage. Rachel will announce the proposed amounts. Crepin Lostilo proposed 8,500 gold coins of Flen, as expected. He is not the person who will visit the academy in order to make a profit from the sale of a book. It is important why he wants to get her so much that he is ready to pay such a large amount. And then Rachel announced that Lauratel Kesheln offered 9,400 coins, as a result of which the seal of the sage was transmitted to her. So her goal was not to make a profit. Stephen angrily told the coaches to return. To sign the contract, Lauratel was asked to go to another room. What was her goal? It seems that Lauratel from the very beginning sought to prevent the transfer of the seal to such an evil person as Stepin. No, she is not one of those who act in the name of justice. But if so, then the fact that Creepin is a villain. And his plans are shrouded in darkness, nothing more than a guess, because even Fiona could not find any evidence of it. She understands that this is someone's request or order. There is one who manipulates Lauratel from the shadow. Anyone who knows about the dark side of Stepan and tries to stop him. Lauratel denied the connection of Ed with the family. Even after the renunciation of the family and the pasture to the street, he lived with such determination that he fell from overwork. But despite this, until the very end, he tried to resist the darkness of the Lost-Styler family, Ed Lost-Styler. Fiona was abruptly faded. What the hell did she do? She drove such a person into the abyss. The princess swept a feeling of guilt. And this misconception of Fiona may turn out to be a blessing for someone. When selling the Seal of the Sage, the Duke of Creepin, the minimum amount that can be obtained, 8,500 coins, Lauretel bought for 9,400 coins, which means that the difference is approximately 900 coins. The words that she would not sell the seal back to Creepin, of course, were nothing more than a merchant's lie. But in a letter, Ed wrote that it doesn't matter to him whether she would resell this book or do something else with her. Lauretel will be able to ask him about anything while this seal is in her hands. This is a mistake to say such a merchant. Free pass to EDU for 900 coins is a standing transaction. Lauretel is looking forward to this. If the princess saw this expression on her face, then she had a blow. Six brought her a letter to Ed, saying he would have seen only her face. What a relief that Yanuka is so naive and pure. The hero would bet on Lauratel's interest in him and on the information provided by the insider of the locomotives. But thinking about what will happen later, Ed feels the desire to apologize. Suddenly, Yannick burst into the camp. There is still a lot of time to lunch, and she had already come here from the academic corps. Yanuka says all her morning classes are over. There is no more classes. Ed apologized that he made him worry. He heard him delivered a lot of inconvenience. Yanuka said it was not at all. But Zix knows that she ran around the academy in tears. Therefore, rumors crawled about her broken heart. Yannick quickly shut him up. Her spirit took away Zix. It was a very interesting story. But the weather today is cold. Let it not catch a cold. Yanuka held a Moga, who looked at Ed with tears. He asks the owner to kill him. This could not take measures to prevent him from overworking. He wanted to immediately rush and apologize. But I thought that if it was thoughtlessly approaching, I used Manu Ed, so all this time I received mana from Yanuka. Let it not inflate from a fly of an elephant. But Six says that Ed lay unconscious for 10 days. So he could clearly not inflate. And then the hero dawned. He really lay for 10 days. If so, then all the meat has rotted, and the fishing nets were torn because no one followed them. Ed lost all food supplies. Now you have to start all over again. And then Yanuka said that he seemed to intend to work for Ware again. Everything is in order. She will help him. Six is also completely free to the next exam. He can help with hunting or woodwork. Initially, if you deal with the work in order, then everything is somehow cramped. Suddenly Ed remembered that this was not as distant past as he thought. The time when he sat without a penny in his pocket in the forest, under a wooden canopy made hastily from nothing. The moment when he fell asleep under the buzz of Moshkara in the dark, not having the opportunity to rely on anyone. Although, of course, there were a lot of stalled affairs, but still managed to solve much more problems, while he was engaged in survival. Yes, everything is somehow sophisticated. Marilda tells Yannick that Ed looks very tired. Nevertheless, this is her chance. And so successfully coincided that red fox also negotiating, so she is busy now. The Yannick should take advantage of this time when she cannot often visit the camp. In this, Lauretel is very smart. I like Yannick or not, but to get a man, you need to be a little fox. Firstly, Marilda says that she is in her clothes like a village. Yannicka himself knows that she looks ugly, but she has already earned 100 points. Unlike the species, Ed liked how she copes with everyday tasks. Marilda offers the Yannick, if possible, put the sleeves more and also tie his hair. Today, she will also go with him, so the spirit tells her to go and be sure to achieve progress. Marilda, the high-ranking spirit of the wind. Specialization as a consultant in heart matters. The experience of relations is present. There is no better victory strategy than to be with Ed in difficult times. And by the way, Yannick came up with one Alaires. There was a deep night in the forest. The stew prepared by Yanuka was incredibly tasty. Ed thinks he needs to learn to cook in order to improve his culinary skills. But first of all, you need to focus on restoration. Although they help him, you can't constantly be tired. But to say that he feels good is also not able to. Headache and light fever return again. Suddenly at night, someone entered Ed in the hut, saying that he looks tired. He thought Yanuka returned to the hostel. What was she going to do? The girl was just giggled and entered. Ed asked if he was not going to do anything. And then Yanuka told him not to pretend that he was not hard. If the body is tired, then the spirit is tired. Everyone has the same process. Yanuka knows very well that Ed works hard and withstands a more difficult schedule than anyone else. When it was difficult for her, she received a lot of consolation, but in the end, not support gave the greatest power. And the fact that one person was just standing nearby without saying a word. Ed had many difficulties he worked on fame. He said that she did not have to go so far. But Yannick knows that he is hard. He must admit this and rest well. Ed leaned back on the pillow and said that yes, it was hard for him. It was really hard, very much. Morning came, and Yanuka so at night and overslept at the bed of Ed. He giggled with a smile because his body was completely restored. For 10 days, Ed was unable to achieve such progress as planned, especially in the study of materials for magical engineering. High-ranking production skills have a great influence on the main characteristics, and are more universal than ordinary skills. But there is a clear limit of how to grow, just engaged in self, learning through reassembly of magical engineering objects. Most recipes are awards for the tasks of the main scenario, so Ed is difficult to get into their own hands. But it seems Talo is not particularly interested in magical engineering. It must be because, even the name of the formula, you cannot create a useful magic product in one fell swoop. We need materials from the last stages of the original scenario. But Ed has a different situation because there is one who can get any materials, even from the other side of the world. Lauretel finally calmed down when he came to his senses. Despite her appearance, she suffers from chronic fatigue. How difficult it was to put your brittle hair and irritated skin in order. She is so busy. But still I made such a way to the forest. She needs a vacation, moreover. She needs to say something to Ed. Elta was overthrown, so it will change the name to just a trading company and reconstruct the business. But Lauratel needs someone to help employees' management, assets, products, and external issues. In fact, she needs a symbol. She said to imagine, when Ed wakes up in the morning and goes to work, they will be separated by only one thin wall. He will gain great advantages as a company leader. And moreover, Lauretel will give EDU shares of her personal asset. This is almost like marital relations. Oh, she realized that he was hanging out too much. For Ed, it looks strange that she gives him so much. Lauretel says he does not understand the devil. She knows how he feels. What is wrong with her? Or, I cannot make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of the young girl. Most likely Ed, until the very end, wants to have a purely business relationship with her. To the point, this is what he wants. But he knows nothing. When you have lived all your life in a world where hundreds of coins come and go along the click of your finger, where you are betrayed, if you do not betray the first, then the most important is a person who will never betray. The one who remains near Lauretel even if all her wealth will ever come to naught. The one who remains nearby even if the whole world turns away from her. For some, this is a family, for others, a lover. And for the third, a friend with whom he spent many years. But for Lauretel, who saw the rises and falls of the rich and great merchants, the fact that the same thing can happen to her is a constant fear. She asks Ada to just stay with her. He said to remove a smile from his father and continue to speak. Lauretel laughed. He did not peck. She so sharply changed her tone in the middle of the tirade that it immediately caught my eye. Lauretel is also a person and can also succumb to emotions. She asked if Ed, the defender's instinct, woke up. Usually when demonstrating such a timid and delicate appearance, the hearts of others should melt. But seeing the reaction of Ed, more precisely her absence, she became offended. Everything said was not a lie. He says that he plans to graduate from the Academy of Sylvia, and until then he does not intend to leave the academy. ED has not yet decided what would do after the release. A smile appeared on Lauretel's face. Well, she can wait until it is released. She asked whether Ed knows that he initially did not have the right to choose. Perhaps soon Lauretel will be able to use this free pass, his letter. She is very glad that after such a long time she was able to see his face. Thinking about what will happen in the future, Ed has the feeling that he had done something truly terrible. It feels like Lauratel is in debtors. It is dangerous. Leaving, she wanted to say that he is now her. Lauratel was about to make such a statement and put an end to, but saw his appearance. She failed with the implementation of her plan. If I released it from the plan too late, then she would have to see his sad expression on her face. Lauratel grabbed the change from payment of materials. But how can she now look in the face again? She thought maybe just to leave the bag in the hut. Meanwhile, the sleepy Yanuka only left the house, thinking that Ed went to the stream. Then the very unexpected and unpleasant meeting of two girls took place. Lauretel asked why Yanuka left the hut, and she asked why the golden daughter was coming from the side where the stream was. This was the beginning of a new catastrophe for Ed. He could tell the hero that his consumption of meat and vegetables today is very low, and he did not drink water enough. If Ed falls out again without strength, then the spirit will die. He could ask for him to adhere to a healthier lifestyle. It seems that Tarkin I could reprimand. Wherever you go, a crazy house everywhere. Ed apologizes for this. One way or another, thanks to the help of the guys, he made enough provisions and firewood, and Lauretel helped with furniture. But Ed is concerned about 3 letters before he collapsed without strength. One warning from Lauretel, another from the princess about the movements of Stripen, and the last of the academy from an extremely unexpected character, Professor Glaston. The letter said that he would like to hold a personal meeting with Ed after a scientific conference. Unfortunately, the hero was chained to the bed and could not go, so now he does not know for what reason he was called. Professor Glaston, the last boss 2 acts and the final head of the 2nd act has already begun. Glaston always believed that only a few chosen talents can change the world. To resurrect Sylvia, the great sage with the greatest talent in history, he studied star magic that distorts the laws of the world. To complete the great sage was necessary, but the academy fell on the trick of Lauretel, and the seal was sold. According to the plot, she stacked her and tries to introduce the spirit of Sylvania into the body of Isla, which was born with talent for star magic to emerge a new progressive era. In the literal sense, it was crazy, but then, in order to save the file, Taylor enters the stage. He makes a breakthrough through the traps in the underground reservoir and breaks through the shower library. The last words of the eye before falling from the top of the magic tower, after all his plans fell, they were a little unexpected because he dreamed only of academic successes and devoted his life to the discovery of talented people. One way or another, this is the final battle of the 2nd act. The beginning of the war of conquering the eye is the change of the owner of the Seal of the Sage. It all starts with a professor of Glaston kidnapping Taylor's girlfriend, Ayla. The demon of the Sylvania underground water protection system inspired fear. Ayla shouts that this is all because of him and asks not to approach. She hates Ed Lostroyer. Then he says that she is too much to the stick. After all, they were stolen together. Yes, Ed was also abducted. The last chapter of the 2nd act, Battle of Subordination of Glaston, begins. This is radically different from the original plan of Ed. 3 days before the events described, he learned to do all the items that he failed to do in the 10 days. But it was a shame that he had lost 10 days of full training. The battle on the subordination of Glaston is about to begin. What a pity that Ed still has not been able to raise stats related to magical engineering. Well, it is not surprising because for the further development of these skills, he needs drawings and materials. And then he remembered the way to increase significantly. In the last chapter, there are only 4 combat stages. Among them, the highest in complexity is the boss of the stage, the 3rd phase of the secret laboratory. Reyna, a librarian of the Library of Souls, is so strong that it is difficult to break through it without a technician of a holy sword. But this is the problem that Taylor should solve. Ed is only interested in the contents of this Library of Souls. It is filled to the edges with formulas for magical engineering. Ed remembers that this is far from a 2-digit number, and there are definitely 2 production formulas that can be used to create legendary rank items. Although the idea, of course, is dangerous, but if not one goes there, then no problems will arise. Professor Glaston says that this year there are definitely many talented students. Ayla is transferred to Class A. Although he says so, but in class, and only 3 students, in the next semester there will be 5 of them, due to the translated ones. Well, they say that when it was faced with the educational process, there were cases when Class A was completely absent. The Amli's combat power itself is not very powerful, but it has a predisposition to star magic. 6 got up to clarify whether the selection criteria for Class A can be based on talent. After all, even students themselves have no idea how they flourish, making incredible efforts. Does he think that Glaston ignores or destroys students, denigrating and detracting their efforts? Rather, the most true way to spoil someone's life is to instill confidence in an ambiguous talent and give him an impetus in an unknown direction. Before entering Sylvia, Lauretel conducted a small investigation against professors. The obsession with talents is probably connected with his daughter. His only daughter was an ordinary wizard, but he endlessly believed in her. Since Glast was her father, this gesture was quite natural. However, Muri took this not as the faith of her father in her strength, but as the faith of Professor Glast from the Faculty of Magic. Based on the faith of her father, she hastily took part in the conquest of the demonic monster at a young age, and in the end she died. After that incident, Professor Glast became obsessed with the search for obvious talent. They say that he devoted most of his time to the study of unidentified magic, star magic. But if you look back at his past, you can see that the gland is not looking for star magic, but to the person who invented it. Considered the greatest talent in history, the great sage Sylvia. And therefore, probably due to the study of star magic, Glasty is trying to convert Ailey to Class A. After the meeting, the professor said that tomorrow he would separately call Lauratel to himself. This is not related to classes. It seems that Glast wants to talk about the seal of the sage. Unfortunately for star magic, this is a necessary element. But this is useless, because in the near future Lauratel will conduct a ritual and become a full owner. Eads also ended. Soon the ritual of obtaining a seal of the sage will begin. Although he is a little anxious, the plan has already been fully developed, and the essence of this operation is to follow behind. While Taylor passes 5 stages to save Ailey, Ed will quietly follow him and collect untouched objects. He also made a list of the necessary things. This is especially true for the 3rd phase in the Soul Library. Glock's Eye, temporarily increasing the magical power and skill of all sensitive skills, and Delheim's Sand Clock, which return all physical conditions a few seconds ago. Due to the complexity of the cultivation of materials, they can only be made in the late stages of the script of the system. They will not bring any benefit to Taylor, and finally Ed will check his work during the 5th phase and quietly return to the camp. That's the whole plan. The battle begins on the day of the ritual to obtain a seal. Ed told Yannick that he had lost something in the reservoir and offered to look for it together, to which she joyfully agreed. The plan is perfect because the hero has a comrade who supports him with his help. Suddenly Clare conveyed that Adita Glast causes Ed. Maybe the conversation will be about the fact that she was recently in the camp. The ritual of obtaining a seal of the sage will take place tomorrow. Gland must be busy. So why did he call the hero to himself? Last time Ed could not respond to his invitation, but he called again. Then this is something important. However, Illa was also in Glast's office. Ed did nothing, but she reacts very sharply to him. Well, her relationship with Ed Loststay lasted more than 10 months. Moreover, he used arrows against her. But this is not important now. Why is the Ayla, who tomorrow, when the battle of conquering the Eye will begin, will be abducted, is it here? And by the way, why they also called here Ed? Looks like he understood. The hero nervously began to rummage in his papers on the table. As far as Ed is known, in the future there is no place for changes. Can't be. He found a dossier on himself. If I had to talk about the point of contact with Ed, that is only about this. This is a report by Assistant Clare, who followed him. In this case, Professor Glast may be aware of his actions in the Ophelis building. But what does this have to do with this case? The door to the office began to open and Ed took out his dagger. Professor Glass entered. Isla began to run to him with requests for help, shouting that that man was holding a dagger in his hands. But he, without saying a word, activated the magic of the Star World. He applied time to Ailey and she froze. Ed threw it at Professor King and activated the explosion with the help of Moga. Our hero very quickly realized what's what. The reaction was so smooth that it was even too perfect. Glasty realized that for such a short period of time, Ed managed to view his research materials. But even so, he could not recognize all his intentions. Ed asked if there is a need to draw him into all this. The professor needs only Isla with her predisposition to star magic, and he achieved his goal. Glast replied that he was doing this to achieve it, so let ED keep evil on him. This is clearly too much. Let him give at least some explanations. Why does the professor use vague expressions? Well, it is not surprising, because if Ed runs away, then he will not sit, folding back. And there is a high probability that in this case the script will fail. In addition, if Ed is kidnapped here, then they are likely to be locked with Ayla in a secret laboratory. It also means that its direct flight will be delivered to the third phase. Maybe just give yourself to kidnap Chtoli. Ed stood out of an ambush. Glast asked if he made a decision to resist or some plan occurred to him. Well, this will be a good lesson for the hero, and the professor seized him with a prison of time, as well as Ayla. The professor was skeptical but could not believe that Ed was able to achieve such success, living in the wild. It is so amazing that Glast began to think that Ed, it seems, is a 48-hour day. This was completely different from the assumptions of Clare regarding the dark figure or something like that. Given the style of the battle seen through the crystal ball, Ida's fighting instinct is exceptional, that's for sure. But this is clearly the method of the weakest, a thorough analysis of the enemy and the use of all possible means. And all this is not a product of effort, but talent. Ed, without the slightest anxiety, reminds the eye of the one he lost in the past, his only daughter, shouting that he will glorify the name of his father, opening a new specialization. This memory pops up again with the professor of Glast before his eyes. At that moment, he could hastily flew out of the academy and went to Ed camp. Meanwhile there, Yanuka prepared lunch for him, but did not understand why he was late. Having examined the world, Glock realized that there were so many magical truths that he did not even suspect. The title of Archmage is meaningless. His Sylvania teacher, who passed away at a young age, remained in the memory of a beautiful woman. The past years were truly saturated. The sadness that tormented the day when Glock lost the teacher. She left with time, and now the memories of her remained only in the form of an old portrait. Woe about the lost sometimes paralyzes the mind. Of course it happens that there is a desire to destroy Providence, distort the truth, and again see the face of Sylvia. But what is lost is lost. The one who has lost something must remain strong, even in sorrow. Therefore become strong. To her who marked the end of his life, he gives the last sentence of this book. Lucy. It was opening from the magic trip to the southern continent. More than anyone else, Glock himself recognized, accepted, and waited for death. Lucy had no choice but to let him go. Will the day come when all the pain of loss passes and even the scars will disappear? The only thing that makes Lucy for a moment forget about longing is to satisfy the bag with dried beef. The same as she now holds in her hands, however, opening it, he was empty. At that moment he could flew into the camp at great speed. He began in a hurry to tell something to Yannick. In Trick's Hole, the main conference room, the secret ceremony of transmitting the seal of the sage began. The academy that sells a book and a trading company that buys. There is only the highest leadership of both sides, and among them two figures are especially distinguished. Lauratel Keheln, representative of the Elta Trading Company, and Obel Forestier, director of the Sylvania Academy, approximately the same age, a similar physique. But it is radically different from that person, Creepin Lost Styler. After completing negotiations on the purchase of the press, he came to Lauratel and asked him to give him the seal of the sage. Initially, there was nothing of the kind in the plans, so it would be necessary to close my eyes to this. But we are talking about a fairly impressive amount, which is quite enough to lie to Princess Fiona. Lauratel voiced an impressive amount, 12,000 gold coins, but Creepin instantly accepted its conditions. And he asked whether Lauratel knew that Elty hired a detachment of mercenaries who was heading for Sylvia. Stepan said this out of idle concern so that Lauratel would not allow this time something went wrong. He is an extremely unpleasant person, but it did not matter. Information about the Elta was valuable. Lauratel also found a place where you can resell the seal. Preparations are completed. The Obel folds the duties of the owner, and Lauratel came forward to obtain the rights of ownership. Now she has not only the purchase and closure of the difference in overpayment, but in her hands there will be a free ticket to Ed. However, during the ritual, something went wrong and a monster appeared in the room, which the Obel began to restrain. And Glast, who spent him, grabbed the seal and evaporated. Lauratel in despair. Despite the absence of Ed, history develops without hinders. The battle on the subordination of Glast begins. Ayla is furious that she ended up in this secret laboratory with him. But this is not important. About now, Glast had to steal the seal of the sage. Suddenly someone's voice demanded silence. If the heroes continue to scream like that, then perhaps they will awaken the monster of the underground reservoir in front of them. Come, a researcher of astrology, said, This is a great success. Glast ordered him not to use them for experiments, since they are the talented students that he needs. Cum was surprised by Ada, but he would follow. Now Edu has nothing more to do. He just needs to wait for Taylor to break here and arrange a fight. By that time, the library will already be completely cleaned. And in a place where not a single interference will remain, Ed will complete its operation to sweep away all available materials for magical engineering. And now he does not need to settle anything at all. It is annoying that this thought is so sweet that even a conscience is in a hide. And it is annoying that he is here with Ayla. She screams that she will scream if he takes at least a step in her direction. Ed said he had no bad intentions. If I was going to harm, I would have done it a long time ago. He always treated Ailey well, who constantly looked after Taylor and followed him everywhere. Ed demanded to stop hysteria and just sit down. If they wait a bit, then Taylor will certainly come here. Ayla asks, does Ed thinks that he has the right to pronounce the name of Taylor, but why shouldn't it have it? The hero asked for forgiveness for the situation during the entrance exam and considered them on circumstances. He also had his own reasons to help Glaston in the raid. Even if Ayla cannot trust Ed, Taylor will definitely come to save her. Ayla is shocked that Ed Lawsiler himself apologized to her. Suddenly he could, screaming in good health, the owner abides and is there, or some scratches. The spirit of Britta, who, due to the reaction of mana, Ed feels a breakdown or he has any strange sensations in the body. He could follow his magical follow, but Ed's spiritual connection level is still too low. Therefore, it took more time to detect it. The hero asked where it could fly. Finally, an interlocutor appeared with whom you can talk. Ayla says that since we are talking about the spirit, they can send through him a request for help to someone from the academy. But Ed does not see the need to increase the number of variables. I could say not to worry. It took him more than 12 hours to get here, which means that about 2 days have passed since the abduction. But the Moga still clearly has a great expression on Yanuka's face, covered by anger. Moreover, he thinks that Lauretel and Lucy will join them, who from time to time comes to the camp. So this will be military power equal to 1,000 soldiers. He could always find a way to rescue the owner from trouble. The spirit says not to worry about anything and wait calmly. But Ed got angry and called him a lousy. He threw the Moga by the cage and screamed Kuma that he changed his mind. Ed cannot continue to stay here. He must get out of here. He asks to release him immediately. The researcher said that if Ed will make noise there, then that devil on the contrary wakes up. But Ed speaks seriously. If it does not come out of here, then Cum will have problems, not him. The astrologer giggled. Correctly, finally, Ed dropped the mask and appeared as an ordinary student. It may make noise, but in moderation. Cum left. Ayla asks what he found on the hero because he himself said to sit quietly and wait for Taylor. And then he could bring a bunch of keys. As the spirit said, he instantly assesses any situation. He could not know how Ed found out the exact location of the keys, but he immediately reacted. Here is a jacket is doing what no one asked for. The hero took the key and said, I can go back. Ed opened the door of the cell, and he and the Ayla began to go out. But then he slammed the door right in front of her nose. Ed demanded to close his mouth. From now on, it only answers yes or no. Outside, experiments with monsters and magical tools that have a soul are conducted. It is dangerous. Ayla must obey first, and if they notice that there is no Ed, then immediately hand over him, saying that he had escaped. In any case, they will not harm her. In addition, Ayla is now too nervous, so she could not run quickly. She tried to object, but Ed interrupted. He demanded to speak either yes or not. Ayla said at first, and then timidly answered positively. Ed told her to sit quietly here, and he himself would take care of everything. New turns will certainly occur. Even small variables can be somehow controlled. EDA stats have also improved significantly. Most problems can be solved using information. However, there are certainly variables that cannot be solved with your own hands. Participation of Yanuka and Lauratel in the battle. This ED can somehow deal with this. Despite the long attempts of avid gamers to solve this problem, the answer is left alone. Lucy is a completely invulnerable enemy. This is the 27th poor ending. Ed did not pay attention to this route, because this did not happen if he had not tried to provoke this turn of events on purpose. A poor ending that occurs only with the satisfaction of special conditions. And this is when, after the incident, Professor Glaston and Lucy Merrill meet, after which you will provide Hostel. Ed by all means should prevent her coming here. Taylor ran into Zix's room while he was engaged in requests for help. He must save Elu. Phase 1. Pursuit of Eye. Taylor, who set off in pursuit of the Eye of the Tricks building, is asking a request to Zix. Soon he will gather his comrades and lead them to the underground water contesting of the Academy to rush in pursuit of Eye. Ed is well acquainted with the script route, but passing this route in the reverse order is an amazing experience. Initially, the building of Monsters Research was an extremely problematic place because Kum released all the monsters. But since it was a journey in the opposite direction, all the monsters were still trapped. Therefore, Ed simply passed them. The meeting of Lucy and EI is an inevitably bad end, so you have to hurry. The problem is a library of souls, namely, guarding this place of the Rhine, a librarian standing on guard. The patrol scheme of the Rhine is fully familiar to Edu. Even if he enters the battle, he can easily defeat her, since he knows which strategy should be applied. But this Rhine is the valuable glasses of Taylor's experience. In the second half of the game, there will be enemies who cannot be defeated without intensive training of Taylor with a sword. Therefore, if the main character is not trained enough, then it will become difficult to clean the script in the future. Act 2 is the section where Taylor needs to squeeze the highest growth rates. In particular, he should catch the resurrected demon of the reservoir, which allows you to master the necessary skills, and the Rhine, which gives the most experience points. Therefore, Ed will simply take with him a few tools for magical engineering he needs, and shines. He began to study the library and found a thunderous blows generator and then the device of unilateral blurring of light. When it ends, he will definitely visit here again. It's really a pity that it cannot pick up everything. It seems that now the Rhine's gaze is directed in the opposite direction from the exit. Ed and Mog were about to leave as an earthquake began. In theory, there was no such event here. And then the Rhine approached as much as possible and hung over Ed. It looks like he is stuck. 30 minutes before the earthquake, a monster appeared on the ritual to obtain the seal of the sage. Lauretel froze him. If a hype rises regarding the transaction, then the reputation of the Academy will be spoiled. She cannot believe that her seal was stolen at a meeting of all key teachers of the Academy. Although this will take a little time, but the Circle will take responsibility for the return of the press and asks to wait. No matter what Professor Glaston conceived, it obviously will not end in anything good. Lauratel asked what he was talking about. Obel thinks he should inform at least the leaders of the trading company. He mentioned 3 main taboos: distorting the providence of the world, blurring the flow of time, and rejecting the framework of the human fate. 3 main taboos: the desire for eternal life, the resurrection of the deceased, and the turn of time is back. So Glaston is going to revive the dead man with the help of a star of magic, and the director, knowing this, did nothing. Glaston had the habit of saying that talented people accelerate the progress of the world, respected, and was equal to Sylvia. On the other hand, his daughter Muri, who tragically died due to too much faith in her ambiguous talent. If suddenly the spell really completed the spell that can return to the life of the dead, then which of them will he revive? The Circle did not go crazy. He is interested. Lauretel is silent. Suddenly the director was informed of a big trouble. They say that behind the Eye, who disappeared into the reservoir some time ago, a student Taylor set off in pursuit of. According to eyewitnesses, he abducted not only the seal, but also the students. Their personalities were confirmed. This is Ayla Triss, a first-year student, and a second-year student, Ed Loststaler. The world for Lauretel stopped. Elle was kidnapped. Moreover, a loud roar came from there. Director Obel is the greatest wizard of this era. He said that he would take responsibility and bring the seal. If he makes a move, then Ed will easily save. So it would be the most reasonable to just wait here. But the direction of this familiar noise and a revision is the entrance to the underground water protection system. It was a huge fiery dragon with Yanuka from above. Lauratel says he will also go. Since the director continues to behave so indifferently, she thinks she should go to take the seal of the sage herself. Lauratel tells everyone to follow her. Only a couple of people remain here to conduct further negotiations. Lauratel participates in the battle. The combat alchemist, who gained significant recognition. Dorothy, the head of the 3rd year of the Faculty of Alchemy. Elvira and Norden, the elders of the 1st and 2nd year, often turned to her for advice. But even such a Dorothy in the 1st year did not stand out much. Therefore, Glaston, who recognized her talent, was a real benefactor for her. That's why Dorothy thought, that once the professor went to such extreme actions, it means that there is soon some deep meaning. And although she did not know his intentions, she still decided to fulfill the request, standing on the protection of the entrance to the reservoir. However, she had no idea that she had to face a huge fiery dragon and Yanuka. Dorothy could not even speak, so she did not say where Ed. But Tarkin told Yanuka to go here, and who should she listen to her now? In the second fork to the right, then left, and further many times left. Yanuka has a headache, and then she noticed Dorothy lying. She was surprised that it seems that she was to blame for what happened to the girl. Yanuka thought that at least she had to cover her. And while she was doing this, the group Lauratel reached the same place. Yanuka asked Sylvania. It can boast of impressive military power among older students of each class, except for Lucy. Whatever Yanuka undertakes, the destruction of all channels or the untying of a fight, it will ensure Ada. And then Lauratel introduced how Yanuka heroically saves Ed, takes him in his arms and carries him to the gallery for dinner. And he, in turn, says that she is the best and immensely grateful for her courage and efforts. Ed invited Yanuka to get married, and they began to think about whether they would like a daughter or a son. Lauratel will not suffer this. She is capable of responding calmly to any judgment, but when Ed is mentioned, her thinking degrades. Lauratel asks Yanuka what she was doing because Ed was already saved. No matter how regrettable it is, but it was badly damaged. She lies that he is in the camp and is waiting for the arrival of Yanuka. Ed will save Lauratel. But first you need to remove the Yanuka from the path. And then the girl asked Lauratel why she was telling her about it. As soon as Ed was determined, she immediately rushed here and was all this time at the entrance. Now Yanuka is smart as never before. She says that now is not the time for lies, and Lauratel brought her employees for a reason, but to help. Yanuka suddenly began to state only the right facts. It is really dangerous. At first, Yanuka asked Lucy for help, but she went for a walk, yawning, just acting at its pace. Therefore, Yanuka will also act alone. Okay, now the girls are not the time to interfere with each other. It turns out that there are no other competitors. Lauratel asked all employees to wait here. Words are no longer required. Yanuka will check the eastern part, and Lauratel will then take a search on the opposite side. Now the main thing is to save Ed from the danger. In this case, Yanuka ran at all speed with the thought that she would save the first. In turn, Lauratel says that only she will save Ed's the first. The earthquake began. Who will still be the first to save Ed from danger? Suddenly the ceiling of the Library of Souls broke, and the Rhine pressed a fragment. Seeing who it was, Ed thought that it would be better if it was an earthquake. At the top of the fragment sat sleepy Lucy. She lit up with boredom, so she came to save him. The struggle for the championship was over now. The professor asks if it is true that Obel believes that it will be more correct not to intervene. This is risky, but it seems a good opportunity to grow students. Flowers bloom where the leaves fell. But do you need to do this within unreasonable limits? After all, it is obvious that we are talking about the golden age in the history of the Academy. The current generation of students is a collection of diamonds that were difficult to see in all previous years. In just 1 year, many students shone like stars who have a variety of expectations. That's how, but the impade has the feeling that someone was doing him a warning, sounding so that the upcoming tests are so huge that only the talent of this level can cope. Lucy burned a huge hole in grief, and all in order to ask Ed whether he still has a sluggish beef. Where did she get from him? Lucy was upset. Then she will go. She should find nearby a place where you can take a nap. But then Ed stopped her, saying that it was impossible. The situation is full. Yanuka and Lauratel had to enter the reservoir. From this moment, Edu is enough to just stop them. Given the growth of Taylor at the moment, if he defeats all bosses in the second part, that script will not be distorted only because he missed one boss. So, everything is still in order. The problem is in this girl. If Lucy meets the eye, then the event of a bad ending will begin. In this case, Ed said that she should not go anywhere and be until the very end nearby. She asked why. The hero was told that in difficult times the one who stands near you is silent for great power. Lucy is strong. If Ed is with her, then he has nothing to worry about. She does not have to do or say something. Just let it be near, and that's it. She asked if he did not have a dried beef left. Ed asked Ed. He asks Lucy for a favor, at least until he gets out of this fucking reservoir. Lucy offered to pull out Ed from here, but he said that before leaving he needed to do a couple of affairs. Okay, she agreed. In return, she will also have a request for him. Lucy jumped Ida on her back and began to doze. "Now you need to take your feet out of here at full speed." The hero will only take what he needs from the library. He will find Yanuka with Lauratel, and then leave this place. On the way to Ed was attacked by a flock of bats, but he quickly burned them with the help of ignition. Needless to say, this is a real taste of hunting, on Ed literally pouring out glasses of the experience of the monsters tribe. "Sorry, Taylor, but the hero will grab himself a small piece from the pie." After that, Ed ran on. Somewhere here, the shelter spell is used. Magic, sensitive, and insight recognized by the eye. Unlike Yanuka, who specializes in touch with spirits, Lauretel found the right path much faster. Okay, not to say that these thoughts are now pleasing to her now. Right now, Lauretel clearly realized that she was striving to achieve something of pure and good motives. She felt that she finally seized the key to new relationships that cannot be bought for money. The feeling is the same as then, the sound emanating from some very close place. This is the sound of Lauretel's heart. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front of her, so she was here. Ed met her with a mountain of instruments and said that he was abducted here recently. He asked for a short time to incur this. It's difficult to drag everything alone. Lauretel's eyes lit up. These are all the recipes of the highest class. But no, it doesn't matter now. Ed, after all, should now be in a deep crisis. Yes, there is this, but in any case, he managed to resolve everything. He pointed to Lucy on his back. This is really dangerous, and a promise. Yanuka is a coward that is not able to make a rapid attack. Until now, Lauretel has achieved the greatest progress due to its active actions. Although that day she had so caught her breath from running that she dropped the torch and almost arranged a fire. And now Ed is calm with another woman in her arms. He asked to take these scrolls of production. If a trading company can prepare all these ingredients, then it will come for them. Now Lauretel is to press Ed to the wall and take the initiative. But he leaned toward her and asked again, who can he trust except for her? Ed crossed the line, now comes up and treats such requests. But Lauretel cannot but succumb to the sweet words that during all this time, Ed was grateful and trusted. Then she asked with a smile maybe he needed a check. Lauretel is so gullible. Then an employee of the trading company ran up to them. He finally found them to report big problems. You can't relax for a second. Taylor's team is already in the reservoir. Clevius asks if it is necessary to go even further. He offered to turn back. Elvira recalled that they save Isla. Clevius didn't get along with her. So why on earth should they also save Ed? Taylor is really sorry, but still he certainly wants to save Ailey and counts on Clevius. After all, everyone knows that she is a good person. Since Clevius had already hurt here, then Zico tells him and not to think to retreat. Suddenly a self-proclaimed romantic, the prophet Adele said that she felt something ahead. Her prophecies, which looks as if raising the curtain of the future, often fall into the very point. Adele has the feeling that the person they face in the future is a difficult enemy. And suddenly, where she pointed her finger, an explosion occurred. Tarkin tortures Clare. She says that the truth does not understand anything. Initially, the plan was not at all like that. Yanuka released her. There should have been a left, right. Maybe they turned right again? And then she noticed the guys and waved. A sensation that cannot be forgotten raises fear, captured in the body. And the mind, paralyzed by fear, leads to misunderstanding. There is no guarantee that the guys will prevail, but Taylor will put all their forces in the attack. Yanuka does not understand what with their faces. Did she really beat Clare? But she herself lost consciousness. Zico tells Taylor to calm down. The protagonist shouts that even if the probability of victory is small, he will save Ayla. Suddenly the voice of Ed was heard. He told Taylor to cool already. Yanuka ran up and began to inspect if everything was in order. Taylor and Elvira are already well aware of the battle style of Ed. Possessing only basic magical skills and some abilities of archery, he managed to stop 3 opponents with high characteristics alone, and now he is surrounded by allies. Moreover, in comparison with the incident in Ophelis, now its abilities have grown significantly. Perhaps through one Yanuka it would be possible to break through, but Taylor does not know how to break through this wall now. After all, once Ed has joined her, his chances of victory are 0. At that moment, our hero walked past Taylor, put him on his hand and said to go. Isla is waiting. Let him go and catch the eye. Now it's time for everyone to go their own way. Let Taylor engage in the script, and Ed will deal with the variable. From this moment, he announces the hunt on Elt. The employee reported on what was supposed to happen sooner or later. A message was received that ordinary soldiers hired by the Golden King of Elta arrived on the island of Anan, the victim, and had no chance of returning to the original, intermediate boss of the second act, Golden King Elta. He was overthrown at another time and not as planned was originally planned, and this allowed him to run, unlike the original plot. Lauretel knew that Elta was planning a counterattack, but despite this, an experienced giant seems to have found a loophole. There are many employees of the company. Therefore, the formulas and numerous tools that are dedicated to Ed can be much more useful than he thought. If they asked what the world is better for his survival in this, he would definitely answer. Superiority in the possession of information about the future. The script that is now unfolding, the last chapter of the second act, Pitla for the Eye, will end soon. The plan of action according to the original scenario will remain unchanged. And Elta is an intermediate boss of the second act. As in the original, he must leave the stage in the second act. Ed declares the Elta hunt. He tells Zix that starting from here, the road is almost completely broken. The guys will receive more detailed information from the boy who stayed there after the salvation of the Ayla. It is Taylor who should deal with the script, because only he, who has mastered all the unique skills, and the prosperous completed his growth, he will be able to meet with the guy in the final scenario. After that, the magic tower caused by the eye will close the sky and release the magic. It will be truly painful, and although in the future he will find many hardships with which it will be difficult to cope with the human spirit, there is no need for long encouragement. Ed wished Taylor good luck, and he left with Lauratel and Yanuka. The reason he aimed at the trading company was probably to receive evidence. Evidence that the situation with losses from the sale of weapons, which caused the removal, was planned by Lauratel. Then Ed said that they would go to the main building of the academy and inform the leadership that a group of mercenaries invaded here. But then suddenly the Yannick stopped and interrupted him, saying that he would suffer again. Goes to take control of Elta. Yanuka does not know the details, but Ed was stolen and was locked up, and now he managed to escape with great difficulty. He had already forgotten that just a couple of days ago he fell without feelings from exhaustion, and this is generally a matter of a trading company. Of course, ED cannot say that he feels safe when he solves important problems. Fortunately, Lauretel needs Ed and Yanuka to catch Elta, so he will go to any tricks to lure them to his side. But suddenly she said that Yannick was right. The involvement in this affairs of Ed probably is simply a manifestation of her egoism. Lauretel agrees that he just needs to take care of himself in a safe place. Of course, it's nice to see that such an idol appeared between them. Forever arguing, but what the hell? Now is not the situation when Ed can relax. He thanked for such care. But she said that unfortunately the Lauratel case is not an alien history for him. While Lauratel was happy, Yanuka asked what this means. The hero replied that first you need to hurry, and the uncle should also accelerate, there is no time. It is always difficult to find an adequate reason for the Yanuka, but here she herself said that this is not someone else's problem. After all, Ed is connected with Lauratel with a contract. If she loses control of the company, then he will have problems, in particular with the receipt of materials for magical engineering. In this case, it is clearly directly related. Ed agreed, and Yannick is smart. No wonder she is the best in her course. On the way, they saw a bunch of fragments, as if a hurricane had swept here. Taylor is really frightening. At such moments, he really seems to be a cruel person. Yanuka timidly went to Dorothy and took off the bedspread. She screams that she had no such intentions. At first, I tried it in a good way, but in the end it happened. Lauratel assumes that Yanuka is ruthless. They have almost reached the exit, so he will tell everything later. First, you need to ask for help from the teachers. The carriage in which Lauratel arrived will stand at the entrance, but then they stumbled upon him. Elta was faster than she thought. He taught her how to manage data. Even if the company will recall all the documentation of the company, he must not find a single evidence. But there were gaps in personnel management. The same peasant handed over Lauratel that she headed here. But even in such a situation, she smiles. What a pity that the only evidence remaining is its recognition. Elta is very unfortunate that Lauratel will have to be tortured. He snapped his fingers, and all the corpses lying in the reservoir rose and began to attack the heroes. Lauratel immediately began to fight back. Of course, she assumed that Elta did not appear alone. After all, even the last time he appeared with mercenaries. Elta heard. The professor ran in with the seal of the sage, but still asked not to compare. Because now the preparation is at a completely different level. These are the best mercenaries of the continent. With the exception of Lauretel, Elta does not give a damn about the lives of the rest. He ordered the mercenaries to finish soon, and they shot all at once. The arrow was about to fly into the face of Ed as she was cut in half. Yanuka activated protective magic. She told him to be careful. The movements of enemies are extremely coordinated. As expected, a master of spirits creates many problems, but Elta said that now everything is not the same as last time. He took out the item of magical engineering of the legendary rank, the prejudice of the Valaris. They suppress the magical power around for 10 minutes. Although it is disposable, it cost dozens of gold coins apart. The scroll of the prejudice of the Valaris is a limiter of magic like the reagent Flower of the Night Butterfly of Alvira. Only he is able to suppress high-ranking magic. He has one fatal drawback. It takes time to work and prepare for activation, but this is a dangerous subject. The guys do not break through the crowd of mercenaries hardened in battles while the scroll is in the process of activation. And much more important is that a group of heroes consists completely of magicians. Elta could not come empty-handed, knowing especially what is the composition of their group. Lauratel shouts that as soon as the scroll is activated, this is the end. The Academy will make Elta answer for this incident. Ed asks how he is going to cope with this. He replied that it was still better than losing his own life, some kind of third-rate villain, which was supposed to leave the story at the beginning of 2 acts, shook the whole world with the help of a banal limiter of magic. Ed and he knows that this option is much better. If Elta survives, then this will become an important factor in this world. Intermediate boss 2 acts, Elta, the one who ultimately receives a blow to the back from Lauretel and leaves the stage. The same biological parents who killed her and used to achieve his glory and prosperity. Evil in the flesh. Nevertheless, Ed does not have any hostility to him because he does all this to survive, in the same way as the hero himself. But despite this, Ed has no intentions to give in. He doesn't even want to lie that this happened because he was determined to resolve all the variables caused by him. Call Ed simply an egoist. After all, this is his story. He woke Lucy and lowered her from the back. She said that everything around was noisy and stunned with lightning. It was the rise of the lazy Lucy. The last work of the Grand Magician of Glocht was written in an unknown hut, which almost no one knew about. Lucy has innate talent and blessing of stars, but this is not a reason to throw their studies. Live the century, study the century. And she should be ready for loneliness, which will overtake. The force that allows you to surpass the rest is accompanied by loneliness. But in return, 3 things should promise Glocht. Do not kill to avoid that these small handles are stained with blood even by accident. And also, at least while you are in Sylvia, to live like a student. You can understand that Elta's mercenaries are the best only because most of them are veterans. The fact that in their lives they were constantly on the verge of life and death and could survive all the time shows their strength. They're instinctively developed a sense of studying the situation and willingness to fight. These feelings howl. Need to stop now. Lucy stepped forward. Elta shouts to the mercenaries that they all went crazy and let them not stand still. But they do not understand what kind of magic it is. Relatively young mercenaries are not so developed for survival. Lucy did not use magic very well, being a magician. These are just physical forces that appear by the effect of the pressure of magical forces. Ordinary violence. Elta is nervous. Activation of the scroll has not yet begun. It takes a little more time. Lucy realized that Elta is the leader of these pawns, so she needs to catch only him. Ed came up and put his hand on Lucy's shoulder. Suddenly the earth shook. This is not an earthquake. 7 great stars create a straight line, and they are clearly visible that night. The star magic of Professor Glaston, who makes the laws of nature with its high level. It was the appearance of the devil. The final scene of the 2nd act is a magic tower covering the sky. The final scene of the battle. Great time. Taylor had to destroy all the monsters in the sewer and learn mandatory skills. Although it took a lot of time to gather the whole team, he was able to hold the eye. This means that the activation of the appearance of the devil goes as according to the scenario of the plot without any problems. Of course, since this magic is significantly different from the usual one, everything except Ed must be shocked. Since even Yanuka and Lauratel do not understand what is happening, probably no one. Lucy rose into the sky. It turns out that each of the 10 magic towers plays the role of absorption of star magic. Then it will be possible. The resurrection of the dead. Epilogue after the end of the second act. Lucy said so, waking up after everything that happened. According to the script, Lucy slept on the roof. But if you wake it up and add it to the team in the first phase in advance, either the professor is glazed in a difficult position, he will offer to return to the life of a great star magician. And this is not Sylvania, but her student, the great magician Glocked, so Lucy becomes an enemy, and the player's team is immediately destroyed. 27 poor ending. It remains only to watch Lucy lonely leaves the sewer. Lucy in the second act is not an enemy who needs to be defeated. There was not a single way to win it, despite hundreds of hours of research of avid old players. Since the consumption with the main plot occurred suddenly, Ed was able to amend, intervening on his own. But sometimes it seems to him that these plot changes can interfere with poor ending. The prejudices of the Velaris were activated, and for 10 minutes the magical force around Elta is suppressed. This was especially aimed at Lucy. Elta shouts to his mercenaries now. Now the guys cannot use magic. However, Ed beat all the blows with an air blade. It is also such a change, and Elta cannot stop even Ed. The Golden King is clearly in shock. Even the suppression of such objects of the legendary level has restrictions. Like everything, there are exceptions. Lucy will pass. She had a place where she wants to get. The experience of Elta, who is not reached by veterans. This feeling on the verge of life and death is now predicting the exact death of him. Lucy knows this, but it is strange that Ed is worried about his life. He stood between them and said that if she could not kill Elta, it is better to stop. Do not kill. To avoid these small hands are stained with blood, even if it is an accident. And the one he is worried about will not die. Lucy turned around, saying that she had finished. She needs to go somewhere. Talking with Ed Lostosalor always end like this. Therefore, she did not think that he would answer her. Ed asked if Lucy would not regret it. Glockt's entries, the last chapter. Losses are inevitable. Anyone who has experienced loss becomes only persistent, though it is sad. Therefore, he told Lucy to become stronger. She became a point in his life, so she trusts her with the last sentence in this book. She replied to Ed that there was no and disappeared from the field of view. 57 people were put in boats. It seems that all the enemies have retreated. Ed postponed the thought of reprisal with the loser of Elta. First, you need to lure its recruits in the association. Lauretel took everything related to this. Also, she has to end this story with him. It seems that Ed stiffened. He cannot believe that Sylvia also had to rise to the very top. It's so hard. The tricks building is the starting point of this episode. Glast took the seal of the sage, and Taylor chased after him, and the whole story began on this. They took care of all the wounded so that Ed did not even imagine that he would return here. But here's what in the end. His reverse operations took the beginning in this secret office, and surprisingly, they were excellent. Taylor started from here, and also Ed will end here. One of the buildings of the student club that Yannick destroyed was the Glockt building, as well as the support fund for Glockt's study, financed the Eddy. He himself lived modestly, and all the accumulated property sacrificed the academy. Traces of him still remained in every corner of the academy. Therefore, Edu was not difficult to find Lucy. He knew that she would be in the place where the entire academy was visible. For her, this academy is the memory of the deceased Glockt. And at that moment, Lucy asked if Ed had still jerky. He already said earlier that there is no peace. The usual conversation similar to the macro. The hero asked what she was doing. Lucy suddenly remembered the old times. Edu is scary if he falls from here. Instant death awaits him. A very sad incident happened in the past, so Lucy cried a lot. But from some moment she suddenly completely stopped sad. Ed asked why. Lucy was thinking about this for a long time, but to the great surprise it was not a particularly significant reason. It's just that too much time has passed, and she tries to do everything like a fool to heal the old wounds. Lucy just had to save his grandfather, taking advantage of the magic of his ancestors or something like that. And since grandfather initially finished all his affairs preparing for death, Lucy, perhaps in an attack of anger, once I would send him again to the next world. For the archmage who devoted himself to the study of magic, it will be the strongest poison that Lucy is trying to revive him with the help of forbidden magic. She knew from the very beginning. Salvation or something like that would be only a manifestation of her greed. Ed asked if she was really fine. He would not stop her, but he could not help but ask. Lucy clearly intended to revive Glockt and changed her mind at her whim. And vice versa, if she again goes on her from her coming, something terrible can happen. Lucy called. Ed thought she would start a barrel of dried meat again, but she asked to lend her shoulder for a short while. When he wondered why he needed to sit at the very edge, that is, it turns out it was about that. In the future, it will be extremely difficult to find those who will study star magic. As passionate as the professor is glazed, Renaissance magic is also the end, lost and remains lost. The form of loss varies from person to person, but ultimately it comes to everyone the same. Because of this, you should know how to accept the loss and cross out the wounds with the present moment. And Lucy perfectly understood this aspect. So Ed, sitting nearby, watched as a magic tower rises upward. And the starry sky, which is in their field of vision, seems higher than usual. This is a truly beautiful sight. The giant rises to protect the offering. This is an ancient weapon created by the Gland with the help of star magic. The magic goal in which Isla is sealed. The final battle of the second act. The last phase, the salvation of the Isla, sealed in the heart of Golem. Six restrains him, telling Taylor to go forward. The protagonist rushed to the eye and demanded to return to the Isla. Oh, this terrible myopia. From some point, without glasses, nothing was able to make out anything. In the end, the life of a teacher is a static law. Sitting at a large table in a private laboratory, reading the seal of the sage, analyzing star magic. The management plan of the academy, looking at educational materials for teaching students. Glaston suddenly saw that the landscape outside the window had changed. It was snowing. A freshman studying at the Faculty of Magic of Elements constantly comes to his personal laboratory. Dorothy constantly repeats that he wants to study the magic of the middle level. It started to rain. The younger colleague who has committed problems always comes and seriously asks for forgiveness. The wind blew. The best dean, who, heading for work, constantly looked at the eye to drink a cup of tea. And after he became the rector, nothing in the life of Glaston has changed much. So sitting in the same place, glazed, mired in work, I wanted painful memories to disappear once, but this did not happen. He attacked the guys with a small turn of time. At that moment, he raised all his strength, including Golem. Glaston imposed a multi-layer prison of time. Before you get into the field of operation of the skill, Zix told Taylor to get to bend. So, the main character escaped the solidification. Sometimes eye vision becomes blurry, and what he sees in prolonged darkness outside his century is his main loss. Yes, now it is almost at the target. He tells the guys to give up and not try to stop him. The professor is struggling against reality. At this moment, Taylor inflicted dozens of blows to the bear. It was the technique of the Holy Sword. Glass began to more likely activate the turn of time to back. Time moves in the opposite direction. And even for those children who froze on the spot, Glass went blood from his mouth. He is struggling to keep to the last line of life. And then on it, they began to beat with an ice spear. Taylor ordered, and they all began to attack together. It looks like this is an eye limit. His golem is completely destroyed. He went to the edge of the tower and admitted that the guys won. And then he stepped back and began to fall. Glaston was bored with Maury. He evaporated in the air at the moment. With the help of a jump in space, he ended up in the forest. This is a magic circle that was left as the last path of escape. But for some reason, it seems to I that he resorted to flight too late. It seems useless to stop the bleeding of magic. Even in the original scenario, there were no subsequent active actions on his part. And one glance at this scene is enough to understand what everything is going on. Professor Glaston clearly dies here. Despite this, there is one thing that Ed would like to check. Glaston was blurred by his silhouette. An hour earlier, senior comrade Yanuka threw out the mercenaries from the island, and Elta was imprisoned in the company. So all risk factors are eliminated. The guys agreed to meet again before entering the reservoir. After Lauratel will figure it out, so she just needs to check if everything is in order with Ed. Earlier, he urgently headed for the Tricks building, and now he went out with Lucy's hand and met her. They were followed by Dorothy and Assistant Professor Clare. It seems that the situation in the reservoir has already been resolved. But for some reason, the girls cried, and at that moment they cried out with horror. In front of them was the same nightmare, Tarkin, a huge fiery dragon. Ed said that Magic Tower uses star magic. Then the Yannick would want to check something. Although recently the actions of the Yannikov have grown into a total supervision for Ed, initially it was about the good intention to protect and manage the forest where the perfumes live. However, a few days ago, Tarkin, as they say, discovered magical energy in the forest, similar to the one that comes from that magic tower. When it comes to star magic, there is no need to say who did it. However, not a single magic tower was created in the northern forest. So what did Glast forget in the northern forest? In the novel after the main events, nothing more happened. Maybe no need to touch it at all. But even Elta being a fake boss had a huge impact. Ed cannot even imagine how strong the influence on subsequent scenarios will have that someone seems to leave the scene. Therefore, finally, I decided to check what is there. Glast was surprised in the hostel the commandant hour is already. Yanuka asked in shock what he was doing here now. He said that he looked at the moon and asked what. Does it really look funny? Yanuka answered negatively. This is so strange because the professor finds himself funny. Ed said, maybe because he realized that he had failed. In the apple. It was a reckless step from the side of the eye, but he never thought that the students would overcome him. Even if I won, Obel would have defeated him. In any case, he does not fit the position of director. Ed is a more talented student than Glanded. He discovered him too late that he did not look like him. At first, he tried to use Edda's magnificent talent, including in his plan, but this idea also failed. Ed fell off without feelings from overwork. Therefore, Glast quickly caught him, and when he returned, the hero was already running away. If such death alone is the price of sin, then this is not bad compared to the crime committed. Nevertheless, the 17 years that Glast spent with his daughter were not lonely. 17 years, it seems to be a lot, and at the same time so little. Ed sat on the knees closer to the eye. He asked if Glast does not consist in a long-standing friendly relationship with an assistant Clare. The professor was surprised. 4 years during the receipt of a degree, and 5 years during which she teaches. If Glast continued to take up his post until retirement, their acquaintance with the Clare would last exactly 17 years. On the way, Ed met her here and she cried. Clare laughs that the professor is glazed. This is a person who would be disobeyed by anyone who sees. Of all the people she have ever met, he's the most stubborn old man. Hurry up to the terrible grumbler, who shifted all the work to the Clare. He imagines himself better than anyone and preaches a lot on such topics. Glass knows nothing but reprimands if she does something wrong. He is the one who cannot like it. And yet Glast was a real scientist in every sense of the word. Perhaps she guessed about his words. Dorothy also said in a trembling voice that she had no idea what was the professor's plan. But for her, he will remain a precious teacher who discovered her talent. But despite all this, Glast decided to arbitrarily dispose of the life of his student, and it cannot be denied that he turned from a straight road. Now, while he was thinking about life, there was nobody nearby. That is why he ridicules himself, saying that he dies alone. But this is only his error. If you think about it, then the Clare, who has become a teacher at such a young age, and Dorothy, a senior student from the Faculty of Alchemy, were those who were considered mediocre. But Glast, even saying that such people are no good, continued to stimulate their development, revealing talents. Just as he said that his daughter also has value. He spent too much time with others, to die alone. Therefore, he remained either a benefactor or a friend in the hearts of other people. Professor Glast was extremely a pleaser. From some point, he stopped seeing something, even using glasses, and oneself too. He visited the Soul Library before using the arrival of demons in the world. Glasty says that Ed did a brilliant work choosing legendary recipes, but all this was useless. The hero asked, "Is there really something else?" The professor replied that Ed had a good flair and took out the key. Since he himself broke firewood, he must put things in order with his own hands. Professor Glast said that this library now belongs to Ed and handed over the key. The hero asked why he gives him to him. Ed is not dissatisfied? The table guarded by the Rhine. There is a secret safe below. Glast said to go there only when the investigation is completed. And finally, Lucy said sometimes to look around. Opening his eyes widely, held that it was very wise. What was the expression on Lucy at that moment? Unfortunately, this was outside the field of vision of Ed. The only thing he could see is like a Professor Glast closes his eyes as if he was falling asleep. The corpse lied under the tree, enveloped by moonlight. At first glance, it seemed he was sleeping tightly. Therefore, the guys just looked at him for some time. Time has passed. The dean says that the same was during the incident with the vocabulary and the occupation of Ophilus. So Ed was also drawn into the incident with the theft of the press. Moreover, it was in Pekla itself. He is extremely lucky. Ed does not know why he was kidnapped, and when he found a loophole, he escaped to call for help and ran into Taylor in the process of escaping. Ed says that everything is exactly as outlined in his testimony. Just Lauratel and Yanuka helped very quickly, but he left Ayla. The hero replied that she was not able to move and did not trust him at all. Therefore, Ed went alone for help. The dean stopped him. Honestly, he has suspicions about the hero. Ed alone EDs are logical, but there is too a long series of coincidences, so the suspicions are reasonable. Although he pretends to be a third party that does not know anything, the dean has the feeling that Ed knows a lot. The hero replied that he was flattering him, giving a similar assessment. The same applies to this cunning behavior. But during incidents with Ophelis and I, ED was damaged due to the negligence of the leadership of the academy. On the table were not the testimony of Ed. In fact, he looked at his time of performance. The hero really works hard, cannot be recognized, so the academy will reward Ed for his labors. He thoughtfully left the office of the dean. At the exit, Yannick was already waiting. Ed apologized. He makes her worry. He asked if she had any herbs. It seems that she was forced to join the battle, so he worries a little. Yannick says that everything is in order, but her spirit whispered something to her. After that, she began to tell that she had a slight pain in the muscles, and she suffered a little, saving Ed. He asks to say more precisely that she hurts. Yanuka uncertainly replied that her back was a little pinched. Suddenly, Ed said that he clearly felt something during this incident. Yanuka was those who always worked hard and stubbornly when something similar happened to him. But Ed took it for granted, but she even suffered an injury, helping him. He asked if she did not feel anything when she saw the last minutes of I. After loss, it's too late to regret it. Edu is ashamed, feeling like a burden for Yanuka. He is grateful for this attitude, but in the end she always suffers. As expected, with people as Ed should not maintain connections. Yanuka began to apologize. She has no injury. Suddenly the hero asked if she also lives in the hostel decks. By the way, he, too, starting from the next semester. Ed did not think that Yannick would like this news so much. A lot of things happened, but it all ended in the blink of an eye. We can safely say that the second act was flawlessly cleaned. The dean told Ed to end his miserable life as a hermit and return to the life of an ordinary student. He has the right to this. The dean will allow the hero to move to a student dormitory. Ed was full of greed, wanting to build a fence, to grow annual food supplies and strengthen your home, but in the end it was all useless. So life in this camp has now come to an end. Suddenly someone fell from the roof. It turned out to be dumbfounded by Lucy. Is this the end? Rain, is it planned? This place is not the academy, but the Ramel mountain range in the north. For what reason, after so many years, Lucy had a dream of childhood? Maybe at least through the prism of sleep she will have a chance to see the old man. However, having entered the house, Lucy realized that this was a nightmare. Grandfather, sitting in an armchair, turned around and asked why she did not save him. Why did she pretend that she did not know him when she had such an opportunity? Lucy woke up in her bed. Belle Maya in alarm says that it is time for her to gather for classes. However, she, without saying anything, simply used the high-ranking teleportation spell. Lucy does not know for what reason, but she suddenly wanted to go to the northern part of the forest. So she watched from the roof as Ed returns home. Suddenly calm appeared on the soul for no particular reason. Maybe the rain is going. Then Lucy heard that the life of Ed in this camp now came to an end. She fell from the roof. Representatives of the so-called cats are so unpredictable that they never play as planned. When you want to stroke, they lift their nose and fill up their price. But if you are busy and do not show interest, then they follow you a tail. In order for the cats to be obedient, it is worth immediately abandoning any manifestation of interest in them. The lecturer told the guys that if they want to get a familiar from the representatives of the cat, then they just need to attract attention and take a neutral position. And that side will be the first to reach for them. The lecturer is an experienced Professor Flavwin. This course was so popular that everyone had high marks. Ed rating at first left much to be desired. But before he realized this, his progress in his studies became faster. Even by notes, no one exceeds it. Suddenly, Flauen asked Ada to look at his laboratory. The professor asked if the hero knew anything about the system of scholarships. Ed replied that this is a system where students participating in academic work receive a learning discount. The Flavin says that for Ed, this is a great opportunity, and the hero asked to talk more about the specifics of the work. It seems that Clare has accumulated a lot of work, and it would be necessary to help her. Although Annis has amazing abilities, cope with the entire volume of work above its forces. Firstly, you need to make out with evaluation at the end of the semester. Then prepare the conference program. And at the end of the holidays, there will be an entrance exam for freshmen. Flavwin told Ed not to get up in a too strict pose when meeting with freshmen. That person will also be among applicants. Lauretel feels a magical flare, literally gone crazy. She does not know why this is happening. But is it really possible to sell this little thing to Creepin? Ed turned with such an unreasonable request precisely because he did not want her to sell the stamp of Creepin. No, Lauretel still bought it to resell it. You need to think about revenue and be more vile. Her motto, you should not postpone for tomorrow what can be done today. But he thinks that Ed will really satisfy any of her request if there is a certificate of purchase of print in his hands. True, anything, only if Lauretel has a certificate. This is a special announcement of the winter holidays. But who will teach when the professor is not glazed? She no longer has to spend her nerves from the camp. Now is the end of the semester, so Lauretel is sure that not one is so busy. Both Yannick and Ed, everyone works like crazy. It is highly likely that there will be no noticeable changes in Lucy. But for some reason, Lauretel is so anxious in the soul. Lucy told Ed that the firewood ends. True, with the onset of the winter of these fires of firewood, it will not be enough. And Lucy asked why ED has not been hunting recently. Why does she ask so many questions? Well, he must be in her eyes by negligence regarding the arrangement of the camp. But the ability to settle in the Dex building is good news. In this situation, it will be possible to reduce the number of contacts with Lucy and achieve a more stable development of the scenario. Yannick came to the camp. The lecture was cancelled, so it visited here to relax. After all, with the onset of the winter semester, she will not be able to come here already, so you need to do this now more often. It was very pleasant to spend time here, and Yanuka feels a slight disorder that this came to an end. But the most important thing is a healthy environment for Ed. Yannick will help with moving to the decks because Ed has so many things. He thinks whether it is time to try to open a secret safe in the library, which Professor Glaston spoke of. Suddenly Yannick put some letter in his hand. This is an application for a room in the Dex building. Many miss the opportunity to get a room because they provide an application too late, so it is better to fill it in advance. Yanuka even took care of such trifles. Ed is very grateful. She already had to fill her, so Edu will help now. But suddenly Lucy got up between them and told Ed not to take it. From that day it all started. Constantly gaining experience is useful. Ed growth is really amazing. Yannick feels the power of understanding of spirits, which many times superior to the beginner master of spirits. The basic sensitivity to mana has also increased significantly. Lucy watched, and Yannick asked if she had done something wrong. Usually the maids of Ophelis, gritting their teeth, take care of maintaining its tidy appearance. But it seems that today she fled to the Hepon in 190. Mana also increased. At this pace, Ed will be able to master the magic of the middle level. Lucy seemed to stuck to Ed. It is not clear what was found on her. And for some reason she was particularly hostile to the Yannick, although rather her emotions were closer to the guard than hostility. Be that as it may, it turned out to learn the middle magic than Ed thought. Even having spent all day on training, he did not master the basics. Lucy asked what he was going to do when she leaves. Ed needs to visit somewhere. You should also check the fire and the fireplace, although if he is about living on decks, then you no longer have to worry. In any case, Ed needs to deal with all the work, and only then he will be able to go to where he was going. Suddenly, Lucy, lowering her head, asked to listen. She offered to go together now. Ed went down to the shower library. He asked what made Lucy follow him here. In response, she said that he could just go down, resorting to her magic, but leave this topic. In any case, Edu needs to check whether he can go down and get up on his own. He is not able to take all these artifacts with him at a time, which means that he will have to visit here many more times. Ed did not expect that Glaston had set a cache in a similar place. And why did he keep this key to him until the very end? Opening it, Ed could not believe that the professor hid it here. He is almost upstairs. A little more and get out. Soon materials for magical engineering will arrive, which he asked to get Lauratel. But first of all, it is worth turning to her with a request to send the stairs. Ed offered a second to rest. If he had not pumped his endurance, he would have just surrendered. The little thing from the safe was the Glastovo golden ring of the Phoenix, the ability to use the power of oneself from the future. It turns out that Ed is now able to use high-ranking magic. However, if this happens, you will be incapable of battle for a long time, equal to the volume of borrowed force. If you use this power hastily, then the board will be huge. As a result, there is only one use in battle. Once cornered in a corner, Ed must use it as the last remedy. But not talking about a fight? For example, in the case of a contract with the spirit. Yanuka commands so many spirits not only because of a strong connection with them, but also because of the huge reserves of mana. Beginners like Ed have only 1 or 2 slots, and even for a conversation with low-ranking spirits, a lot of practice is required. All because of a lack of mana. But if EDU manages to increase the maximum magic force at least temporarily, then the contract with a high-ranking spirit will be in his pocket. Of course, this is by eye, and there are also risks. If Lucy had time to create something like that, then... But no. Ed said that all these are the events of the past, and perhaps even if the entire library is turned upside down. They are unlikely to find something more valuable than this little thing. I would never waste time on something in vain. It was said that his sin was that she gave impetus to ambiguous talents. But if we are talking about the barrier of talent maximum magical power in the hands of Ed, an object that can destroy this wall. In the end, it was for this reason that Glaston began to study the materials of magical engineering. The fact that he hid from everyone and held to the very end. All this was a gift for his daughter. For a long time, Lucy had a button on the sleeve of a blouse on the very edge of the cuff. When the button was in place, she did not know about her existence. But when she was lost, her hand began to hang out, bringing a bunch of inconvenience. This is that Lucy often notices how important it was that at some point disappears from life. At first it seems we are talking about a trifle, but in reality it has a huge weight. Honestly, Lucy wanted to ask something, so she followed Ed. "Will he move into the Dex building?" Lucy asked if he could not move. A phrase that you can't even stretch out of Lucy with tics. But in his heart, Ed adheres to neutrality. Move to the Dex building or continue life in the camp. If he moves to the Dex building, his daily life will become more comfortable. Yes, and living in conditions of wild nature in a harsh winter time is unreasonable. Here he is right. Rain is planned. If we are talking about rain, then Lucy, like Wang, can predict when he goes, judging by the dark clouds in the sky, and by moisture that he feels in the nose. But her forecasts are not always accurate. Ed said it is not the time of rain. After all, we cannot confidently say that the only thing that falls from the sky is rainwater. However, after a long rain season, the idea may arise that rain will begin from minute to minute, although the period has long passed. Recently, there have been so many things that ED really did not get firewood for the winter. He thinks he will not be able to do such a task alone, so he asks Lucy to help if there is time. After all, she herself said there is not enough firewood. Lucy does not believe his souls. She jumped on Ed and asked if he was really joking. Ed was already fully adapted to life in the camp, and if you improve the environment a little, that continuation of life in the camp has much more advantages. This is how the second act ended. At the start of 3 Act, when the test scale begins to grow seriously, when Ed closes his eyes, a whole truck of thoughts appears in my head. From the battle of Fiona and Lauretel for the post of president of the student council, to the new main characters and enemies who join the academy as new students. And the last one to stand on this stage is the final boss of 3 Acts, Lucy Merrill. Although the matter is not simple, Ed decided to leave the alarm aside because, even after the end of the next episode, everything will remain intact and unharmed, and such a firm confidence appeared with him because, having passed so many scenes and trials, he first saw such an expression on Lucy's face. Winter has come. Although when snow fell, the weather was warm, the accumulation of snow meant a delay in work, and when Ed finished clearing the snow, the sun was already at the zenith. He made it a rule not to overwork, even if there is a lot of work. But tomorrow, you need to remake a bunch of cases related to training at the academy. Therefore, he decided to finish all the postponed work today. It was necessary to deal with the harvesting of firewood and provisions. And since in cold weather the quality of storage improves, Ed quickly got off with the preparation of the provisions. Ida abandoned the hostel's place in exchange for reducing training fees. To some extent, the issue with the payment is resolved. Now you will no longer have to share the day into watches, as at the very beginning. But still, you can only do what to sleep. But Ed stopped throwing Lucy from the hut. She certainly will not freeze since her body is shrouded in protective magic. There is rather a personal mood, a sense of relaxation which is unknown when Ed will experience again. If we talk about the smallest point of risk, now is the very moment. Ed took out the ring and decided to slowly begin. He squeezed the ring in his hand and asked if he hears him Marilda. Delicious desserts from the Emperor's former confectioner, with an atmospheric terrace from which it blows the smell of flowers. It is difficult to grab first-class set of Lipla's desserts due to preliminary orders. It would be possible for girls to lure the Yanuka if they had not had this bait. Clara thinks she went along a dangerous path. Yanuka was completely crazy because of this, Edlor. She was indignant, but Clara is trying to stop it somehow. At first, she thought it was something wrong with her. Other people had a completely different reaction to Ed. Clara decided to accept the situation, but there is a problem. Did Yanuka felt that the heartbeat is becoming more frequent next to him, so that she cannot even speak and look at him? Clara demands just to say whether it was or not. Yanuka felt not a rapid heartbeat, but rather comfort and warmth. This is it. One of the worst finals in a relationship awaits her. Poor ending 13, a nice friend. Clara is furious. The relations of Yanuka and Ed are built on a one-way initiative. He must also think about her. Is this a relationship when only Yanuka admits sympathy and goes everywhere after him? Spirits also agree. Clara leaves, but says to make it possible to arouse a sense of care and protection in Ed instead of running after him. Well, yes, Clara learned about the relationship due to different love stories from her friends, so her words are true. But she initially dishonestly evaluates Ed, all because Yanuka likes him. Academy workers, friends, and many friends speak well of him. Everyone seems to trust him now, but Anis is also a different opinion about Ed. There is nothing good in the fact that you are scolded by the librarian for the untimely return of the book. When Elka sees this Clare, she always wonders how such a person became a professor. But be that as it may, everyone recognizes the fact that she has the ability to take people. Once, Clare managed to finish training under the guidance of such great minds as Glaston and Flavor. She even got the best assistant. This is how Clare, which is not good except for study, copes with all important tasks. Anis Halen Sorticarian, who will give a head start to anyone. First, class assistant. And the fact that in the laboratory Clare always crystal purely testifies to the excellent work of Anis. She collects information in the student library, the tricks building, reaching even the dormitory room on duty. When there is some kind of critical moment where the Anis can get caught, she immediately pulls her sweet smile. Few people know her true appearance except Yanuka and Clara. For Anis, it is normal to put on a mask when it comes to human relationships. It remains 20 minutes until the assistant professor comes with food. And before that, the Anis needs to have time to analyze the information about the personality of Ed. At first there was superficial information from which there is no sense. You need to watch the whole story of the family. As soon as Anis got into school, her family was in trouble, so she had to think about how to survive. So she became an assistant and received a scholarship. Ani has the ability to survive, and Lauretel is a year younger, a role model. Anis is not so good in monetary matter, but it has its own method. In the most powerful family, the lost stylor of the Empire, Clial, is one son and 2 daughters. Repressive education. Suggestion of high ideas. ED grew without a lack of money, but did not show himself throughout the year of study. It seems that he lacks self-confidence, so in girls he prefers a soft and delicate image. It takes on the initiative, but has a tendency to avoid responsibility, neutral, narcissistic, and much more. Judging by all this information, everything is not so difficult. Well, Anis decided to practice. At that moment, a Clare appeared with food from a bakery Mont Blanc. Anis has already brewed tea like all in her repertoire. She already knew that Clare would come with dessert, and then she dropped everything. Clare thought, Anis will be angry again now that she was so sloppy. But suddenly she asked if Clare was injured and was delighted that no. The professor did not even recognize her previous assistant. Ed is grateful that he can wear a school uniform during the holidays because washing is still frost. Belle May form would not have changed the load much. In addition, she serves a person who is often next to him. Recently, when she washed Lucy's clothes, a lot of golden hair came out of her. And when Belle erases Ida's clothes, feels the smell of aromatic lights, and finds Lucy's blonde hair, recently, Belle has become picky. Just think that Lucy was caught due to washing things. I wonder who she would be if she had not worked as a maid. Belle would be more comfortable if Ed spoke informally, but it is more convenient for him the opposite. In fact, if she receives the post of senior maid, she will have the highest level among staff. And since Ed is no longer a nobleman and not a student of Ophelis, he cannot speak informally with her. And Belle always behaves strangely. Ed will speak formally. In her environment, there are many people who need to be managed. But Belle asks on the contrary, informally, Eads have more people who need to do than her. Too strong anxiety can be a problem. Be that as it may, the choice will be for the mistresses. And Belle asks not to be shy about talking about washing. The work stabilized and the restoration of Ophelis ended. The recovery ended almost for the semester. It seems that the academic department has made a lot of effort, all because new students will come from new students who will attend classes after the holidays. This man has already submitted an application and will come soon. So Belle knew about her, Tanya Lawstyler. These holidays are so problematic. The younger sister will also come soon. It seems that Zix will go to his home during these holidays because even Elka leaves. He wanted to spend time with her. Six asked if Ed and the camp would remain. It looks like that. Soon 3 course. The hero needs to be studied because he can only use medium-level magic. But he was at 1 year at the base level. Six says not to overdo it. He does not feel any magic from Ed. It seems that he was practicing again to exhaustion. Six put his hand to his forehead. It seems that Ida has a fever. He is really sick. There is a reason. It seems that he will not be able to use magic for some time. The best feature of Zix is composure. If he tells him about everything, he will listen. He will say that everything is in order and let go of the situation. By the way, Isla asked for Ed. It seems that there was a misunderstanding, so she wants to talk and apologize. Zix was asked to talk about the whereabouts of the hut, but he did not, because this is personal information. Ed asked to convey that this is all unimportant. The point is not that he is offended, just does not need to apologize to him. It seems that Six knows how to keep secrets well. Ed gave him a reward and asked for help before he went home. The hero said that he uses the underground library of Professor Glaston. But there is such a mess that you need to get out a little. Six handed the bag back. He does not need money. He asked why Ed plans to use the library. The hero wants to use it as a workshop. He studies, survives in the camp, practices magic, shooting. Six says that such as Ed always succeed. But he asks not to bring the body to exhaustion. Ed looked at the list of affairs. Tomorrow we must do academic work. Annis thanks all the students who came. At the moment, Professor Clare will not be able to make his speech. Since she was told to come up with a curriculum, 44 hours have passed and she was awake all this time. Therefore, Annis, as the main assistant, will make a speech on her behalf. Students must prepare for the upcoming entrance exam for the first year. Each year, the examination of the abilities of the newcomers was carried out by Glaston, but this year the assistant Clare took this task. As in past times, Ed knows the results in advance. Only he was a little surprised that Clevius joined them. The exam will be in the northwestern part of the island. Clevius will take the supplies in advance that the Anise requested in tricks. Onyx will help Professor Clear assistant. But Ed, Annis thinks Clara and Yanichi have lost sight of something. Ed Lost Styler surrounds many different women. He is still a ladies' saint. And since the Anise works with him, it's time to take advantage of the chance. She studied materials to embody his ideal type. He must be one of those restless men who cannot resist her temptation. Anise, with the whole sense of smell, said that Ed would leave with her. She will take responsibility and separate from the Yaniki. Mount Orinsen, not very large, but still a mountain. There are many hidden dangerous places. Therefore, some students can slip through the ice by negligence and get serious injuries. Annis was exhausted, and Ed does not look tired at all. It's time to take a break. He offered to rest. It is well arranged physically and so attentive. Annis seems to have many misunderstandings associated with him. Ed, after all, knew that she was a close friend of Yanuka, and therefore he will survive if she suddenly begins to communicate with a bad person. Anise seems to have been coldly in relation to him all this time. Ed replied that everything was in order. So, you need to check the list and rather finish with this work. Anise seems to be tired of pulling everything as a senior assistant. She is also not easy for her. She said that everything was fine. Ed came with her. Those two also help, but Ed provides great help. This is a difficult topic, but he was excommunicated from his family. Annis also happened to Annis as soon as she went to school. Her family had problems, but despite this, she still wanted to study. Therefore, I had to cope alone. Anise seemed that winter was endless. Of course, the feeling of a strong man blew from her. Anise solved both financial and other problems alone. But her image? Ed said not to be upset because she copes with everything well enough. Anise thanked, saying that they have so much in common. Now she is so emotional, but is it usually not a cold-blooded realist? Suddenly, Anise fell to Ed in arms. She stumbled against the stone and almost fell. However, there was not a single stone ahead. Anise became sharply hot, and she tried to calm down. She asked Ida to sit here, and herself will return soon. He looks strong and confident. Anise thinks, is he really afraid? A comrade who has experienced a similar situation. She showed a sense of empathy. Anise also showed the image strong, but if you look closely, you can see a weak girl who needs to be protected. Anise is not sure what kind of type he likes. Therefore, I decided to combine both. And finally, the accident with the fall was tuned. Anise did almost everything as planned. Maybe she went too far. One way or another, he did not think, but it turned out that Ed had a good physique. Anise did not calculate that everything could be much more complicated. She thought that Ed really did not know the offspring from a noble family, but surprisingly, he could not occupy his mind and his appearance. As a result, even Yanuka was led. Anise understood how he seduced women. But she is different. The landscape mountains of Orinson are so beautiful that Ed forgot about his problems for a minute. But there are many things that he does not know how to solve. For example, problems associated with Tanya Lostroyalor, evil miss. It seems that this phrase perfectly describes it. Tanya, the daughter of the Duke, became a real political genius. She has well-developed political and manipulation skills. She wants to become the president of the student council for the first time in Sylvia, being the first day. Belle said that Tanya would come to the hostel earlier. She wants to seize as much power as possible before starting to study. Tanya is not some kind of secondary character, she is a real main villain. And Ed still remembers something. Therefore, he thinks that he can prepare for this. However, the main question is how Tanya will react to him. Tanya knows everything, but Ed is not someone else but himself. Ed lost style or bright villain, which appears for a short while at the beginning and then disappears for good. In the book about him, nothing really is scheduled. Therefore, the hero knows nothing about him. Since Ed is a secondary character, he has no hooks. Therefore, the hero cannot solve this issue in any way. What does Tanya Lost Styler think about Ada Lochular? She's already on the way. Sylvania is full of different stars. The princess of the empire, Cleo, the responsible person of Elta, is one who can cause higher spirits in adolescence. The alchemist, who created the elixir of Press. The beast which commanded the Grey Zone and owned the spiritual sword of North Tordale. And the coolest among them is a rare, brilliant sorceress, possibly blessed by the magician Glocht himself. Tanya is waiting for a meeting with these people. She cannot but admire this place, the Sylvan Academy. She will flush into their ranks and will be able to live a full-fledged student life. The maid will take care of the baggage. Belle says that Tanya has a second room on the third floor. Leaving the carriage, she said that the maids would figure it out with everything, and so far she has where to stop. The first thing Tanya needs to do in Sylvia, the area of knowledge that she always admired, together with Ed Lostosalor, who tarnished the name of her family. You need to get rid of garbage. Father, as expected, listened to Tanya's will and is ready to support her. He set the seal on his own behalf, so she can do her job. Tanya promises to definitely live up to her father's expectations. Before going to Sylvia, the country of knowledge, he told her about his two things. In Sylvia, they will treat you with maximum respect, which corresponds to your status. This land belongs to scientists, this place where even the princess respects professors. You cannot be rude to someone because of your noble status. Everyone who studies longer is senior comrades. Over a cup of tea, Tanya talked about a disgusting person who tarnished her family. She knows this well because she knows him since childhood. In response, Tanya replied that it seemed that it was not easy, but her childhood cannot be compared with the interlocutor. Tanya thinks the conversation is quite simple. There is no better way to establish a relationship than to speak all sorts of gossip. Ed is deprived of a sense of tact and decency. Tanya says he was given the title of the heir to the family simply because he is older. It is weak, shaped. Therefore, it is surprising that it has become better. Tanya did not even suspect that the poor reputation of a person could help her. She is sure that the senior comrade, of course, immediately noticed everything. Stop, Tanya realized that this was not a conversation. She spoke all this time alone. Crepin said to take into account the above when he introduces her to someone. Tanya should show respect. This person cannot be treated frivolously, especially in negotiations or a deal. After all, Stepan was connected with her with the case of printing the sage. Tanya will definitely gain good experience. And after these words, Crepin told her just to hold on. Lauretel asked the interlocutor what it was. She told her to tell her more and more while the snake wrapped herself around the body of the frightened Tanya. The girl thought Lauretel, perhaps angry. But what is she talking about? Lauretel leaned over and said that Tanya was funny. He had acquired such skills of intermediate magic as a point explosion and wind of sources. For a long time I did not take textbooks in the glassed library. It is convenient that she does not have a certain date of delivery of books. With the scholarships of the bachelor, Ed seemed to figure out. Anise seems to have worked more than him. He tried to light a fire, but remembered that he could not use magic. If so, at least he will study the theory. Lucy used to be in places amazing for Ed, but now he was already used to it. He woke her and asked him to light a fire. Ed carried her out into the street. Even for a man, Lucy is very light. He showed where, and with one raising of her hand, he spent a large bonfire. Lucy will also be outside. Sitting nearby, she said that from Ed smells of perfume. This is probably because he was all day with Anis, and her floral smell was absorbed into clothes. And Lucy noticed that Ed had a temperature. She told him not to get sick, otherwise she may die. Lucy will help if Ida stalled magic. However, she was not left at all. The hero committed a stupid act. Ed says everything is not so bad. Perhaps at the end of winter it will become stronger. Lucy asked if she could ask for something strange. She wanted Ed to stroke her head. So he sat and studied by the fire, simultaneously stroking the lying girl. Suddenly Lauretel came. They had not seen each other for a long time. Ed thought she came because of the last time. I could just say that he came to the trading company. But no, Lauretel also wanted to say something, so she came herself. Seeing Lucy on his knees, she had another question. Tanya lingered a little, but thanked that she had listened. The essence is simple. If Elka helps her punish this guy, she will reward than she can. Suppose that the Iceland family has many archaeologists with a good reputation. Tanya can share several antique things from the warehouse of lusters. Elka was delighted, but suddenly Zix stood up. He recognized Tanya Loststyler. This is a hardened body. She feels magical energy which rushes from it. You need to cooperate with him. Zix asked if she was Edalor's younger sister. Tanya nodded. And then Zix laughed, saying Elka that this was the sister of that same Ed. He gave Tanya the subject of magical engineering, mandatory for new students. She may not take a new one and use this one. It will be more convenient with it. Zix also handed her abstracts by Elka, and still a bunch of everything, even a flower wreath from the lessons of Professor Helen. Tanya apologized and asked if they were rightly heard by her proposal. Well, something to do there with Ed. Zix says that relatives always behave like a cat with a dog. I didn't see them to be friends. And with the character of Ed could arise misunderstandings. In general, it was time for Zix and Elka to flee the ship. He was glad to get acquainted and introduced himself. He has a special relationship with Ed. Zix says Tanya looks like a brother and will achieve success with her endurance. She was lucky to be born in a good family. The guys ran away, wished Tanya good luck, and she fell with the whole mountain of utility that they handed her. She did not understand at all that it had just been. Clare tried well. If you deal with tests for the distribution of new ones next week, then the remaining holidays will be able to relax. Is this youth? Already the second day. What a steel force. Yes, do not rely on the labor force of students receiving an external scholarship. Onyx from the third year, like Clivius, could not cope with the first, so the Anise has to be redone for them. At least Ed differed. He worked flawlessly with documents, and his abilities to solve problems were better than some aristocrats. It's even difficult to believe in such a thing. Apparently he grew up not only on academic knowledge. Clare knows that Anis walked with Ed and asked how she and something between them. Clare followed him when the Hall of Ophilis was at the check stage. Ed created the camp, more than the territory of Anis. And all the devices are like a window, dryer or smokeless. Immediately feel how stubbornly he lived. But Clare did not think that Ed would even increase the estimates. Even Professor Glaston agreed with this. He also concluded a contract with the spirit. Clare does not know how he did it, because there should have been a barrier. I tried well. Ed has surprisingly developed practical abilities. and it is too different from the aristocrats with a gold spoon in the mouth. Clare seems to be a lot of similarities with him. She hesitated, but thanked for such an assessment. ED seems to be a really good guy. Anise could not wish them with Janice of wonderful love, based only on their own judgments. But having encountered him, he realized that he was just a good guy. Is he really an ordinary guy? With a special appearance, without arrogance? Yes, and received a good rating from the Clare. Some gentlemanly behavior and a good body. A pleasant smell, one might say, is well groomed. Clare asked what Annis Raven believes. She opened the window, saying that she was burning something. Clare asked only to scatter the documents. She once again asked if the Anise is in order. Maybe overstrained? This is a tragedy. It seems to be too much. Annis does not know what to do, but suddenly something dawned on her. Clare said that Ed entered into a contract with the spirit, but in such a short time it is impossible to do alone. Probably Yanuka helped him with the search, and that spirit was simply capable and reliable. Ed can put on her and everything. Anise shakes. They have already finished, so Clare suggested a bite. However, turning around, she saw that the Anise was no longer in the office. The motto of the family of Failover is harmony and coexistence. The charm in caring for loved ones and love for people is always made by Yanuka happy. For forgetting about loneliness, she was able to find honest friends, but people cannot help but worry anyway. Yanuka thought about Annis and Edda when Tanya called her. The girl screams that she would like to meet and talk. Lauretel said that Yanuka is moving to the 3rd year, is considered the smartest, popular, and capable. In general, the best of the best. For Tanya's task, such an ally will be especially needed. Tanya asked the elder comrade Yannick if she would be against it. At that moment she saw Tarkin and all the formidable of Yanuka Failover. As Lauratel said, Yanuka itself is very kind and caring, so he will listen and believe anyone. The search for the ingredients that Ed ordered. I had to try to find the legendary. They are difficult to find in such a winter. Lauratel is busy, so he is with his request. Ed is very grateful. The girl said not to thank, it was not so difficult. Lauratel could have a rest, but came here to tell something. This is not so close, but let not to worry, she is already resting. The moon smiles. It would seem that she was just perfectly round. And now it is almost not visible. With such a chaotic life, time flies very rapidly. Even the river hibernated and calm comes to everyone else. But everyone perceives it differently. For Ed, this winter was a test to protect itself from a cold, as well as sometimes careful preparation. But for those who like to fantasize, this winter has provided peace. As if they are passing alone, winter seems to have a magical power. Suddenly, Lauretel asked why Lucy was sleeping there. Ed said that winter, but is this an answer? Maybe this is too much or the question is too personal. In fact, Lauretel would not have come like this if I wanted to talk only about magical engineering objects. Ed asked if she had some more business to him. Lauretel took the seal and said not to pretend that she did not know. So she participated. Lauretel took out that very letter of Ed. It turned out funny. He promised to fulfill any of her desire, only so that she bought this sealed letter. As a seller, Lauretel must get at least something equivalent to the spent. But she cannot ask Ed something, which is why he could feel discomfort. Therefore, Lauretel asked her side. Exactly now the 3rd act. The confrontation of Fiona and Lauretel has already begun. Lauretel foresaw this and took her first step, creating a trick in politics. The Princess of Justice Fiona is her sworn enemy. If everything goes according to the script, then Lauretel will become a representative of students, and he will begin to increase power. She will be the main character of the 4th scene when darkness will cover the Lauretel family. Perhaps all students will have a moment when it will be possible to choose an alternative. And if this happens, Lauretel expects Ed on his side. She only needs it. Fiona and Lauretel. The outcome depends on the choice of the protagonist. Ed will not change anything. He does not think that something will change a lot from this. Yes, although he only improves the reputation, but his decision will not bring the desired result because he is an ordinary student. From this frankness, Lauretel is only worse. Well, what's the difference? The question is not whether this will have a political influence. It is just important, personally, for her. Ed agreed. It's not difficult for him. Lauretel threw a letter to the fire. She smiled stunningly, exposing her teeth. Sometimes it seems that she has many different personalities, but Ed did not think that she might look like that. On the holidays, of course, there are no lessons, and also work with scholarships. The hero finally wanted to sleep before lunch, but out of habit he woke up too early. Ed asked the sleepy Lucy to light a fire. Lauretel spoke with Lauretel for a long time last night, but there is something that does not get out of his head. Lauretel said that the younger sister had already begun to sharpen the tooth on Ed. She does not know it's just hostility, or just a little resentment. To be honest, Tanya seemed sweet. Therefore, Lauretel spoke about some people. Tanya went around everyone yesterday, and this morning he will come to Edda to talk. Here she is, the biological sister of the one in whose body the hero fell. It is completely incomprehensible what relations they will have, because no matter how much I think, does not know anything about her. And to do something to the hero is also beyond the power. Tanya, along with the servants, came up and told her brother that they had not seen each other for a long time. She brought a gift. Tanya seems to be worried or embarrassed. It looks like she is scared with something, but Ed does not feel anger. Here it is. In relation to the family, he behaved well. The hero apologized for the hasty conclusion. Well done, Ed Lost-Siler. Tanya remembers how he threw out the food that the maid brought. Ed was amazed at Tanya's endurance that she does not show her gaze full of contempt. He said that at least she has a talent in something. Ed pressed the maid to the floor more and more on pieces of a broken plate. Tanya got up and demanded to stop. Ed asked what it was. Does she really feel compassion for this servant equal to the instrument? He said that Tanya had not yet become an aristocrat. And now Ed thanked for the gift. He will wear it from the next year. Actually, he is now on the verge of an exception, and not such a brother to receive gifts from Tanya, but still nice. Ed told her not standing there, sit down and wait a bit. Tanya wanted to ask about Lucy. The hero said not to pay attention and asked to sit down again. As far as Ed heard, she walked around. Tanya said that she heard a lot about him. The hero was surprised because not many people are familiar with him. For example, Zix. And when he called the name Yanuka, the faces of the servant and Tanya turned white. Ed realized that they saw each other. He says that Yanuka is the most kind and caring of all he knows. Tanya nervously assent. Yanuka is also very strong, and this spirit of her, this fiery lizard. Yanuka called her and threw Tanya's subordinates. Then how she said that if she was not answered. And then Tanya was interrupted. Yanuka sincerely wished her success in her studies and even supported her. And about the spirit of Tanya, she said that she was invented. Ed felt something wrong. In his memory, Tanya was not so soft. Everyone who see Ed Lost-Siler experiences negative emotions. The hero said that he lives now and tries as he can. So let Tanya not perceive him so badly. And for all his actions, he was already punished with exception. Ed did a lot of bad when he lived at home. Now it's too late to apologize for everything, but still asks for forgiveness. They say Tanya wants to become a representative. Ed wished good luck and strength. He will not be able to help many, but knows that she herself is trying. Despite the words, Tanya will not be able to become a representative. It is originally an antagonist for the best image of Fiona. But since this is their first meeting, Ed feels that he must support her. Judging by the expression, the hero cannot imagine what their relationship will be. Tanya returned to the hostel without strength. She almost left her soul there. She knows this foolishly, but still, even at the moment when she almost burned, talking with Yanuka, I realized something. Sincere anger. It seemed that the senior comrade Yanuka really believes and follows Ed. But this one is strange. It is full of different elites. And the main thing is the rare genius of Magic Lucy Merrill. And these people in such a place would reveal the essence of Ed Lost-Siler, no matter how good a liar he may be. Tanya was surprised when she saw that they were neighbors with that girl from Ed Camp. Although, even in the best hostel, in Ophelis, there are untidy people who leave much nobility. So everywhere there will be their disadvantages. And Ed, too, was just lucky. Lucy asked Tanya if she was the youngest. She said to say if there are some difficulties. And then she went to her room. Even in Oplisa, gilded planks with names are used for the best. Tanya was shocked when she saw that this same genius Lucy Merrill was her neighbor. He does not understand anything. It seems that Tanya will take a lot of time to adapt in Sylvia, although this is not her fault. Annis asks Belle to introduce her to some young man, if possible beautiful and high. Miss Belle has been working in the Ophelis building for a long time, which means she is well aware of such students. Anise is not one of those who are fixated on a relationship. Belle asks if she has at least some kind of date. Anise is silent. Maya apologized, but just she was always busy and did everything possible for a bright future. Therefore, Belle thought Annis was not going to meet anyone. This is just like an Ed from the third year. Now that he looks at the Anise, he sees many similar features. And then it came to the economy. As expected, she cannot be deceived. Everything is exactly as she thinks. There were bad rumors about Ed, so she was going to simply check them. But in the end, they had more in common than she thought, and communication passed smoothly. And he himself is very noble. It makes no sense to deny that Anis had feelings for Ed. He clearly has a charm, and this is good news. If Ed is sincere enough for even Anis considered it attractive, then the Yanuka really finds a suitable couple. One way or another, if it quickly brings itself into feelings, then no problems will arise. After all, Ed is not the only man. You just need to find a man to replace him and let the hearing that the Anis meets him. Belle asked that if Yannick noticed her feelings, and finding a replacement is the greatest disrespect for the defendant of the matter. Belle has long known the Anis and never saw that she to such an extent showed disrespect for another person. It feels like she wants to put an end to the current situation. In general, Anis met Yannick yesterday. They parted, not even saying hello, and there was a certain awkwardness between them, and Yannika's face was gloomy. And the Anis will have to monitor EDU for the introductory test next week. She is ashamed of Yanuka and does not know how to look in her eyes. Suddenly, Belle said that this is not so serious. Perhaps it may have a positive effect. Yanuka is always friendly and sincere with others. And Anis and Clara, two of her close friends, always defended her so that she would not suffer. But in fact, the problem of Yanuka is that it has always been too idealistic against other people. And Belle seems that this attitude is not always good. What Ani shared her feelings means that she trusts Belle and she is grateful for it. In the same way, sometimes the disadvantages add charm. Perhaps this will allow something like feelings of care and protection. Clara talked about this. Thoughts cleared up. Due to the fact that Belle convinced the Anis not to feel guilty, she managed to bring herself to feelings. Then she remembered the Yannick and smiled. After all, it is immediately clear where Yannick will go when she feels depressed and detached. She sat by the fire and Ed asked when she came. He needs to start the preparation of materials for the construction of the warehouse. He wants to expand the pantry and also make the living room a little more. It is necessary to plan the holidays. Suddenly snow came again. The snowdrifts of snow were already lying, and he continues to regularly fall out every 2 days. Ed says that if Yanuka has some kind of problem, she can calmly tell him, but the girl apologized, answering that she could not say. Then it may not speak. Ed covered her with a blanket without any words. From time to time, he forgets about this, but Yannick also has to not be easy to lead a student life. Her appearance, when she is in trouble, is somewhat similar to a small animal, and it is difficult to ignore. Winter still has not lost its position. It is difficult to withstand such a cold, and here is only one blanket and a small bonfire. But spring is slowly approaching. Although the head of the family was often absent in the affairs of the royal palace, it is worth noting, silence has always reigned in the Lost Stealer mansion. But after the death of the eldest daughter and successor, Arwen Lostsealer, the atmosphere has completely changed when the successor's place was occupied by a new face. What was Ed Loststealer? There is such a saying, if you want to see the essence of a person, then give him power. Ed was just a miserable piece of garbage, who received a little power and behaved as if the whole world at his feet. He shouted at Tanya that if she would look at him like that, he would still do nothing. Raising the dagger, Ed said that the sister Arwen left this world. Isn't this a wonderful news? He put the dagger in Tanya's hand and put it to him. If he would have died, then the place of the successor would become her. Ed shouted to her to collect power in a fist and poke him, however. Tanya dropped the dagger and fell after him to the floor. That was such a daily life then. In the blink of an eye, she began to choke with Ida's terrible gaze. She lived half of her life under the weight of these views. Although Ed did not raise his hand to Tanya and the same blood flowed in her, neither the family nor the inhabitants of the palace could save her. Tanya lived as a helpless human being, but she, who lived like a dead man, had a chance. Ed turned out to be excluded from the family registry. The only thing that remains is to prove your abilities. The upcoming elections of the president of the student council are the only opportunity to do this. This is Tanya's forefront. The day of the distribution of students received by class has come. Anise tells Ada not to approach. This is an Anise tidy. She must have her own reasons. Clare seems to explain everything. Now you can go up and start preparing the exam. The 3rd episode begins. Unlike the past test in the Northern Forest, this distribution test over classes will take place on Mount Orinson. Due to the lack of eye, the test will be carried out by the senior lecturer Clare, so some changes are possible. The difference from the test with the search for a magic bead is that it is difficult to find, and a magic stone is very easy. Not only is the magic stone scattered in sight, there is still no specific difference in points for them. This test everyone can go to pass to Class A, simply finding a magic stone and putting it on the altar of replacements. At first glance it may seem simple, but do not forget that Clare is a student of the very professor. The level of complexity is so crazy that only those freshmen can get into Class A, who were able to survive in battle against numerous monsters, the so-called survival on Hell. In the end, none of the new students of the Academy this year will get the opportunity to study in Class A. Of course, even here everything should go according to a predetermined scenario. This incident without students for Class A must be safely completed, since it is associated with an important event in the future. Therefore, Ed did not comment on the level of complexity established by Clare, although he would later write a review. Nevertheless, it comes that, despite this extreme game for survival, there are no victims among freshmen. From now on, students will fight with fantastic monsters created by the objects of magical engineering illusion disc that installed here in advance. An ordinary disc causes the illusion of a low-level monster. It remains only to take care of the installation's safety. In particular, the most important is Purple Welcoming Disc. As Ed knows, it was because of him that no one could get into Class A. It causes high-level animals. It is commendable that Anis personally cares about everything important, but it is difficult for her. Onyx offers to give him several discs and not to slow down the process. However, it was Ed. He held out Anna's hand and she slipped from fright. Ed caught her from the fall. And at this moment, the most important thing, purple discs fell out of her bag. Clevius caught them, saying that it should be careful. What will happen if they break? Which should be expected from one of the best students. The script almost went back from the very beginning. Clevius handed the Anise discs as they scattered in his hands. And what to do now? No wonder Ed wondered why everything goes so smoothly. Last year, an event took place, the essence of which was that in joint combat practice, a non-manner picked up a sword and defeated Lucy. However, the script was distorted, which led to the premature ejection of the Yanuka forces. And this year, joint combat practice is an important event. Gifted freshmen challenged the famous generation of the main characters in the training place. As soon as the confrontation began, the freshmen who did not adhere to the framework of the training battle, an emission of force occurred. But they were all defeated by Taylor. He, who became strong enough, captured his name in everyone's memory. Even in the crowd was the holy Claris hiding her personality, and she carefully watched Taylor. The event ends on this, although Ed is full of pride watching Taylor growing. But do not forget that the relationship between him and the Saint, one of the 4 main heroines, is very important, because her strength will be needed during the battle of subordination of Lucy in 3 acts and in subsequent episodes too. The event must occur strictly according to the scenario. Therefore, it is necessary to achieve the very release of the strength of freshmen. In fact, the reason for the release of their strength was covered in the fact that none of the class went to the class and on the entrance test. And this just happened due to the fact that Clare used these very purple discs for the test. She thinks, the scheme is completely spoiled. It seems that you have to order additional repairs for this. Anis asked for forgiveness, saying that she should have been better followed by these discs. Suddenly, Ed replied that it makes no sense to blame her, since the discs still cannot be returned to working condition. If everything continues, then there will be too many students. Ed thinks they can correct the situation. So he acquired Clevius and said that they would begin. When a person most clearly realizes that he arrived at the earth of knowledge of Sylvia, if you ask Tanya, she will say that this is when you are honored to be recognized by a friend of an influential student. The princess is you or the prime minister. All students in Sylvia wear the same clothes regardless of the rank. But if we talk about the exclusion from this unspoken rule, then this is the spiritual support of millions of believers of Telos. Holy Clarissa. She entered the test zone. The girl asks not to adhere to such an official tone. Otherwise, her academic life will become too tense. Clarissa asks to soften these formalities. Suddenly, Tanya said that it is a great honor for her to see her. She introduced herself as the future successor of the lost Styler family, Tanya Rostyler. If we are talking about her family, Clarissa accepted baptism from the head of the Crepe family, but she was then too small, so she remembers little. When Tanya reaches adulthood, mysterious baptism will also pass, a random meeting with a saint at all. This is a suitable production that can help in the struggle for the chair of the president of the student council. But the main event of today, it is definitely the beginning of the test. Fireworks mean start. The military faculty is a student arena. The Faculty of Magic, Mount Orensan, Alchemy. The dungeon of the Ophelis building. Places of collecting and content of tests differ for faculties, but the goal is one, the desire to get into Class A. Exemption from the full fee for training, staying in off-lishes and free use of social security facilities. The great honor that Class A gives, and you also get the opportunity to achieve everything you wish. All the students who again arrived here look at the top. The guy grabbed a magic stone. But Joseph took him away, speaking to focus on running, not on the chatter. There are too many stones. Tanya is sure to put a magic stone on the altar is not all. There must be some kind of trick. To determine the value of each student, it is better not to rush and slowly move to the top with caution. Suddenly a barefoot girl fell near Tanya. It looks like she slipped. Tanya asked if she damaged her leg. You can call the observer and the girl will help, but that is not the point. The girl just wanted to feel the texture of the snow, so she took off. Tanya asked why suddenly and why here. It was one of the points of the list of her desire. She only represented this, but in reality the snow is softer. These eyes are an attitude. Tanya thinks that this girl immediately damaged her head as soon as the test began. There can be no other options, Tanya introduced herself. As she sees, they are peers. The girl heard that all members of the ancient kind of Hostel are wonderful people. But Tanya replied that not all. No matter how powerful the family is, when it has existed for a long time, it appears in it and even ridiculous idiots. What Tanya saw in the camp looked like a change of 180 degrees. Now she is not sure what his true face is, but the fear sealed in her then has not disappeared anywhere. The girl arrived from the outskirts, does not know much, but since it is about a family of lustilers, she should adhere to etiquette. Tanya said to forget about it. They are now in Sylvia. By the way, the girl's name is Kylie Agner. She comes from the small state of the Duchy of East Terran. Kylie knows little about the world. If he makes some kind of stupidity, asks to forgive her in advance. Tanya says that they should accelerate because now there is an exam. Kylie does not care about ratings and grades. If it enters Class A or something like that, then it will only once again be in the spotlight. Tanya is a little annoying, these long answers. Suddenly, Kylie took her hand. She will help Tanya pass the exam. Then maybe the wall between them will become a little thinner. Kylie first had a friend of the same age with her. Tanya says to be careful, because if she tries to make friends with the princess or the saint, then problems may arise. 30 minutes after the start of the test, one of the guys burst forward. He had a little more, perhaps to run at full speed bust. Then Clavius found him. He hit the guy in the face and told him then to just die. This is a little vile, although Clavius behaves cowardly and disgusting, which is not appropriate to do to the senior comrade. But as that Penshivit said, it works. Ed said that not only Clavius alone will do this. Clavius and Annis stop freshmen in the middle of the way to the altar. If a freshman can break through them, then he is worthy of getting into Class A. Anis is responsible for what happened, so he should try with all his might. Onyx, master of flight magic, is responsible for safety. As for sending reports on changing the test content, Clare can begin to write them immediately, and she will finish with her writings until the end of the test. Clare writes a report. Onyx is responsible for security. Clavius and Annis will take positions at the southern and northern entrance. And Ed will stay here. He must protect the altar. Clare barely feels him, Manu, so she asked if everything would be all right with him. Ed has one idea. A welcoming disc creates the illusion of a powerful enemy through mana enclosed in a disc. It is difficult to restore a completely damaged disc. In addition, the magical power of Ida has not yet returned to the original state. But the magic stones in this test, as expected from Sylvania, are extremely expensive. And yet using this altar, Ed can gradually charge its magical power, as the subject will present. They have not seen Mog for a long time, but the hero still does not hear what the spirit says. Annis and Clavius will win, and Ed has enough magic stones. The goal is to prevent anyone to the altar. Well, all preparations are completed. Many freshmen are already defeated. Clevius was slightly exhausted, and the mood is not to hell, so he offers to finish it as a lot. Suddenly there was an explosion from the side of the northern entrance. Clevius was distracted, saying that this is clearly not the magic of the senior comrade Anis. Tanya took Kylie by the hand, and they quickly ran away. Anis has extensive theoretical knowledge. For this she is called a talented student. But in the practical use of combat magic, it barely reaches the average level. Nevertheless, this is clearly not the level that the freshman can cope with the power. Nevertheless, Anis missed the guy. He was at a completely different level. Joseph Whitefelt's. Unlike the older sister of Dorothy, which needed a lot of effort, Joseph received the status of a researcher of a magic society at a very young age and can already use medium-level magic. In a word, he is a genius, a strong candidate for the place of the best student of the course. Joseph says Anis not to be angry. There are definitely areas in which it succeeds like no other. But the battle is not one of them. Anis, of course, is angry, but this is not at all the anger that Joseph thinks. She tells him to go through. Everything was prepared flawlessly, without a single mistake, but it was she who ruined the magic tool, thus putting everyone in a difficult position. Moreover, Anis could not offer an alternative, and for some reason, now it is Ed who controls the situation. He never even got angry, and led a constructive dialogue. But Anis was defeated by a freshman and could not block the entrance to the altar from the north. In the first place, anger at himself, because when he thought about who could resolve this situation, it was his face arose before his eyes. The first guest came to Ed. Joseph knows the contents of the exam. It is necessary to put a magic stone on the altar. However, the hero will try to prevent him from doing this with all his might. As expected, the structure of the exam is unusual. If Joseph manages to defeat Ed and put a stone on the altar, then with whom will other students who pass this test then deal with? Ed does not know, but this is not Joseph's concern. In fact, these nuances were not particularly interested in his nuances. Joseph tried to win the time to assess the situation, and the welcoming disc has a different color. If this is an improved version, you need to be careful. Although Ed is an older student, it is not felt from its strong magical energy. In addition, there are traces of the use of magic stone. The use of stone against a freshman like Joseph means that the general magical energy of Ed is very low. Sylvania is disappointed. Joseph thought he could learn something here. He drove a magical explosion. Although the firepower is small, but those who do not know the essence of the spell will face brutal magical power. If the enemy tries to evade without following the direction of his hand, he still will not be able to survive. However, Ed was still able to evade. It seems that he has some kind of combat experience. Judging by the stream of mana, this is the magic of fire. And the concentration suggests that it is going to use ignition or incandescent. Inflame has a ray, shaped shape, and mana is usually directed down. So now this is precisely ignition. The size of the flame is larger than Joseph expected. This maneuver was performed by a person well trained in the foundations of magic. Perhaps he's even able to use medium-level magic. But this is a waste of time. No matter how strong the ignition, it will not be able to break through the magical shield of Joseph. The battles of wizards are often resolved depending on the number of magical power. But if the force consumption is the same, then the victory remains for Joseph due to higher total magical power. Ada seems to have little experience in magic battles. When his magical power is exhausted and he cannot support the flame, he will no longer be able to block the attacking magic. The battles between magicians are deep and complex. Suddenly, Ed said that the protective circle could reflect magical attacks, but was not able to repel physical strength. And then the hero hit the guy in the face. Since Joseph is called a magician, does he really think that he will always fight only with magicians? Ed struck a fiery veil, but how? Joseph will be attentive and began a casting medium, level bewitching magic. And Ed again uses the magic of fire in response to freezing, trying to obscure the review of the fairy and repeat that maneuver again. But Joseph can control other elements. For example, basic incandescent magic. However, Ed has resistance to fire. He began to attack physically, but Joseph has a shield. This is some kind of madness. The guy does not understand where Ada has something like that. If it's the speed of pronouncing the spell, then it is faster. Here Ed threw his dagger into the protective barrier of Joseph. And then he could utter a spell of the explosion. Joseph tells himself not to disconnect. No one can be faster in the use of basic spells. He realized that it was not about a magical explosion, but about the use of the art of spirits. The reason that Ed, without equipment, could confront fire was covered in defense of the fiery spirit. He deliberately hid the spirit in the whirlwind of flame. Magic, the art of spirits, and magical instruments. Ed did not even use them. Joseph is wondering who he is, damn it, like that. The guy admitted that he had lost and threw a magic stone. While Ed turned away, he decided to take advantage of the chance and launched an ice spear. He hit the hero in the face, but the effect was zero. Joseph, who has studied magic all his life, it was unlikely that he could cause significant harm with his fist. Wind protection worked, which discards the enemy when receiving an unexpected blow. Now Joseph really lost and his magic stone crashed. Yes, he worked on fame. Ed says the guy's last attack was magnificent. It was a great solution, he surpassed Ed. Joseph was only interested in the name of the senior comrade, and Ed finally introduced himself. Onyx took care of the guy and took him away. Elka with a Zix on the way. She asks why he chose the Faculty of Magic. Why did she suddenly ask it? If Six chose a military faculty or alchemical, he would become the best student. Elka is sorry that he refused the benefits because of her. Honestly, Zix is not very interested in advance upstairs. If at the alchemical faculty he could be and could achieve success, then on the military he would certainly remain overboard. Now the best second-year student is that boy Clevius Northundale. Clevius himself does not understand that it was now. The magic was too strong. Onyx says to take care of him, and the girls should continue the test. Clevius does not know how to block such a silver. 20 minutes before the end of the Tanya and Kylie test, they reach the last test. He will say briefly, "A person who once was a source of terror, one who was once an object of hatred." He is now in front of Tanya. Ed tells them to give up. St. Claris dreamed of 2 sleeps. In a dream which she sees during the day, she is instructed by Archbishop Verdio. He believes that holiness arises from beliefs that are unshakably supported throughout life. Verdio says Clarissa should become a person like a pure white sheet of paper. And the second dream was Adele, the keeper of the church torch. She sings that it is better to die in a dirty puddle than to live like a blank sheet of paper. Even a snow-white castle built by people is a great high tower. This is nothing more than a sand castle in front of the mighty gray cliffs of the Ramelensky Ridge, the green fog of banking swamps and the golden fields of the holy city of Chloron, pastures of the emerald meadows of Volan, opal smoke of the alchemical land of Crete, red roofs of the olden trading city, the dazzling wisdom of Sylvia, the possessions of knowledge, through the hook-sand sea of the great desert of the dressing room to the purple shadows of the lawless region of Kohelton, pure whiteness. This is just a small piece among the romance of natural colors. Leaving the church, Adele called herself romantic. It is still unknown how she moved between the houses. But at night when the world was asleep, the girl sang by the Clarissa window. A dream is the outside world that her only friend whispers about while she looks at the stars. Does Clarissa know that ordinary life, when you study and communicate with friends, and when you just love, it can also be elevated? Does it know that the hugs of one loving person can be more valuable than the prayer of millions of believers who look from the bottom up? Leaving the church, Adele entered Sylvia, and, as they say, during the holidays he wanders around the world. After her departure, Clarissa was in the dreams every night in those places, about whom a friend told her. And at the last minute of Claris, someone hugs tightly, and together they go on a trip only for 2, full of natural colors, sharply contrasting with snow, white life. This is the wildest imagination that you can imagine. In order not to reveal his real person, Verdion told Clarissa to always follow his appearance. She should always carry items of magical engineering and be under the protection of the sacred artifact. It was an ordinary journey under the cover of a church to the academy. When Clarissa sat on a bench along the school, no one paid attention to her. She felt her breath became more frequent and her chest was filled with happiness. No one worshipped her and will not be able to trep with a noble trepidation. And who could have thought that she was holy? The exception was only one person, the holy herself. Ed told the girls to give up, the last test. And this is Tanya's brother. He once again respectfully asked to simply turn around and leave. And if they decide to get closer, he asks for mercy. Even students who have devoted all the time to the practice of the art of spirits. Unable to do this, Ed is outside the level of the graduation class. Even the current Master of Spirits are considered experts when dealing with 6 spirits of medium rank. And Ed runs a high-ranking spirit. Kylie says it gives up. Here you should be guided by sanity. Yes, she is right. A high-ranking spirit is an injury of the past, which again arose before my eyes. But in this case, Ed has not changed at all. Tanya said Kylie did not know anything. She is not going to give up. Status and title are always associated with duties and burden. Tanya clearly remembers what happened 2 years ago. Every achievement should have realistic limits. Anyone who did not really understand anything in elementary magic suddenly began to control the high-ranking spirit. Tanya understands that this is clearly a fake. She just needs to defeat Ed. But due to the stream of magic of the spirit, she could not even approach. It cannot be true. Is it really a high-ranking spirit? The girls threw back. Kylie realized that that man is Miss Tanya's elder brother. She always had a romantic idea of noble men, elegant appearance, affectionate smile, and exquisite manners. But having heard conversations about a person, which was the opposite of the Lauretel family, she had confidence that she was a villain in front of her. Even Clarissa, who knows nothing about the world as she always walked along the holy way, clearly feels it. In the soul of Miss Tanya there is a deep resentment of this scoundrel. Kylie, Saint, got up and told Tanya to aim at the caster, as they planned initially, and she will be in the role of a bait. As Kylie said, she has a slightly unusual physique. Without special circumstances, she will not die in any way. But Tanya is afraid that Kylie will get serious injuries. She herself said that she was not interested in the exam. Kylie says that they have a very bad person, and Tanya is her first friend at the Sylvania Academy. If Tanya heard this phrase under ordinary circumstances, that would just dismiss. But on the way to the altar, she happened to see a lot. One of the fiercely attackers of older students crashed without feelings because of some glow. Kylie seems to have a special force. But now Tanya is most surprised that Kylie's coward was the first to step forward, and she rushed forward to Ed and his powerful spirit. Marilda raised her paw to attack, but immediately howled in pain. This is Claris's skill. To any hostile entity trying to harm the saint, the sacred magic of the average or higher level is used. Thus Kylie repelled all the energy of Ed. He thought it was the end. But suddenly Tanya crept up to him. Why was she sure that he would give up? The sister shot at Ed and threw him back. However, he simply disappeared in the air. And Tanya finally noticed an illusion disc in the distance. Arrows flew into her, and Ed told her to sit quietly. She is in shock. Anyone who, even a sword in his hands, was not able to hold his own skillfully. And these arrows were from magical energy. The hero says this is the first warning. Tanya understands that it seems Ed lost Styler really in front of her. Everything happens exactly like then. No matter how much Tanya made efforts, she remained as helpless as in her childhood. Suddenly Ed said that she must have tried her best but apologized. He also has his own circumstances. He cannot show condescension to Tanya because she is his blood relative. Ed crouched nearby and said that, knowing her character, she would be even more angry because of this. But Tanya was great. If he were in her place, then he would have run back to the layers of his head. Although it was an illusion, it reached the very end. Tanya saw her gift on Ed's tie. He said that he changed his mind about her. It turns out that she has such a side. Tanya was also mistaken. In the brother, something has obviously changed. Ed says he is very proud of her. She's really well done, but tears do not stop from the eyes. Ed thought that she was probably so upset due to the fact that she could not get into Class A. Suddenly, Kylie hugged Tanya and said not to approach. He will say right away if Ed decides to attack her. No matter what side you look at is a bad thing. Kylie demands not to move. The exam is over. The older calls Ed to help. Clevius was completely out of order. Clare must update a map of the results here, and the choice of president of the Studs Council will begin at the beginning of the semester. Kylie noticed something strange with her voice. It seems that her spell of the transformation is dispelled. It seems then, during the battle, she lost her tool of magical engineering, although Verdun ordered to wear it with him. At such a pace, Kylie will reveal herself, and her student life will come to an end. Ed timidly gave her an instrument and said not to lose his things, to be careful. He went about his business. The guys worried that he was badly injured. The distribution exam ended, and Ed was able to return the script in the original direction. Except for one. The exception was the distortions created by very insignificant and meaningless gaps. Through these gaps in the plot, under the world painted in the crimson tones of the setting sun, 2 ruby eyes were directed to Ed. Clarissa is sure that he was just about to contact you. The hero barely stands on his feet, so Clare tells him to relax. They will deal with the rest, and Onyx will help with Clevius. He looked at the tower. It seemed to him that he saw something like a man. Maybe it seemed? Marilda believes that there is such a thing as beauty that surpasses time and space. The vivid proof is the sky. Even expensive works of art are subject to various interpretations. But no one would have thought that this sunset is not beautiful. Marilda is difficult to explain. In general, people living their short eyelids do not know how to move at any moment of life. Marilda is a high-ranking wind spirit. Yannick gave her only one characteristic, a chatterbox. Edu needs to learn how to give meaning to everyday things. People like him are thorough and reasonable, but often insensitive. Therefore, Marilda advises him to start dating. Isn't his half nearby? Good, cheerful, friendly, strong enough to lean on her shoulder, I could agree. In fact, Marilda did not conclude a contract with Yanuka, but they are best friends. So although he could not have direct hierarchical kinship with Marilda, as in the case of Tarkin, but he seems to be afraid of this high-ranking spirit, he could invite Ed to pretend that he bought her words. Earlier, Yanuka looked very upset, and he asked, maybe Marilda knows what was the matter. Although Ed is worried, the spirit will never talk about what Yannick did not want to talk about. But Ed does not need to worry too much. It will be good if in the life of Yannick also winter comes at least once. The world is not a collection of beautiful stories. Ed does not need to do something, at least before the onset of spring. Marilda offers to finish the conversation so as not to take him even more magical power. Its original shape will cost more, but in this form to communicate is much more effective. Ed was surprised that she has another form. But probably there is no much difference in effectiveness in its forms. Marilda says it seems that because of the magic stone, Ed didn't notice what was happening. It turns out that he is also blind. Does he think he coped with everything only thanks to his magical power? Let him think carefully. Such a spirit as Marilda has contacts with far from one person, and after that she evaporated. Obviously, Ed still cannot cause a high-ranking spirit for a long time with his magical power, and if it was not him, then who then? He climbed up the tower. If you think about it, the answer is simple. This is a person who has concluded a contract with Marilda, in addition to Ed. Rising, he told Lucy that this is not a very good place for daytime sleep. But she did not come here to take a nap. The hut sleeps much better. Ed asked why then. Lucy does not really like to be in an empty hut. Therefore, she went out to take a little walk. Unfortunately, this replacement altar, achieved at the end of the path, is the final stage of the third act. Clarissa, a holy atheist who realizes the darkness of the holy way and doubts religiously. The apostles of Talos are sent to Aquen Island to condemn it. People at the academy follow the archbishop. Although they do not know the souvenir, the Imperial Guard of Fiona, the Guild of Mercenaries Lauratel, paladins, teachers, the punitive detachment of generation of the protagonist, and even Rector Obel Forzier. The edge of each sword is directed to one place, on the island of Ans, to protect the island, following the will of his teacher, one girl. The apostate, unbelieving. Whatever she was called, she will not complain. This is an awakened person who looks at everything down, Lucy Merrill. She subordinates all the main characters of the island of Aquen and alone destroys more than half of the Punishers. But in the end, her endurance ends, and she is subordinated to Taylor, who learned the last tactics of the Great Sword. Only after the end of the episode will it be disclosed why Lucy tried to kill the messengers of the Holy See. In fact, she was not a bad person, as they thought. They did not know, but she had her own reasons. Let these words be spoken. But a belated understanding is more painful than the misunderstanding itself. Ed does not know whether it is a matter of her character, or she simply believes that any explanations are meaningless. But ultimately, Lucy takes on everything. Of course, he is not going to stop her. But will Ed really donate Lucy to preserve the script? No, he cannot be so heartless. Just giving events to develop with your turn does not mean at all that everything will lead to a bad end. Only Lucy knew what weight the words of her mentor and the closest person carried for help where she could not do without her. EC needs to get rid of these prolonged feelings. It will be a long battle and there will be dangerous moments. But it is precisely such events that have to be survived in the framework of 3 acts. This, of course, does not mean that Ed does nothing. Lucy laid on his knees. She recently found that she really was more alone than she thought. If there is something else that Ed needs to take a note, So this is that next time he will inform her in advance if he is not in the hut for a long time. Many often make a mistake believing that a niece is from a noble family. But it is Clara that is the daughter of the famous Baron House. She handed Belle Maya a gift. Rosary is really a paradise for the soul of Clara. In any case, she needs to meet old friends. She had not seen them for a long time. Clara bought a lot of sweets and has already prepared everything for tea drinking with Anis and Yanuka. Right now it will go to them. Clara needs to discuss so much with them. The blueberry cake she bought is insanely tasty. Belle Maya squeezed the box in her hands. This pie has the taste of sand. At the meeting, Clara did not understand why the girls are silent. Of course, there were small quarrels between Yanuka and Anis, but they more like a joke. But Clara has never seen such an atmosphere. She thought that if a joke tells, it would give out a little the situation. While he was thinking, Yannick was ahead of me. She heard that Anis was in the arms of Ed. In the morning, the hero built wooden wind-proof walls, which to some extent helped to protect himself from the wind. Now, with such things, neither the level of production skills nor characteristics will increase. Probably it is worthwhile to slowly start looking for a new source for growth. Suddenly, Belle Maya came. She says it is better to be fully armed with a strong wind. The housekeeper is glad that ED looks healthy, and Belle came to catch Lucy. During the snowstorms, it is forbidden to leave the hostel without extreme necessity. Since Lucy most likely will try to escape again, Belle will have to follow her more carefully. Lucy, with all her appearance, asks Ed to help her. He said he heard the housekeeper. Ed sighed and said Belle that he would continue to use formal speech. She asked if he could withstand a snowstorm in such a place that will last a whole week. Belle asks for forgiveness for interference in his affairs, but this wall will not be enough. Ed also tied the roof with ropes and attached them to the ground to protect the hut from the weather. All traps and hunting tools were laid out inside the hut. Within a week, while the blizzard will rage, Ed will focus on studying the tools of magical engineering in the Soul Library. He says that he has where to go, so Belle may not worry too much. She looks very worried. Probably because I first encountered a snowstorm in a new position. No, there are other reasons for her anxiety. Okay, Belle asked to forget. Maybe she does not intervene too much in her own business. After her words, Ed began to care more. One way or another, she wishes him good luck. Those times, Clara looks at the Anise in shock. She says that some misunderstanding must have arisen. Listening to what perfumes dangling about is also wrong. But Anis said that everything was true. She actually tried to seduce this man, Ed. She asks Yanuka for forgiveness. Honestly, Anis did not trust the guy. He seemed to her an unreliable person, so she just wanted to conduct a check. From the very beginning, he was not in the taste of Anis, and his whole appearance suggests that he is a scoundrel, so arrogant. And what's good to follow those who live in accordance with their arrogant manners? Yanuka shouts that Anis is too much to the stick. As you can say that, even not really knowing Ed. Anis knows that she did badly, deciding to seduce him without consulting her. She asks Yanuka for forgiveness. She asks why Anis did what she did not ask for. Yanuka was thinking so much about this. Could not sleep at night, since Anis, her precious friend, made me feel devoted in this way. In fact, Yanuka is not so important for Ed. So perhaps she crosses the line too much, I come up with everything. But suddenly Anis told her not to worry. At least for Ed, Yannick is definitely a special person. A little more than a friend and a little less than a lover. Yannicki's eyes lit up. She is really special for him. She believes that EDA cannot be evaluated in this way. But since it was done for her, she cannot be angry with the Anisi. In any case, she said that she did not like Ed. Yanuka thanked Anis for telling everything. Looking at the reddened face of Anis, Clara realized that everything was not entirely true. Is she really? Clara said that it turns out such a misunderstanding occurred. Only even if Yannick does not say that being in upset feelings, she went to the northern forest. Yanuka quickly ran away, saying that she needed to go somewhere. Yes, let him deal with his affairs. Suddenly Anis said that she has a plan. She needs help so that Clara introduces her to some man. But no, it is better to break stereotypes. Anis asks if Clara wants to start meeting her. Anis asks not to look at her like that. Although she is ashamed of the lie Yannick, but they say the distance weakens feelings. As soon as the holidays come to an end, the role of Anis as a student responsible for preparing the exam will end. But suddenly Clare said that the students responsible for conducting the exam will work with the senior assistant. Clevius and Onyx are seriously doing their job. They are energetic and skillful in everything. It would be a shame to miss them. And especially Ed worked hard to fame. For his contribution to help students, he will receive additional scholarships. Work here is better than in any other laboratory, so they will also work during the holidays. Isn't it wonderful? Yanuka said that Ed needs to slowly conclude contracts with middle-level spirits. It seems that she again perked up. During the last visit to the camp, for example. Yanuka lied that she no longer remembered when it was. Ed clearly felt that he was comfortable with her himself. It must be because Yannick is a character completely torn from the script. She is Ida's only friend. In any case, she knew that he had concluded a contract with Marilda, but it was strange. Ed, after all, is not yet able to manage the highest levels. He resorted to cunning and showed the ring. Ed spoke about Professor Glaston, about his gold ring of Phoenix and his plans for the future. He is not able to use Manu now, so it will be difficult to conclude a contract in a middle-level spirit. In any case, Yanuka congratulates. Among the callers, the day of the first contract with the highest spirit is called the second birthday. She asked if he was going to spend the whole snowstorm in the library. Ed is really very diligent. After the end of the storm, the election of the president of the council Studge will begin. Many views will be turned to Yanuka. She was already asked about it, but she knows little, so she decided to adhere to neutrality. But she heard that Tanya was also running. Ed confirmed, saying that she has hidden ambitions. Yanuka asked if he was close to his sister. But can their relationship be called relatives? Ed thinks that you should not say that. I will be excluded from the family registry, but one way or another, Tanya is his relative. Whether they like it or not, they will cross their whole life. Therefore, Ed wants to be in a good relationship. He thinks to some extent she is dear to him. Yanuka thought it was a simple quarrel between brother and sister. She grabbed Ed tensely and asked what Tanya liked. Is there a thing that she will like as a gift, or maybe there is some kind of her favorite dish? Ed immediately thought that Yanuka had something to do with Tanya, but she immediately began to deny. Yannick does not know how to lie. It took her only 3 seconds to feel guilty and admit everything. In fact, everything was not so serious. Today at dawn, a storm will begin. The output will not be allowed, except for essential reasons. So if Clarissa has any extraneous affairs, we must inform. She cannot forget what she saw a few days ago. The appearance of a third-year student, inspiring horror. But what was still more clearly felt is the crisis that arose. Everything was so natural that Clarissa wanted to believe, it seemed to her. But Ed was clearly going to use formal speech. Does that person know her secret? Clarissa put so much effort to live an ordinary student life. If the personality turns out to be revealed to an outsider, all the efforts of the priests who helped her will become in vain, and she will have to leave student life. Clarissa easily took out the necessary information. She overheard the conversation of freshmen discussing Ed. They said that he was known in the 3rd year and lives in a hut in the northern forest. As soon as the blizzard begins, Clarissa will not be able to leave Ophelis for at least a week. At the end of the storm, spring will come. A new semester will begin. And then, perhaps, it will already be too late to try to make him silent. Clarissa is afraid, very afraid. And Ed lost Styler and darkness and cold. When you live those surrounded only by white walls and ceilings, your vision naturally worsens. Romance lies in a world filled with colors, and you cannot understand this until you try. Clarissa opened the room window wide and jumped out into the street. Grabbing a magic instrument, she turned back to Kylie. She cannot allow her to take her freedom with difficulty. To be sure for sure, Clarissa must meet him. Holy Clarissa in trouble. Clavius's eyes have long adapted to the darkness, because from the very beginning it was a life full of darkness. His most striking memories are connected with those who were nearby, even when all members of the North Undale family turned away. And this is an older brother. At that moment when Clavius drove his sword into his brother's heart, perhaps this happened due to the curse, the last words of his brother made Clavius's blood boil with anger. He refused, and Clare asked why. Maybe he received an invitation from another laboratory. Well, no matter how much he thinks about work as an assistant, Clavius seems to be not suitable for activity and creates only troubles. Here, initially, the attitude was good, and this place was to his liking, and Clare thought she did something. So she wants to say what he can do, what she wants. Clavius nodded timidly, and Clare encouraged him. It seemed to Edu Lochilor, without any physical talent, he trained to the limit of the possibilities of the body. But now the holidays and the time when you can focus on training is almost over. Now, magical engineering and filling with magic spirits are at a level that can be called specialization. These two skills can become useful if they practice a little. Ed spent on this remaining week, namely in this library of souls. He paid a little to Zix to remove the wreckage with magic, but Ed did not expect that he would also arrange books and even carefully systematize them on the topic and name. Although the hero asked to keep it a secret, it seems that Zix worked paired with Elka, and although they most likely have fun, perceiving it as a training session, Ed will have to return the debt. Reading hundreds of production recipes is entirely ineffective. The most important thing is choice and concentration. The goal is to create at least one magic item of the legendary rank. Wind emitter, noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic ball, magic ink of Craig. Repeat the attempts like crazy to improve skills. As soon as Ed flies up, he will make objects of a rare rank. The materials are transported in advance. Now tools are used. Ed realized that he had forgotten to bring tools from the hut. He began to get out of the library. This is a gross mistake. Now you have to return. The time has come for physical suffering. When you live surrounded only by white walls and ceilings, your vision naturally worsens. Romance lies in a world filled with paints, and you cannot understand this until you try. But everything around is white. Clarissa said that it was by the river in the northern forest. Judging by the map, these are lower rivers. So if it goes up now, then he can meet Ed. It really looks like an adventure. Clarissa is never weak. The holy magic, which she mastered, surpasses the magic of most wizards. But the particularly important aspect is the innate force of the protection of the holy law, which doubly restores damage to the enemy. So we can say with confidence that Clarissa will never suffer, no matter what beast or man will meet. Nevertheless, she feels the fear of Ed. As a successor to the Lusters, he may have been baptized in the TV church. The protection of the holy law does not apply to believers who have accepted baptism from the monastic order. Do not direct the knife to the brother who received the same teaching. Firstly, a pious believer worthy of baptism, and he will not think to eat enmity to the saint. Clarissa came here only because Ed could know about her personality. Yes, you need to make sure at all costs. She opened the door and the bucket spilled with blood. A huge bloody carcass of the beast hung over Clarissa. No matter how you look, this is clearly blood. The girl thought she was really in hell. And then the sound of steps was heard. Kylie quickly hid under the table and closed her mouth with her hand so that her sobs were not heard. A man in a mantle grabbed a long tea sack. And then he looked under the table and asked who was here. Ed took a mantle when he saw that it was Kylie Aker, but he did not have time to say anything, as she irradiated him with spiritual power. It negates most of the magical effects of the enemy and inflicts physical damage. Ed was thrown to the wall and a wooden board fell on his head. Kylie says she is unconscious. She fell to her knees from the realization that it seems with her actions she killed a man. Clarissa tells the goddess TV that she has committed sin. How could she, who lived her life clean and innocent like snow, to fall into this great sin that cannot be erased? Clarissa should burn in hell for this sin. At that moment, Ed Navis over her, asking did she really think of jokes with him now. Kylie fainted with fear. Only this was not enough. Belle reported on the situation. All housekeepers were going to start the search immediately. But Belle said that at the moment, it is necessary to move working resources as efficiently as possible. Belle knew about Kylie's true personality. According to the church, at least senior officials should know about this fact. If the saint died in a snowstorm, it would be a great disaster. But Belle does not panic. Given that Clarissa is under the protection of the holy law, it is not necessary to worry about her safety. Therefore, it was decided to settle it as quietly as possible. Belle alone will go in search of Madame Kylie. She entrusts the deputy care of students, in particular about Madame Lucy. The girl said that, according to an eyewitness, Mrs. Kylie disappeared in the direction of the northern forest. The northern forest is the territory of the man that women are in a strange way. The impassable storm is raging. The man and woman are alone in the hut. In harsh conditions, they rely on each other. And then Belle introduced how these two are engaged in indecent. The main housekeeper blushed. She ran away with the words that she had to find the holy as soon as possible. A strange young man lives in the northern forest. An unemotional man drags with him many bloodied corpses of wild animals. Similar rumors went among students. Of course, Belle knows the truth. In the footsteps, she found the path along which Clarissa walked. Ed, despite the cold appearance, is attentive and cares about others. Although many talented students try to get closer to him, he fulfills his duties in good faith. He can be trusted. But when Belle thinks about the complexity of human relations, she has a headache. Young Mr. Ed, probably, does not know about Miss Kylie's real personality. Entering the hut, she saw a restless Kylie and Ed with bandaged wounds. Belle asked to explain what was happening here. She received exhaustive explanations. But if Belle does not take Kylie in the near future, she will have problems, as the storm will increase soon. Of course, the main housekeeper is not worthless to leave Ophelis for a long time. The reason why the saint made a path here, it was the best choice, but he looked unnatural. The key point is that the true personality of Kylie is revealed only in the second half of the third act. Ed is confused by the fact that she had already managed to get caught, so she also decided to suspect him. Some crazy house. He asked for forgiveness for his rough behavior. The saint can lower the chair. Belle and Clarissa in shock that he said so. Then he knew everything. Ed was also baptized in the TV of the church. Naturally, from a close distance, he immediately recognized the figure that appeared after the removal of hiding magic. Ed asked Clarissa to start putting a chair. In the actions of Ed from the very beginning, there are no changes. If someone is the acting person of the script, then he should not contact him. However, if you leave everything like that, St. Clarissa can again throw something unexpected. Therefore, it is better to reveal that Ed is known to her personality and nullify all her anxiety. It seems that Clarissa disappointed the life that she lived in slavery, so she hid her personality. Ed is also familiar with this feeling. But what does she feel, seeing like a person who lives freely in the forest? Could you guess what life Ed lives? His life does not look like life at large, but more like survival. There is light and darkness in everything, and freedom is no exception. If Adele was a bard praising the beauty of freedom, Ed clearly represents a pack of freedom. He apologized for such a rude act that looked as if he did not respect the holy. However, unfortunately, in her environment, there is no one who could tell about it, so he allowed himself to cross the line. And now Ed asked Clarissa to come back. She is sorry that she forced Belle to make such a long way, but the housekeeper said not to worry about it. When Clarissa returns, he will be able to warm up, eating delicious soup in a warm room, and this hut in the middle of the storm. It will resemble a story from a distant country, but inside there will still be the smell of blood and the severity of reality. Clarissa could not even imagine that for the magic of Ed, who blocked freshmen, there was something like that. It is sad when the illusion of freedom that you dreamed about is destroyed, but at least Clarissa is now convinced. Her choice to leave the holy capital and come in Sylvia in search of freedom was correct, because she met a senior comrade worthy of her respect. Of course, Belle could not understand the true meaning. Everything is ambiguous. I just felt how heartburn from all this began. Spring comes when you forget about it, so its offensive is always so happy. Lauretel brought Ed to the Laplace bakery, where it is difficult to take a place, so he began to refuse to treat. But she came here to solve the working moments, so she asks the baker for a short time to highlight her table. It takes some time to complete the inventory in the warehouse. The baker said hard to sit well. Ed says that judging by the expression on the face of this person, it seems Lauratel alone is fun. He speaks so malicious. Well, his words are true, but it does not intimidate people unilaterally. Due to the storm, difficulties arose with the delivery of supplies. The Laplace bakery ordered a large number of unnecessary goods. But when the delivery date approached, the order was cancelled. Lauratel understands that there are less food ingredients, but he considers it outrageous that the bakery is trying to monopolize the products that will go to other business partners. There is such a thing as trade ethics. The cook asks her to stop the employees of the commercial association, despite everything, if it limits future orders to such an extent. Let him enter the position of bakers at least once. Suddenly, Lauratel remembered that she had a lesson in the evening and invited Ada to go together. How cold it is. Lauratel also does not want to do this, but because of the storm, the connection between the main branch and the distribution chain broke off. Free funds of the company are almost running out. Ed says everyone is going through difficult times when problems with finances. But the management of capital is the main horse Lauratel. Until she adds unnecessary expenses, everything will be fine, so you cannot worry about it. Suddenly she asked why Ed did not take the book to class. He will look into the library to lend one copy. Ed look at this as a kind of sports, but it's more convenient to just buy these books at the academy, although this is a considerable amount that not every student can give. All books at the Sylvania Academy are a great luxury. Lauretel nervously opened her wallet. She asked how much all books were taken. By the way, the election of the president of the Studs Council is coming soon. Lauretel is not going to run for, because work in the Chamber of Commerce has priority on affairs at the academy. Of course, it would be best if someone who is friendly to Lauretel is the president. She invited Ed to participate, but he does not want to, and there is no guarantee that her support will work. Then she suggested Tanya. Even if Lauretel is scorched to death, she will not support Princess Fiona. It is clear that even if all the best students support Tanya, it will be difficult for her to break through to this post. The difference in forces is too great. Lauretel clearly sees how things are. According to the script, Fiona will become president of the Studs Council. Tanya uses all her resources, will conduct a terrible and miserable struggle to get at least another voice. But the difference in voices never decreases. Tanya is all just a statist whose role ends with defeat. If Ed had to make a choice, he would rather support Tanya because she is his relative. Then Lauretel can exhale with relief. Most of the students look at the princess with admiration. Therefore, she was afraid that ED would be among them. Lauretel asked if he knew that she sees a man in him. Jealousy almost took possession of it. Lauretel clung to Ed, asking if her speech had at least some effect and listens to his heartbeat. But he only coldly pushed her away. Lauretel asked if she really committed a crime that he was behaving like that. She did not do anything. Just before release from the academy, ED is also in a rather difficult position. Lauretel considered it so that after release she will have a chance. It was as if she was able to snatch a piece of valuable information. She does not know what significance ED gives the graduation, but this will be in any case next year. Although there is no guarantee that he can resist the charm of Lauretel until then. A safe release from the academy is not a very easy task. Indeed, at the end of this story, you will definitely have to face the final boss. In the end, only when the main character will defeat the final boss, peace and tranquility will come. And Ed will also be able to safely finish training. In particular, when Taylor receives the support of Clarissa and the Fiona, symbolizing the church and the imperial family, he will finally be able to defeat the Holy Dragon. In short, he should grow according to the script and rally a teammate around him. Enrollment in freshman was smooth. Fortunately, Clarissa enjoys her new life, although it hides. It is a pity to Tanya, but soon Fiona will become president of the council stud. At that very moment, Ed Lost Styler was sure that almost all the scenarios that went awry last year will return to their original state. Unlike his expectations, one young girl decided that she should not run. Clevius' desperate why from the very first day it was on him that the choice fell on him. He does not understand why he has such a bad fate. Wade, the best first-year student, sent him a request for a fight. Like Zix, he asked why the guy wants it. Wade says he wants to learn a lot from a senior comrade. Six closed the letter and demanded to stop inventing superficial excuses. In fact, Wade wants to prove his value. Now he is just the best among freshmen. Senior comrade Yanuka is the first in all subjects in the third year. Drake the first at the military faculty. Wade is going to fight everyone. Up to Ed about which many rumors go at the Faculty of Magic. Of course, any business has its own order. Clevius is the first among Sabatons of the Faculty of Military. Therefore, Wade sent him a request as his first opponent, but Clevius seems to avoid a fight in every possible way. One way or another, if Wade defeats him and then overwhelms the first student of the Faculty of Alchemy Alver, then he will challenge to Zix, so he came today to warn him about this, although he is not the best student. The best subrect is outside the discussion. Thus, Six ranks first in the second year. Acts on his nose. In any case, after the victory over Zix, Wade plans to meet with Yanuka and Ed. In Sylvia, you need to learn that he may be wrong. The guy thinks that even Zix will not be easy to win. But Six did not mean it all. There is no point in talking about Yanuka and EDs at all. After all, Wade will not even be able to get to Zix. He does not seem to know that all his challenges will end in Clevius. If he intends to defeat Zix, let him expand his horizons first. Zix went out into the courtyard as Ed met him. The hero thanked the guy for making sure the library took care. ZX spoke about Wade, a recruit who challenges all outstanding students and is interested in Ed. As far as he remembers, The conquest of Wade Caramore continues from the 3rd to the 5th chapter of the 3rd act. Being the son of the commander of the Legion on the northern border, he was born with the innate talent of owning a sword. He was not satisfied with the first place among freshmen and began to challenge famous students. Wade defeats them one after another, even Zix, which by that time was completely exhausted. And the episode ends with the fact that he loses to Taylor, who has blossomed over the past year. Tonight will take place for new students. Zix offers Ed to look at this Wade. The hero thanked for the anxiety, but he already knows very well what this guy looks like. Ed did not even think that he was, but when he saw the active life of the academy, he had a small surge of energy. Fresh air, marked by the beginning of the new semester, makes him feel ease in steps. Zix thought it was worth mentioning something else. Since they study in the same course and lectures intersect, he often saw Fiona, so he noticed that recently she looks extremely exhausted. But if in any conversation the name of Ed is mentioned, for example when Wade talked with Zix, the princess immediately begins to listen. Even when Zix read the work of Ed Wold, Fiona turned around. The fact that she pays increased attention to his person looks very strange. Well, she not only does this today, Zix decided to tell Ed later when he finds out more and better. Strong winter cold remained in the past. Types of the northern forest deserve to be called spring. Ed shows surprisingly rapid growth. It sensitively also increased significantly. And since he concluded a contract with Marilda, he should be able to conclude a contract with a middle-level spirit. If Ed said that he could grow up so in a year, people would not believe. The hero called her Yanuka in teacher mode. She looks cute, but she herself believes that she has a presentable look. Ed supported, speaking, all thanks to her. Firstly, you need to find a spirit, the stream of the magical strength of which resonates well with Mana Ed, not any spirit. It by nature is compatible with the elements of fire and wind, therefore, when concluding a contract with a new spirit, it is better to avoid these elements. If you conclude a contract with the spirit with the same attributes as the element that you can handle, it will be easier, but it will become more difficult to cope with different situations. As in the case of Yanuka, it is best to process as many elements as possible, even if it does not cover all the elements. Finding the desired element is not easy, so masters often think about middle-level spirits with which they conclude a contract as fate. The romance of wanderings in nature, communication with spirits, a meeting with which is similar to fate comes to mind. First of all, let's start with sensitivity. Yanuka tells Ed to concentrate his mana in his eyes. And then carefully selected perfumes of middle level appeared. This is amazing. Ed thought that if you take such a number of spirits with you, it would be difficult to get together with thoughts. Yanuka says that you do not need to repel those who should be behind you because they like you. And she had already finished the conversation with the spirits. Now it remains only to name the candidates. Number 1, water, level water spirit below. He waved his wing to show himself. Edu seems to be this pension could be too important for the bottom of the lower level, and he feels strange from the fact that the perfumes are presented one after another. Is this the fateful meeting of Ed? Will everything really be all right? Welcome reception for freshmen. For new students, this is a very significant event. But Yannick and Lucy are absent for personal reasons. One conducts a class of spirits for Ed, and the other is asleep. The professor team was worried that the event would be a failure. But to where about the absence of these students did not matter. And all thanks to the participation of one of the most senior figures in the academy, Princess Fiona. Regardless of the equality culture at the academy, if the opponent is the bearer of imperial blood, they did not even dare to speak with him. In the end, only one person dared to speak with Fiona at a reception on the occasion of greeting freshmen. A faithful servant of the imperial family and the heir to one of the 3 great families of fencers, Wade. Fiona became more cautious from the moment she sacrificed the soldiers, otherwise he would lose. She said to stop applying the theory of monarchy to chess. The reality is a little different. It seems that she had to go through a lot in Sylvia. Fiona simply became more objective. She thought she was doing better people than anyone else, but he doesn't even know. She was told that in Sylvia it is necessary to learn that she might make mistakes. Ed lost Styler, an error associated with its expulsion from the hostel. This is a splinter in the eye of Fiona, and she bothers her. But despite what happened, he saved the Yannick, built a house in a wild forest. And over time, his prestige has increased. although rumors that many freshmen pay tribute to him. Ed lives a healthy and exemplary life, and as its presence grows, there is more Fiona's mistake. She could be wrong. No, this is not just a statement that is applicable here. But if he continues to twist his head negatively, as a child who has not learned anything, nothing can be decided. Regardless of whether you have a high status or low, training in Sylvia is mandatory. Thanks to Wade, Fiona was able to clarify her thoughts and invited him to play another party. In any case, she cannot always run from her mistakes. This is too stupid. To deal with the whole schedule, it will take 4 days. After that, the princess will go to the northern forest. She would like to go and sit by the fire, discard all formalities, and just talk. It seems that this was the very explanation that Fiona was waiting for, as if late spring finally came to her. And everything was so until the third day of the third day. They did not come to lead. News about the death of Ed Loststyler. Tanya writes a letter to a respected father. Since he spends a lot of time in the palace, letters gradually became everyday routine. Tanya away from the house. There are many unfamiliar nuances, but for her it is still an honor to be a member of the Lostrian family. She does not know whether Kylie should be called a friend, but in general she had something like this. According to the plan, Tanya steps through the step about the formation of the youngest president of the Studs Council. She also met Lauretel. Negotiations on buying a seal of the sage will be held in the near future, and it is a little difficult to mention this because he was crossed out of the registry and he is a shame on the family, but he thinks to say, Tanya feels that the elder brother definitely became healthier and more diligent, as if in front of her is a completely different person. She was too small, and perhaps the point is not in bad memories, but that she does not interpret them well. But recently I had a strange dream from childhood, against the background of a small hill behind a family mansion with many colors. Tanya remembers how she walked along a mountain path filled with aroma of flowers. It seems that both of her hands were raised, so she was held by 2 people on the left and on the right. One hand was clearly Arvin. On the other hand, a father should clearly stand. But when Arvin was alive, Ed was not so crazy. Maybe this is not a change, but a return to the original to himself? This night leads Tanya to complex thoughts in many respects. Creepin prepared the seal mortally hell. If this dagger cuts a person a little, then he will die in agony. He had already sent the answer. The choice of the president of the Studs Council, as well as negotiations on the purchase of a seal of the sage with Lauratel. Tanya will be difficult to cope with all this herself, so he sends her a vassal which can be trusted, although it is usually not allowed to send the family vassals to Sylvia. But since there are business reasons, so the Academy gave its permission, and now Creepin told his subordinates to go. He took off his glove from his hand. He can't get used to it. High-ranking magic allows you to determine the cause and consequence. If Creepin indicates an action or variable, which he called, he will be able to see the result. There is no other choice but to use a huge amount of mana. Sorry, this cannot be used often, but this is clearly absolute power. When you are facing an important task, you can use something that you did as a source, and thereby confirm the inevitable result. Ed pierced with a dagger and he fell into the abyss. Yannick tried to grab his hand, but it was already too late. This is not particularly to his liking, but we are talking about the necessary victim. 3 days before the death of Ed, the results of a survey of the rating of approval of presidential candidates appeared. Fiona had such a reputation that not only in the imperial family, but throughout the empire, Clive heard about her. If she really ran for the elections, even if something happens, the chances of Tanya's victory are 0. Of course, she knows that reality and romance are different things. It's a pity, but probably you have to refuse hope. Six asked if Tanya was going to do stumium and is there any inconvenience during class. He offered her somehow to drink a cup of tea with Elka. The girls are delighted with Zix because he was the strongest in his direction and Tanya just greeted him. Lauretel also turned to her about the place and time of negotiations about the transaction with the seal of the sage. And even the genius of Lucy Merrill, who is always silent, greeted Tanya. Girls gossip that her connections are at a different level, unlike them, ordinary students. Tanya behaves elegantly and has a wide network of contacts, but does not boast at all. It is amazing. The girlfriends have worked well today, so Tanya offers to return to the rooms and relax well. Girls promise to work hard to become as worthy and talented as Miss Tanya. She closed the door. In recent days, Tanya feels that her status and assessment have risen to an incredible level. But she did nothing. If Tanya really had to ask, the reason why she treated her with such care, It is that she is the younger sister of her older brother. Tanya considered her older brother a discharge, but now he feels like a piece of garbage. She does not understand why this happens. Suddenly the door opened. This is Kadek and Nox. They are glad to see Tanya after such a long time. Father pays her too much attention. Nox heard that she undergoes many difficulties in the educational process and glad that she can help her. Kadek will help to negotiate with Comfort, collecting market information related to the purchase of printing, and by requesting information about the state of the budget of the Elta Trading Company. Nox will help with the election schedule, while Tanya will study. First of all, he will collect rumors about the candidacy of Princess Fiona. No, everything is in order. News appeared this morning. They say that the princess is not an example of participation in the elections. Yanuka heard the Imperial Secretary made an ad before the Hostel of the Imperial family, but since this is only an announcement, it can still change. Final boss 4 acts, Crepe Loststyler. Thanks to his impeccable work, everyone knows him as a generous head of the Loststyler family, but only Princess Fiona observes his dark side. Imperial power and influence of the Academy. Princess Fiona, holding both forces in his hands, becomes the most reliable ally, capable of leading the struggle with Creepin, which will soon aim at the Academy. So it was supposed to go according to the plot, but Fiona said that she would not run for the presidency. Yannick also begins to foresee something. Ed as if he will do something reckless. She cannot accept that he himself will suffer from pain somewhere and bleed, and she will not know anything about it. He has already suffered so much, so Yannick will help in any case. Honestly, Ed would like Fiona to become the president of the Studs Council. This is unexpected because she treated him like that. In addition, Tanya's sister Ed and Yannick thought to push her. It would be nice to find out why the princess decided so. 6 came up, saying that there were a lot of eyes observing and whether the guys behaved too dusty in broad daylight. He did not want to break their private meeting, but about Princess Fiona, it seems that Zix knows what was the matter. Yannick was outraged by his expressions, but still began to listen. Fiona is like a wolf who has lost a flock. The wolf the leader, which drove the flock to death due to the wrong choice. It does not show any reaction, even when you openly aim at it from onions. It was precisely by such a Zix that the eyes of the princess appeared. Maybe she lost confidence and cannot do anything? In any case, 6 will not interfere with the guys and just leave. Tomorrow, for the first time in a long time, it will rain. So let them mean when they leave the hostel. Ed thanked for the information. The animal intuition of Zix is at a level above 5 feelings of an ordinary person. This is a reliable assumption. The worst option is the situation in which the princess has lost hostility to the Laustrian family. Ed thinks what he should do. Suddenly, Yannick said that this is a good alignment. If it rains, it will be a good environment for training the spirit of water. And it is better to do it next to the sea. Yannick suggested dealing with the spirit of the middle level tomorrow on the northern slope of the mountain. After a lecture on stechiology, Ed smiled and thanked. First, you need to focus on what is at the moment. Lucy, lying on the roof, says that the rain is going. She jumped sharply to the ground. In one motion, the fire was lined up, and here Ed was timely. Spring has completely entered into its rights. However, the rain will make it difficult to enter the street. The rain that strikes her body causes depression in Lucy. If it rains, Ed hopes that he will pass quickly. He reached the right place on the slope. He could first came to the northern coast. Of course, the territory of the cliff is not so wide. There was not a soul, so there was nothing to look at, and it is also very far. However, you can't find a better place for training the formula of the spirit of water than it. And the best option for the spirit is Miss Lace. Suddenly, someone's silhouettes approached, and Ed asked the Moga to shut up for a second and took out the bow. The middle boss of the 3rd phase of the last chapter of the 4th act, the battle for the conquest of Creepin. Kadek and Nox, vassals responsible for the dark side of the Loststyler family. The best minions of Creepin, who pass through fire and water, are on the island of Anan. Persons that Ed should have been glad to see, but everything is accurate and vice versa. Despite the fact that he was crossed out of the family registry, they continue to call Ed Young Master. Kadek and Nox heard the news about him and came after receiving instructions from Mr. Creepin. The goal is the murder of the young Mr. Ed. However, they repent. They had a great hostility towards Mr. Ed. Therefore, with the help of a dagger to which the strongest poison applied, they were going to kill Ed. which became a mansion during control, as if another person compared to his children's years. However, the more vassals investigated the assessments at the academy and the life of Ed, the more they realized that he found his wisdom, which he possessed in his childhood, and returned as a real successor of his family. Kadek and Nox will explain everything to Creepin. They ask Ida to become a successor, and once again raise the honor of the family before the world. The hero said to leave these dirty tricks aside. The vassals admitted that the young master had grown very much and began to attack. Kadek, a knight roll, applying windmills with a sword. Nox, a brown bear knight, using a flaming mace. Here they are, killers responsible for the dark side of the lost Styler family. Nox asked if Ed Melian remembers. A poor child blinded on one eye due to the simple entertainment of the young Mr. Ed. It was the daughter of Nox, a man beside himself with rage. If you think about it, then it was also. But Ed says revenge is in vain. Nox knows that at the end of revenge only emptiness will remain. But this is not what Ed should say. Here he is right. Kadek says the young master really grew up. However, Nox maceman, covered by magical power, cannot be blocked. Ed evades the blows well, but if he misses at least one, he will meet instant death. The bow that he holds will only interfere. Thanks to this, the hero will have to evade a lot, and Ed will not be able to watch the nearest perimeter. He was clamped near the slope of the cliff. Nox pounced with the words that he had nowhere else to run. And then a dagger flew into the man behind. Is this the magic of telekinesis? No, the magic of spirits. Ed blocked the attack using the basic protective magic, which can only block the spells. And he deliberately urged Nox to approach, and meanwhile he prepared a blow. Ed gave the team I can, and the dagger exploded. The hero began to shell the cade and even hit. But how did he manage to attack in the epicenter of the explosion? It's all about the blessing of the world, a skill that temporarily increases fire resistance. However, from this moment, his attack should be aimed at vital points, not the lower body. Although, as Kadek said, Ed will not have the next time. The hero escaped the attack with a sword, taking advantage of Nox as a shield. But now Kadek is already very close, and it seems Ed will meet his end. However, all this time next to the hero was Lise, 2 medium-level waters. She enveloped the man with water that he could not breathe. The poisonous dagger fell to the ground, and Kadek would be about to suffocate. And then Nox grabbed a dagger and an attack from behind, although burns with cuts were enough for him to lose consciousness. But the knight of a brown bear, who was proud of what he saw and experienced everything that could happen on the battlefield, was able to maintain consciousness. This Ed Lost Stylor did not foresee this. This was not in his forecasts. Storm protection worked. When an unexpected blow occurs, the wind blows the enemy. Lise finished with Kadek, and the Nox fell without strength. Nox asked if he would ask to put an end with a luxury with one blow, but this is what Ed wants to ask. He put a dagger in the hands of a man. Since vassals here then, the father made a firm decision to kill Ed. It turns out even if not now, then he will certainly die. This vicious circle will not break. So Ed is better to die. Perhaps it will be a void, but it will not be meaningless. At least the Nox will no longer be obsessed with revenge. This is a small gift left by devoted servants of the Lost Styler family. Nox grabbed the dagger stronger, and immediately, without hesitation, he stuck into the body of Ed. Yanuka apologized that she came a little later than usual, lingered in the classroom. She stiffed when she saw a picture of an Ed, which falls from a cliff, from which blood is pouring with a fountain. Yanuka ran to the slope, trying to grab his hand, but it was too late. Nox covered cold sweat when he realized that there was a witness. But then the whole cliff was flooded by the magic of Yanuka. Even the knight of a brown bear, proud of what he saw and experienced everything that could happen on the battlefield, for the first time something similar has seen. The essence of a higher level than the spirit of the highest level. The ritual of calling the spirit of the highest level, of which in nature there is only one essence for each element, and the girl who controls them. Yanuka asked if at least Nox had just done what she had just done, a huge magic circle. How many people know what this magic circle means? A scene of sadness and anger created by a brilliant master of spirit, which has already called the right hand of Glashank, the dark spirit of the highest level, risking everyone, the sun that burns the earth, the one whose tale, as they say, is more than the imperial castle, and who, according to legend in the mythical era, burned the Apos mountain. Theorpis, the spirit of fire of the highest level. If only one paw is called, at least the entire northern forest will burn, and only ash will remain. There is no need to understand the meaning of a huge magical circle embroidered in the sky. Anyone who encounters such a powerful ghostly energy immediately realizes what situation is unfolding. This is a clear death. Nox has already come to terms with his death because everyone understands it. But suddenly Marilda appeared and dispersed the gusts of fire. She told him to run alive. Marilda ordered Nox to survive and report everything that he had to experience. He grabbed the Kadak and ran. Yanuka asks what Marilda creates and demands to leave the road. She does not manage to withdraw the call. Marilda says to calm down and think. This is not Yanuka at all called her. Lauretel asked how magical engineering was moving. Last time, Ed took only objects and ingredients for engineering. Toward the end of the holidays, he only did all the days that he was engaged in engineering. If you summarize, it was a complete success. Ed managed to make the subject of magical engineering of the legendary rank, and this is Delheim's hourglass. They return the body's condition at the way it was a couple of seconds ago and relieve all damage and wounds. The wounds received from the fall from the cliff and the extremely poisonous curse were eliminated. But the time of returning back is only a few seconds. Salt water corrodes the wounds received in battle, and body temperature drops sharply. The situation upstairs of the cliff is extremely unusual, so Ed called by Marilda. But his consciousness is confused, so he does not know whether it was successful to complete everything or not. This watch could not exist in this world in the third act. Ed did not expect that they would use them so soon. It is sad to realize that so much effort was spent on one, time use, but the main thing is that it survived. High-ranking magic of determining the cause and effect of creepin is extremely complex. If it becomes known that Ed overwhelmed Nox with Kadak and survived, Stepan will turn to this magic again and again, even if it requires mobilization of huge magical power. And so until he finds a new future in which Ed will die. Therefore it was necessary to die at least once. If Stepan confirms the future in which Ed died, then perhaps for a while he will cease to be interested in him. It is difficult to send vassals to the academy for no particular reason. A possible excuse is to help Tanya, which was busy with the upcoming elections, or they arrived due to negotiations on the seal of the sage. As soon as the issues are resolved, the vassals will also leave. In short, if Ed can exist as a dead person, until the elections and negotiations end, he will be able to survive. The problem is that he is not able to move. Then Tarkin went down to him. Ed has a body so much that it seems like he is on the verge of death. What a relief that Yanuka found him. And then she, without saying a word, sharply hugged him. So they fell on wet sand in an embrace. Ed apologized that he always makes her worry. Only her sobs were heard. The hero hugged Yanuka in response. Later they found a gorge and lit a bonfire. Ed said that it is more profitable for him to wait for the end of the elections. In the meantime, Yanuka will bring him essential items and spilled household tools. She tells Ed not to worry too much. He will always be grateful to her. But then he timidly said that the wound begins to ache. Yanuka moved away and apologized. She just feels calm in her soul when she holds Ed in her arms. She was embarrassed and asked to pretend that he did not hear the last words. The rain does not end. Now you need to do a lot of things. If they ask someone about how much Lucy was lazy in everything, then the answer will be that she does nothing, as always. But now she is busy with something that she calls the expectation. The difference is that she does not feel boredom. On the contrary, she is comfortable because she can easily imagine the daily life of the owner of the hut. Having passed along the grass and checking out the extinct fire, Ed twitter a wooden support several times to check its strength. It will suit the rope for wet clothes and remove everything. Remove all the tools that can be rusted in a tent. And then it will shake off water from clothes and greeting Lucy on the way to the hut. Ed, daily life is diverse and rapid, but in the end he still turns out here. And in the end it turns on the lamp and sits down at the table, reading a book on engineering. And Lucy sits by the fireplace and falls asleep. She listens to the noise of rain, fireplace, and pages of Ed. Suddenly she felt an unfamiliar manna and smell of blood. Lucy is too lazy to understand. But then she remembered Ed's words that she properly protects the house and his gratitude for this. Yawning, Lucy flew to the investigation. And then the Nox came to meet her. He introduced himself as a vassal of the Lost Stay family and said that he was seriously wounded. He injured his leg in the forest and his comrades stumbled upon wild animals and is now in the balance of death. They were blinded by a purple trace. Lucy said she would save their life. Only if they tell the whole truth without hiding than they did before coming here. The Flavian says the spell of strong poison is engraved on the blade, despite the fact that very high quality. You rarely meet such a thing, and why such incidents always happen only when it is on duty. Only a trace of the spell remained on the blade, which means that it was used, which led to someone's death. For accounting that he seemed to have fallen from the cliff, the probability of successful searches, even in clear weather, is extremely low. Summing up the situation, Yanuka and Ed agreed to meet to help him in the use of spiritual magic. But when she arrived at the scene, Ed had already received a knife wound. Yanuka says that everything is so. Flowen understands that this is a big shock, but he asks, maybe she remembered the criminal. Yanuka replied that they called Nox and Kadek, the vassals of the lost Stieler family. Clearly, then the Flavin will report the incident to the dean. The angry Lucy ran up to them. Yanuka asks her to calm down, saying that they return to the camp and she will tell everything. But Lucy says that she caught the killers who had deprived a kind of life. Kadek and Nox, vassals of the lost Stieler family. Lucy picked up Ada, and with a huge stream of magic evaporated. Yanuka says that you need to catch up with Lucy. Flowen did not understand what this means. There is no time. It is necessary to have time before the matter takes an irreversible turn. The vassals of the locals said that they arrived here under the pretext of assisting in resolving some issues. They serve faithfully to the family of Lostroilor. Nox said they were not suspicious people. Profit to support Mrs. Tanya Lostsiler. The vassals went through all the procedures and entered the territory of the academy. Lucy blew up the wall of Ophelis in search of Tanya Loststyler. All housekeepers, led by Miss Belle Maya, went out into the courtyard with questions what Lucy is doing now. Belle Maya was about to immobilize her, but Lucy was ahead of her. She demands to bring Tanya here. Meanwhile, a duel was held at the academy. The guy says it was a wonderful duel. Alvira asks which line is beautiful, satisfied with the fact that he defeated the Sortone year. Wade says she worked hard and enjoy early, because he had not yet defeated all senior comrades since 2 years. Senior comrade Zix still remains. Although the battle is one-on-one, not a hobby of Wade, he really defeated Alvira, better a student of the Faculty of Alchemy. From the very beginning, the genius Joseph entered the Faculty of Magic, and this guy is the best on his course. Wade Callamore, heir to the famous family of fencers. It is possible that he will overcome Zix. Suddenly a strong roar was heard. Maybe this is an attack and you should run? It was just the same explosion in Tanya's room. Wade suggested first to find the main housekeeper, but no. Zix says it's too late. This is the highest temporary magic time prison. There really is a genius in the world that can approximately copy star magic, the study of which someone devoted his whole life, seeing it only once. Lucy Merrill demands to bring her Tanya Lostroilor. The housekeeper shouts to the children in the hostel to follow her. Now the main housekeeper is hit, and they are also confused. If the words of Lucy Merrill Verna, then a third-year student, young Mr. Ed Lostsiler, died. Six stopped abruptly. The housekeeper says the murderers are the servants of the Lostsiler family. Wade thought, since the performers are servants of the Lusters, the customer seems to be Tanya. He turned into Zix. He tells them to go first. The housekeeper is trying to dissuade him because the situation is serious. Wade shouts what is found on Zix. Let not say that he is going to take revenge. You just need to evacuate. Zix ran the other way. He himself will figure it out when to retreat, and the rest are the first to leave this place. Six broke the door to Tanya's room. Everything was expected. 5 minutes after the first loud explosion that thundered late in the evening, no one saw Tanya, and the door was locked. The place where she can hide is a closet in the middle of the room. ZX opened it and saw a frightened Tanya. She asks what is happening in general and why everything turned out so. All evidence indicates Tanya, but despite this, Six cannot understand. Thanks to the senior comrade Ed, her reputation at the academy has grown significantly. Although Tanya seemed to have hid some offense at him, it is strange that it was she who provoked the murder. Six tells her to listen carefully, and she must only answer the truth. He asked Tanya Lee ordered Ed. She screams in horror that the truth did not do it. Six cannot confirm her words, but Tanya will certainly die at such a pace. At the thought of Ed is dead. He is also sad in his heart. But there are too many things that Six does not understand at the moment. Although perhaps it is more correct not to interfere in this matter. Zix is extremely clear. Ed would not want Tanya to die, and her hands were stained in the blood. He took off his cloak and gave Tanya. She will explain in more detail the situation later. First, she needs to stay in the building. If she goes to the square now, she may die. To begin with, Six will try to block Lucy. Suddenly, Wade asked if Six was still aware of the situation. No need to try to make the impossible. Now it is most correct to fulfill the requirement of senior comrade Lucy. It is not known how everything will turn out. If it turns out that Six covers Tanya lost Roylor, Wade says just send Tanya to Lucy. Six repeated once again that he would act as he himself reasoned. Tanya is very tense and tries not to give herself. Wade says Six has made an unreasonable judgment. In this case, he must fulfill his will, even if you have to use force. Wade will take Tanya. Meanwhile, Lucy began to shell the Aphelis building. A frozen best student at her faculty fell on Clevius. Even geniuses were defeated. Lucy began to approach Clevius. He ran away. Why did something like this happen? Clevius did not enter Sylvia in order to face something like that. No rest. And as luck would have it, he stumbled upon a stone and fell. When someone appears from nowhere, doesn't it cause fear? Real setup. Suddenly someone asked what he was doing. Even here he managed to fall apart. Clevius thought she was in a duel. Yes, during the fight, Elvira lost all her reagents, so she needs to go to the laboratory for new ones. In this situation, who, except for the best students of the academy, will be able to stop that monster? The guys need to hold out for at least 30 minutes until the professor arrives. Elvira sees that Clevius is completely soft. When the forces return, she tells him to run away to the professorship. And if he meets one of the teachers, then let him ask for support. Clevius fell his head on the ground, saying what a jerk and coward he was. A worthless bastard. Yanuka came running to Ed to tell about trouble. To begin with, the teachers advanced to the scene, and Marilda also went there. Lucy found out about everything before Yanuka explained the situation to her. She has no idea what can happen, and Lucy went to the Aphelis building to find Tanya. Ed finished lining his wounds and stood up abruptly. He will have to go there himself. Glock told Lucy that initially, if you get wet in the rain, you can get sick. But she should try to remember this feeling. When the body remembers the fever, Lucy becomes less vulnerable to pain and injuries. As for people around, he will meet a lot of those who spent his life on the fact that Lucy will be able to fulfill easily and simply. And they will try to trample it in every way. It becomes clear that no one is going to bring Tanya. Then at such a pace, Lucy herself will find her. Glock said that she would become an unsurpassed wizard as soon as possible. Of course, the moment will definitely come when she becomes bored. Boring because of her innate abilities, or because everything seems pointless and a sense of pain will become a distant memory. The old deceiver. Lucy stepped on a brick trap, and there was a strong explosion. However, for Lucy, this is like nothing. And Elvira thought it was her strongest blow. Strange, she'd never seen this spell before. The speed of magic is prohibitive. Lucy removed Elvira from her way. It was so fast that she became interested in what was the principle. It turns out that we are not talking about a spell, but about the release of mana flow. As expected, the problem lies in mana. They, wizards with excellent sensitivity to magic, make magic with the help of mana alone. And alchemists understand magic, and transforms her into something else than magic. For example, objects of magical engineering or the manufacture of reagents. Elvira poured a reagent that absorbs a large amount of magical power and allows you to smoothly move through its channels. From this moment, Elvira will use Lucy's energy as a fuel to control all these tools. Crack main separator, noise generator, elemental regression stimulator, wave ball mana cleaner. If Elvira involves them several times at the same time, all magical power will evaporate nearby. Not all students manage to evacuate yet, so the maid needs a little more time. Although all the precious creations of Elvira will be destroyed, let Lucy try to break through it. There was an overload. The number of mana exceeded the possibilities of the tool. All tools exploded. It is difficult to calculate the amount of mana necessary to overload all magical engineering tools. Theoretically, this is possible, but no one will do that because it has no academic value. There is nothing with such magical power, and if it exists, it is impossible to stop it with these objects. The time that was required to subordinate 14 maids, including Belmaya, Tretition Bloomiver, the best student of the 4th year of the Faculty of Magic, Dorothy Whitfelt, the best from the 4th year of the Faculty of Alchemy, and Alvir, the best student of the 2nd year of the Faculty of Alchemy, is only 3 minutes. She said that if Lucy continues in the same spirit, she would most likely regret it. Elvira grabbed her leg. Possessing such a huge magical force, Lucy could blow up the entire Ophelis building from the very beginning. But the reason she does this is that Lucy thinks so too. Elvira says that Ed is unlikely to like something like that. But Lucy replied that she would judge after meeting Tanya. And then from behind, Clevius swung at her. "He is really crazy, a campaign, he went crazy." Clevius shouts that Lucy will not be able to go here. With one movement of her finger, he flew back. The time spent on the best student of the second year of the military faculty, Clevius. It was exactly 1 second. Wade must fulfill his will. Even if you have to use force, he will take Tanya. Wade attacked Zix, but he seems to have the art of fencing the Elon family. No, this technique is more complex and unconventional. We are talking about symbiosis of a wild beast, wandering through the northern meadows, and the noble fencing art, which he mastered when he joined civilization on the island. More freedom in movements, but the pillars of the theory have not gone anywhere. Here it is, real fencing art. But it is not completely honed. The center of gravity is too inclined, so there is a gap. Victory over Wad. But Zix fought off the wind with a wind. And then Wade's face hit. Zix asks if he is going to continue. Wade rose, saying that, of course. He is a person who receives true pleasure from the battle with the strongest. How he can easily abandon such an opportunity as a battle with such a strong person. Similar to the senior comrade Zix, Wade just give him even more pleasure. How he was mating. He enjoys not a fight but a victory. Wade shows enthusiasm only in those battles where he sees the potential for victory. If Wade really sincerely wanted to fight the strongest, then he had no reason to choose a Zix among students in the second year. After all, the best second-year student at the Faculty of Magic is not him, but Lucy Merrill. If Wade is still trying to find an excuse, then let him look at himself from the side. He's just a coward, and now a Zix will finish it. And what was he going to do against the enemy? Who is too tough? Wade says this is some kind of nonsense, but no, this is his limit. It is arrogance that kills most warriors in the world. Be careful with those who are confident in their abilities and makes courage and courage with their virtue. Do not have any respect for those who risk their lives again and again to declare the world about themselves. Fear, Clevius. Fear is your weapon. However, continuing to live like that, one day the moment comes when you cannot take a step, despite the fact that you can run away, as always, that minute comes when your legs are chained to one place and you do not want to move a millimeter. Your whole body shakes like crazy, but oddly enough, your hand holding the sword is strong. Even if the defeat is inevitable, remember the feeling of inertia that makes your body move forward. Clevius's father asked his son to remember this feeling. This is his main belief. Lucy aimed at him with a pillar of flame, medium-level fire magic, and then it multiplied the number of arrows 100 times. Not forgetting about the promise not to kill people, the only reason for this can only be confidence. That differently the monster cannot be defeated, but Clevius accelerated. Lucy activated the storm protection. If there is an unexpected blow, the wind will blow the enemy. But Clevius did not give up. His wounds healed. New bloody streams are flowing over a dried-up, curled blood. With such a loss of blood, there would be nothing strange if Clevius lost consciousness. But the amount of mana surrounding his body and the sword only increased as he became more and wounded. And as more and more blood oozed from the wounds, Lucy activated the protective dome. But it was a damned sword. The ban on the family of Northundale is a bloody fencing art. Clevius managed to break through the shield of Lucy. However, no matter how skill he owned, she knocked him out. Bloody fencing art is a technique when blood flowing from its own body. It is used as a new source of magical power, and this is a taboo tab. In addition, the Northundale family forbade it to be inherited. Everyone whispered that Clevius the demon and killed again. He was depressed that he was a monster in his family and closed in himself. But one person said that this was not so. He is not a monster who independently studied the forbidden bloody fencing art. Demon of the sword, Clevius Northundale. But he had to admit it. True brother, there is a real monster. Lucy was going to use the magic of lightning, high-level punishment of heaven. Zix tells Tanya to hold on. They are almost in place. They stumbled upon Lauratel. She showed the road. The guys will be able to escape by going through the door at the end of the corridor. There are many blocked ways to waste, but Tanya is very lucky. Probably she should thank Zix, who decided to accompany her. He asked if Lauretel heard the news about Ed. She cannot say. Zix asked if there was only Tanya without him, then what would she do? Lauretel replied that she would tear her into pieces. Zix says this is too hasty a step. Yes, he is right. It should not start with the murder, but with her nails. although Lauretel does not know what she should admit. Tanya began to deny everything, and Six reassured her. Lauretel tells them to go. In any case, she will not be able to defeat Zix in battle. She lets him go because she cannot overcome. His body instinctively faded. After all, everyone in Sylvia knows that there is nothing stupid. How to turn Lauratel Keckeln with his enemy, and right now it shows open hostility. Six cannot even imagine what awaits them behind this door. Six froze in place, thinking how to be. But he still did not understand why they are still safe. Where did he get the time to get in place to stand still and indulging in thought? Lucy has already struck high-level magic on Clevius many times. Brother told him not to blame himself too much. Those who tried to check the forces of Clevius are to blame. Let him raise his head and look. This is not a curse at all. The hero rushed into battle with an unshakable faith. In the face of the army, racing as a mighty mountain, their prostrate Belcus Northundale is the force that defended the family. If Clevius has this power, he can also become a hero like this person. However, the brother was mistaken. The Devil of the Sword lives in the Northundale family, regardless of how much he behaves humanly. As soon as he gets out of his temper, the world around him will immediately become a sea of blood. An obsolete concept, such as morality, is not applicable to the red-eyed monster, which stains everything in the bloody color of the murder, the brother said. With such force you can become a hero. Then, when Clevius killed his brother, he said what a relief it was. This time Clevius killed not some person but him. After all, at least a brother can forgive him. However, he told Clevius not to blame himself too much. A real hero died that day by the hand of the monster. Clevius is really unable to do this. He does not want to become a hero or someone like that, and does not want to be a monster. Clevius fell without strength right in front of Lucy. At least he managed to win the time for the rest. In bloody fencing art, the more wounds on the body, the more powerful magic power envelops the body and sword. Ironically, the closer you are to death, the more you have a power. However, even this great power is small to achieve Lucy. But this is a moment that will never happen again, and we do not know it is the carelessness of the strong or the will of the weak. Clevius could clearly kill her. For Lucy, who has lived all her life as the strongest, this feeling was extremely unusual. The fear of death, which she felt for the first time, forced to firmly solve something. She should kill the weak, who already has neither abilities nor the desire to fight. Suddenly they both turned around. Clevius knew that this caddy would survive. Six thinks how to be now. There is no time. You need to make a decision. He was about to say something to Lauratel as Yanuka flew into the corridor through the window. She, along with glass fragments, fell on her. Yanuka pointed to Tanya. She found her. Lauratel is in shock. Since Yanuka is so calm, even hearing the news of Ed, so she completely went crazy. Or is it different? Yanuka asked Marilda if she accidentally ruined the atmosphere. But on the contrary, it seems that she very much found Tanya in time. Ed at first did not even recognize Clevius. The guy himself knows he was beaten, that there was no living place. I tried to attack Lucy, but it is useless. He picked up a membrane, risking his life. But even to the tips of the fingers of her legs could not reach. Therefore, you need to run. But Clevius does not understand why he alone behaves like a fool. He is a weakness, so he will not be able to block it, even if he breaks into a cake. Neither the devil will change. Nobody forced Clevius. All that he worked hard throughout his life was destroyed without a single hesitation. It would be more convenient to just give up like everyone else, but even if you have to die, he believed that he could become a hero. Is Clevius never escaped from this damn fate? Elvira helps him get up. As a result, he still could not win. Everything was a mistake. Again, the actions of Clevius were meaningless. But Ed took the guy by the shoulders and thanked them with Elvira. Their efforts were not in vain. They really have great value. Clevius really knows that he is a useless, underdeveloped piece of garbage. Suddenly he fell again. Elvira asks him to recover. Ed did not throw his words into the wind. Clevius really struck. He knows what the combat abilities of each main character in this academy. But including Ed, he believed that there is not a single person capable of something like that. It took about 10 minutes to give everyone a plus to evacuate. The same amount of time has gone so that Ed reaches this place. Clevius for a long time lasted alone against the final boss of 3 acts awakened, Lucy Merrill. Ed apologized to her that he could not warn in advance. So the circumstances. He needed to die, but he was in a difficult situation when his life hung in the balance. Therefore, Ed had no opportunity to prepare or report everything in advance. Lucy took off her hat, grabbed her cloak, and burst into tears. She thought Ed died. From the moment of familiarization with the civilized world, Zix was proud that he was not afraid. But now looking at the Yanuka, it's hard not to be afraid. Now having learned about Ed's death, these are half your mind from the mind. Yannick needs to say something regarding Ed. Zix blocked them with Lauratel. He tells Tanya to gather and run through this hole, and as soon as he reaches the fork, he should immediately turn to the west. So, if it runs like crazy, it will reach the residential area. When he feels that she was able to break away from the chase, ask for help from someone. Tanya's successor to the locomotives, so a member of the imperial family or someone from the nobility will be perfect options. And Zix will restrain the girls with all their might so that they do not follow her, although he does not know if it is possible. Tanya asks why he goes so far. If she had not been a native younger sister, Ed, that would not. Let him think that she was lucky and Lively runs out of here. Zix exhaled. He is ready. Whatever he does not try to say, they will not hear him for anything. Six says that Yanuka fully understands feelings because he also has a loved one. From one thought that Zix will lose his loved one, he experiences unbearable pain. The whole body of Yanuka must burn with anger. It cannot be otherwise, because it is the one she loves. Yanuka is more than anyone else loves the senior comrade Ed. Therefore Six cannot but know what bitterness and pain she experiences now. And if her passionate feelings remained in the heart and became part of the soul, Zix did not have time to finish how the stream of fire pushed him out of the building. Yanuka, with a completely red face, jumped on him, with screams that Ed did not die, so let not grind the nonsense. There was spring rain. After spring rain, sweeping petals accumulated on the sidelines, and the pouring aroma and the color left on the flower beds. The season finally appears in the new light. The same goes for feelings. When you give them free rein and then restore rational thinking again, even the relations that were stable and clearly defined will enter the new phase. All this time Lucy was thinking about her feelings for Glocht, and her feelings for Ed were exactly the same. The feelings imposed on each other are similar, but at the same time differ in a strange way. What is this difference? Lucy sharply pushed Edda from herself. Although Ed, as usual, just called her by name, but a flame is burning in his chest. The girl squeezed with the reddened face. In the end, Lucy realized the essence of this feeling. The aroma of mowed grass has a calming effect. Lucy often captures him from hay folded on one side of the hut. She has no aversion to the smell of grass, but still has to change the location every now and then. Because he does not like the maids, the body of a person who smokes tobacco every day exudes a heavy aroma of tobacco. And the girl who grew up playing in the peach garden always wears a fragrant smell of peach, flowing through her hair. Summing up, as soon as someone begins to notice the smell emanating from the body, it is difficult to ignore or cancel. From Ed came a distinct smell of grass. They have a lot to do. Teachers will soon arrive. Now he must explain the whole situation, but it is difficult to talk about every detail. First of all, it will be correctly shared with Clevius, Elvira, and Zix with Lauratel. Yanuka is looking for Tanya. Now that the rain was over, Ed proposed to check how the others were doing. He asked Lucy to concentrate. If they can figure out what she has done, a meeting of the disciplinary council awaits her. In addition, Elvira and Clevius were badly injured, so Lucy should apologize. They tried to stop her. Elvira lost almost all her tools, which she created for a long time. And from Clevius, blood flows like from a fountain. The magic used was stiff in terms of those two. But for Lucy, this is the result of her efforts to control the people who attacked her, and at the same time prevent them from dying. Ed said that if she does not want to apologize, then he should explain everything, because he is also responsible for what happened. He sighed heavily. Lucy thinks Ed considers her miserable and she became an object of hatred. The idea that he was disappointed in her killed, so she agreed to apologize. Wise solution. The smell of grass. One has only to feel it, you immediately weaken vigilance and trembling runs around the back. If you look, then Lucy was not particularly affected, although this is not surprising. One way or another, there is no time. We must go soon. Why did this happen? Lucy has always considered Edda a man, which simply controls the camp for sleep. They sat by the fire, if together. Or Lucy spinned all night on the bed on which she was so sweet. That's how she just shocked the days in the camp for a little more than a year. They lived side by side, slept together, weaving bodies. Yannick must have already found Tanya. Since Ed again was in debt, You need to finish it as soon as possible." He thought how he should repay the Yannick, how Lucy pulled him for his cloak. She, with wet eyes, upset, asked if he had to go now. Everyone gathered at the main entrance to the Ophelis building. Ed asked Lauretel what she was doing. As expected, he was intact. The hero apologized that he forced to worry in vain. But what excitement are we talking about? If you look at the situation rationally, Ed could not die so easily. Among the ingredients that he asked Lauretel, there was something for Delheim sand clocks. It is important for the merchant to always maintain composure and reason. She just calmly checked the facts. 6 confirmed that Lauretel did not show emotional excitement. Of course, Tanya was very suspicious. Therefore, for some time they exchanged sharp words, but there was no physical conflict. Lauretel would never have allowed the thought that Ed would die. Well, looking at him, she feels calm. Honestly, it seems that she was a little worried. Lauretel thinks that Ed still forced him to worry, and there is nothing free in this world. Ed should pay for the concern what caused to her. Lauretel pulled him to her. Lucy pushed her away. Everyone looked at her, which stood between them. Ed laid Lucy's palm on his head and asked what he found on her. Lauretel simply said she was worried. Lucy now also took control of emotions, so let her show understanding. Usually, Yannick did not experience any emotions regarding Lucy's actions, but girlish intuition never fails. Emergency situation. Yannick took Lucy, saying that it was too close. Lucy pushed her away, and a genuine tension was felt between them. Elvira recalled that they do not have a large margin of time. Yes, there will be teachers soon here. Ed said that he needed to hide the fact that he managed to survive, and briefly explained the reason. Lucy apologized to Clivius and Elvira, and she agreed with the others to go in search of the escaped Tanya. Zix looked a little unsatisfied, so before returning to the petrified people, the guys came up with a single version of why something similar happened. And before someone notices that Ed survived, he needed to disappear from the academy. Clivius woke up sharply. There is not a single wound on the body, so I thought that he was healed with the help of magic. Elvira bent over him and asked what he trembled like an aspen sheet. Fool Clivius. He asked what kind of business. Really died? Well, despite the way he screwed up, it is not surprising that it all ended with his stupid death. Elvira says that the teaching staff of the academy will arrive now, and when they will be here, Clivius will be able to testify that Lucy stopped. He does not understand how he could stop that monster. Being an alchemist, to discover something new is always fun. Lucy politely bowed her head and healed the wound of Clivius. Lauretel received a guarantee from Ed that he would provide a decent reward to preserve the secret. Even the words of Ed Clivius. Today everything was a series of unexpected things. Elvira tells Clivius just relax a bit and laid her knees. He did not resist. When he hears such words, he feels that he begins again all over again. Lucy was stopped by Ed Loststyler. In the end, Clivius, like a fool, could not win. Life is really like a dog shit. Of course, Elvira will again begin to saw him so that he does not ache. But suddenly she said that Clivius was right. Life really looks like dog shit. The largest new discovery is that it was possible to say a lot, but Elvira only agreed with Clivius. They raised their heads and for some time silently looked at the night sky. And their eyes reflected the starlight, completely not knowing how brightly they shine. Meanwhile, Tanya fled with all her might. But of course the forces slowly left her, mixing with stress. She asks her legs to move. There is no time for rest, because it is impossible for her to be caught by everyone who rushed in pursuit. And she needs to remove the accusation of the murder of her brother. Tanya must find out the truth. Unfortunately, no one was chasing her because now no one thinks that she killed Ed. It would be great if someone caught it and stopped this battle with his own shadow. But this did not happen. Tanya simply told herself to get together with the spirit and continued to flee. The investigation of the death of Ed is also coming to an end. Obel checked the situation with the help of reading magic. Although it was not possible to accurately recreate the scene, the testimony of the witness Yanuka was somewhat accurate. It was also confirmed that the vassals caused stab wounds to the victim, Edu Lostilor, that he then fell from the cliff. The vassals were detained in the dungeon of the academy. The punishment must be transferred to the imperial family. It seems that there is almost no doubt about the death of Ed. Obel says facts and transmit all the information to the imperial family. The Flavan will do everything. As a rector of the academy, I will have to independently resolve the remaining issues. The consequences of Ed's death are more serious than expected. Lucy, his shocked death, arranged riots, and the students had to evacuate in the middle of the night. It seems that Ed was a student who had a huge impact on many. In the end, Lucy stopped Clevius. Then she was accompanied by Rosary and no longer created problems. Obel did not know that there was a student of such a caliber at the academy. For Clevius, there will be a reward of the academic level. As for Lucy, a disciplinary committee will be held, which will make a final decision. It is conducted by the deputy director Yarcel. The testimony of the victims of Clevius and Elvira were heard, and according to the results of the audit, the outer wall of the hostel on the 3rd floor where Tanya's room was destroyed, the outer wall of the corridor on the contrary, the marble floor of Rosary at the entrance to the Ophelis building, and 1 pavilion. The amount is not small, although it is insignificant compared to the occupation of the Ophelis building. However, there is one but. If there were more destruction, the leadership could not limit himself to a slight disciplinary reprimand. As a pondering of your behavior, not only other educational institutions, but even the imperial family. He considers Sylvia the best educational institution, and all because she gave life to the brilliant wizard of all time. The academy also actively promotes it, and the issue of exclusion is not even considered. Lauretel would not want to leave behind a record of a harsh disciplinary sanction, but if you give Lucy an easy punishment, there will be no repentance. She does not want to keep the dignity of the best student. Lucy loses the scholarship for this semester, removed from study for 10 days, loses benefits for 70 days, and leaves Ophelis. For her, a scholarship does not mean anything. The Glocked Foundation has already fully paid for training, and even if its estimates are 2 levels below, Zix, which takes 2nd place, is far from it, and she does not use student benefits, nothing will change. Suddenly, Belmaya said that she would like a revision of disciplinary measures taken in relation to Lucy. She does not think that Lucy will truly think about her actions with such a reprimand. Lucy asks to sign the paper faster, but Belle continues to evict her from Ophelis, not a punishment but a reward. Therefore, it is necessary to minimize the freedom of Lucy's movement outside the hostel. Belle would like to apply for a decision on the test term. The maids will do everything possible to guard 24 hours a day. Lauretel appointed a 30-day trial period. Fortunately, no serious disciplinary sanctions will be recorded. Belle thanks that they listened to her opinion. Lucy shouts that he really reflects on his behavior. This is worse for her. Belle will show how to carefully and clearly arrange everything so that Lucy does not go outside for a second. So for some time, Lucy will be on a trial period. The punishment, of course, is easy, but Lucy probably dies. Elvira and Clevius did, as Ed said. Yanuka thinks, thanks to this advice, the problems with the committee were settled. She prepared for the hero stewed beef, which she often ate when she was at home. In this dish, she is 100% sure. Yannick insisted that she would wash linen, conduct lessons in the magic of spirits, duplicate lectures, and even cook food. At this stage, when the presidential council elections are held, there are 3 variables that take care of the most. The first is the Princess of Fiona, who seems to have completely lost the desire to become the president of the Studs Council. The second is Tanya Lawstyler, who was supposed to become a villain fighting Fiona, but went missing. And the last, 2 vassals of the family of Lostroilor, Kadek and Nox, sent to the dungeon of the academy. Ed played the whole performance to inform Gruspin about his death and completely displace his existence from his consciousness. However, now everything is a little confused, and Kadek and Nox are detained, accusing of murder. Edu needs to somehow quickly free these 2 so that Stephen can make sure that he is dead. Only then will Ed be able to put an end to this suffocating life in solitude. Cases have accumulated above the roof. Ed was the master of the ducal house, but even after expulsion from the family, he continues to participate in various matters. Yanuka is just a commoner with a village ranch, so in fact does not know what his life is. Therefore, she cannot truly console him. It makes no sense to say something like, "Don't lose heart." Ed replied that Yanuka was already helping him more than he deserves. However, she wants to solve his problems. This is just her modest greed. Yannick just wants Edu to be more difficult. Now, when he is left alone with Yanuka, he suddenly has an end to silence. Not to say that Ed is awkward, simply for unknown reasons, feels strange. He thanks her. Yanuka is really the only one who is so worried about him. She became embarrassed and she laughed. In any case, finding Tanya is the main thing now. Yannick does not know where she is. Ed has some assumptions. At first, he was surprised because Tanya was different from the appearance that he remembered. After all, Tanya lost Styler from the game. It was always a strong, fearless, and noble girl, although Ada saw her confident appearance with his own eyes. He has no doubt that Tanya will cope with everything safely. She clearly makes plans for the future somewhere there. Meanwhile, she shakes, saying to Fiona that she did not give an order to kill her older brother. Before the arrival of Tanya, the princess reached the news of the death of Ed. At that time, Fiona tried to somehow settle her confusing relations with him. Most of the graphs were postponed or cancelled, and with some things she figured out in advance. Fiona wanted to find time to talk with EDU Hart. There was only one day before her visit to the camp, and Ed Lostsealer died. If she had dealt with business a day earlier, the tragedy could not have happened. What is her pride miserable? Fiona worked for the sake of universal good. Her goal was to collect materials and start systematic training immediately after admission. The princess will become president of the Studs Council. Perhaps we are talking about weak power in comparison with the power of the imperial family, but it will allow her to carry out her own will within Sylvia. Instead of simply finishing like the third princess, who is appropriate exclusively on the imperial family, Fiona sought to establish her own independent position as the president of the Studs Council. Instead of using a family as a background, she uses her own position to eradicate the darkness of the family of Lauratel and the imperial house. Fiona turned the table with papers. He's a person who is unworthy of holding power. Suddenly, the guard asked to enter the princess. He cited the exhausted, dirty Tanya Styler. The exact details have not yet been set. But on the basis of the initial investigation, the recruitment is very likely that Ed was killed by a vassal of the Lauratel family. And this is the only Aquen left on the island, in addition to the EDA member of the Lauratel family. Tanya said, maybe the princess would not believe her, but it was not she who killed her older brother. Fiona should study at his mistakes. She came up and hugged Tanya, saying that she had a hard time. The princess asks to tell what happened. Do not hang the label. Look at the Lusters as a simple surname. Fiona does not want to repeat the mistake consisting of a sharp condemnation of anyone. The princess decided to believe Tanya. She hid her in the chambers of the imperial family until the situation clears up. Tanya thanked for this immense kindness. For a while, she will be able to stay here in complete safety. Tanya, young, fragile girl. Fiona cannot believe that she was going to start a political struggle with this child. The princess reported that the visitor had come. Well, you need to follow the schedule. And Fiona has another real enemy. She went into the reception hall and met someone with whom. Lauretel is very sorry to hear about Ed's death, but they must continue their curriculum. Fiona asked what the reason for her visit is. Academic leadership in confusion. And the only person who fully understands all these pictures is Lauratel Kekeln. She came to ask why Fiona is hiding Tanya. Until the end of the test term, Lucy is 29 days. She's already dying. 3 hours before the meeting, Lauretel and Princess of Fiona, Ed traced with Lise. His reflexes and response skills are beyond praise. Could be amazed to the core. Lise, the spirit of the middle level, tells Ed to stay today. Being a magician, he definitely became a great fighter in close combat. He seems to have trained for a very long time. Ed thanked. Lise is an ideal partner for training. Could be too small, but with Marilda too hard. But Leitia says training with Marilda will be much more useful. The spirit of the highest level can freely change the form. Thanks to this, they easily move around the island of Ons. There is no reason to be satisfied. As soon as the performance indicators reach 15 units, they no longer increase. To achieve more, it is necessary to fulfill a special condition, for example, to clear a hidden task or request. Given the characteristics that can be achieved by Ed Lostsealer, he almost reached its limit. As soon as the long-term goal of mastering medium-level magic will be achieved, whether to consider the possibility, obtaining a special ability? In any case, Ed cannot be content with this and stop growing. Lauretel came. Looking at his press, she says that the opened look is a delight for the eyes. She understands that in isolation a person begins to suffocate, but thinks Ed should relax a bit. Honestly, here he is more relaxed than during his stay in the forest. He was helped with everything. With food, clothing, arranging a berth, it is clear that this is all Yanuka. It turns out that the spirits see everything. Lauretel approached Ed. He could scream about an emergency. Ed asked what Lauretel was going to do. Soon he will go to a meeting with Princess Fiona. She thought about how to make a few coins on issues related to the elections. But first she wants to complete the deal with Ed. First of all, his request regarding the liberation of Nox and Kedek will not be difficult to fulfill. But this will not be done for free, so Lauretel would like to get some initial contribution. She invited Ed to hug her once. He already wanted to be indignant, but calmed down. The hero took and pressed Lauretel to himself. She did not expect this and began to push him away. Ed was surprised and asked what she was doing. He knows that the attack and defense are two different things. Lauretel in confusion. This feeling is very different from what she imagined here. She asked why Ed was sitting like this without clothes. Lauretel tries to control the feelings that have gripped her. Ed should think about things such as mutual respect and the norms of decency. But he does everything that she asks now. Lauretel pressed him again, speaking more slowly. In fact, she came to hear his answer. Lauretel had previously asked me to take her side at least once. She sees that Ed is planning something. The girl thinks that he will make a lot of enemies. Even if Lauretel ultimately sets up the whole academy against himself, at least she hopes that Ed will remain on her side. Fiona asked about the reason for the visit by Lauretel to her hostel for members of the imperial family. She came to ask why the princess hides Tanya Loststyler. Given the fact that Tanya went to the residential area, it is likely that she went to this place. And since even the leadership of the academy is unknown to its whereabouts, it is clearly hiding here. First, Fiona asks why Lauretel is looking for Tanya. Although the princess hides her feelings well, for Lauretel she is in the palm of his hand. She must say there is some personal luggage that needs to be rid of. As Fiona knows, Lauretel is an opportunistic and petty person. Although she is extremely weak before those who is not able to touch, but extremely harsh to those who are weaker than her. The Loststyler family is so powerful that even the imperial family does not treat them frivolously. So it is worth thinking about whether Tanya is really weaker than Lauretel. Although the family of the Loststyler is inconsistent, but the control of the economy of the residential area gives the Lauretel levers of exposure. If Fiona decides to completely take the side of Tanya, then it will be difficult to catch her. Of course, this is expected. Therefore, Lauretel prepared in its own way. It is running for the post of president of the student council. If he appears as the president and the head of the trade association, maybe Tanya deigns to meet her. And if Lauretel exerts even greater pressure, there will be a situation when it is already impossible to hide forever. All routes from the island under her control. Lauretel always had special thoughts about Ed. Judging by indirect evidence, it seems obvious that the culprit, Tanya. In general, the situation is not the most rainbow, and Fiona shared this with her. Now the princess has no choice but to ask directly. If Tanya has nothing to do with the murder, then who organized it? And then Tanya confirmed that it was her. Kedek and Nox arrived in Sylvia under the pretext of supporting her. And the one who gave this order, he was the head of the family of Loststyler, Creepin Lostsealer. Father did not give a damn about Ida's older brother. The reason why he suddenly accepted such a radical choice is probably that Tanya wrote about Ed in a letter. There she talked about her recent situation, and this led to the terrible death of his brother. This is all Tanya. Although this cannot be called a crime, but she cannot sit fold. Fiona asked what a way was. On this earth, Ida showed Tanya how much a person who survives and does not give up. She has only one way to survive and find out the truth about the murder of an older brother. Tanya will run for the election of the president of the student council. Fiona says it will not be easy. After all, she was even accused of killing a member of her own family. Tanya understands, but thinking about the people who helped, when she was in such a difficult situation, if only for her brother, Tanya cannot allow herself to intimidate. In this case, Fiona said that she would officially support her. The princess does not even know why she decided to go so far. She took Tanya by the hand, asking how best to put it. Fiona also has an unpaid debt to Ed Lostroyer. All relevant documents for submitting an application Lauretel are collected. The trading company received information that Tanya is also running. There are rumors Fiona will declare his support. However, it is unlikely that Tanya's approval rating will be high, given that she is suspected of killing her brother. The secretary of Liana says that Lauretel and so performs most of the work on his own, reducing the time of sleep. There's also a president's post. There will be a big load. Lauretel asks Leon to ask questions only on the case. Then the girl will immediately send documents to the academy. Ed Lostay is considered to be dead, and the Academy began the election of the president of the Student Council. A distorted script takes place in Lauretel's hands. Soon everything will become clear and without stupid questions. Every second flies at a rapid speed. Lucy rejoices that he finally managed to put the pillow vertically, but immediately she fell. The girl asked the housekeeper how many more days she had to be here. 27 days. And the maid completely forgot the document on disciplinary punishment entered into force yesterday. It seems that the hitch occurred due to solving the problems that arose at the academy. Lucy in despair. A paper routine is always like that. The housekeeper thinks it is worth starting to count the days again, starting from yesterday evening. Lucy stayed here for 29 days. Not for everyone, time flies quickly.